me, oh my. How is it, everybody? How we doing? If you were here this today at lunch for lunch club, hello again. If you're just joining now, what's up? How's it going? Hey, John, how you doing? How you doing? All right, getting everything, all the last little bits and bobs. Before we go into housekeeping, everyone's favorite segment of the show, housekeeping. Woo! What up, Undead King? Okay. Only one piece of housekeeping today before we go into my takeaway from last episode. Only one piece. I forgot that Starfield is coming out on Friday. Just straight up was like not keyed in to the release date and just forgot. So with that, I am hesitant about Starfield in general. But also Bethesda IP, like as like a grouping, is probably like my top collection of IPs. And I really like, well, it's controversial to even say you like Bethesda games. I like Bethesda games. I don't love the way that Bethesda makes games. I'll put it like that. But with that, what up, Hans? With that, are you guys like interested in seeing Starfield content at all? Like, is that something that we're into, that we're not? Like, I'm down having an off-stream game. I'm on just like showing it on Lunch Club occasionally. Not Friday, tomorrow, 5 p.m. for early access. Then, so it's like I was just totally keyed out because I was already planning on buying it, but I was like really trying to avoid trailers, spoilers, all that. So let me know, I mean, right now in chat if you want, but also in the VOD if you are interested in Starfield at all. Because I just fucking forgot about it. Definitely no 72-hour stream. I'll tell you that much right fucking now. But I know that I normally do like fantasy, like low sci type content, but I didn't know if that was strict. They've been working on Starfield for a while. I've got reasonably high hopes that it'll be at least pretty good. I'd watch a little Starfield though. Okay. I'm not familiar with what it is. Google says it's a video game. I'll pass. Fair enough, John. I've caught your vibe that you're here for Critical Role and TTRPGs, and that's about it. Which is totally cool. I'm down. It is a video game. But I'm mildly curious. I guess I haven't really looked into it at all. Okay. It seems like you guys are like generally on a similar wave to me. Or maybe SSH was a little more. I never heard of Starfield before BG3 came out. Interesting. I mean, I'm going to continue playing BG3 no matter what. Going to continue the CR stuff. It would more be if like I wanted to maybe focus some of the lunch clubs on potentially like Starfield or another game. Okay. I might check it out, or I might wait a little bit. I'll wait, see what the reviews are. You know, won't be catching that wave, but that's fine. I don't need the wave. You know, see how it goes, see what the reviews are. Maybe let it have a couple of patches, and then if a week or two from now, it's still sounding good, we'll look into it. With that, housekeeping done. I'm not really that interested in Starfield, but I would watch whatever streams content you put out. Thank you, Undead King. I appreciate it. Sick. Yeah, but so housekeeping done. I've thought a lot about last episode. especially the Orion stuff. I've thought about it. Oh, wait. I'm playing it tomorrow at release, so I won't be around for a few days, weeks while playing it. I'll be watching the VODs, though. Okay. Sounds good, SSH. I totally get that. But, yeah, I've thought a lot about the Orion stuff, and I connected a few neurons in my head about it. About like why it bothered me, why he would do it, just like kind of a confluence of stuff. Because spotlight hogging is not totally out of form for Orion, but this was so exceptionally bad that I was really scratching my head at what and why. Wait, what Orion stuff happened last time? Mr. Nat, are you familiar with everything, or are you like Undead King where you're first watching? What is your first watch? Probably the worst Orion moment up to date, I would say. And he never does. I so believe you, SSH. What up, number one mad? Yeah, the Vex arrow shot. You've seen C1 before? Okay, yeah. Then you might remember. It was when the Vex was shooting the arrow at the trap, and he like took over the middle of it with the telekinesis. Yeah, that moment. So I was really still gets worse. Oh no. Fuck. So I was thinking about it, right? And I realized, because in the moment I said like, oh, this isn't like a wrong table type of thing like I talked about with the Kavarn fight. Where with the Kavarn fight, he had this like misinterpretation of like Matt making like a killing floor and them just like not being supposed to, like, they weren't supposed to go into the temple at all, right? So I said, he played it terribly, like he did not handle it well, but I can understand where he was coming from. I misremembered that was in the Kavarn fight and was confused. Oh yeah, no, it was this past one. The air moment was the close of chapter 2 of the Orion story. Get ready for chapter 3. I can't wait. So I was thinking about it, right? And I realized that I also think that this is an example of him being at the wrong table. Him not understanding Matt's style. And, well, actually, there was no point 3. Those two things. I was saying that as if it was going to be a list, but it's those two things. Because I realized I was really thinking about how he handled it after the fact. Because I know John said, like, oh, that was what really steamed you, was how he handled it afterward. And I agreed. That totally steamed me. And when he was, like, talking to Matt, like, oh, that check was almost impossible, right? And Matt was like, yeah, man. And he's like, hi, right. I knew it. Oh, there are 2 moments specifically I'm dreading to rewatch. Boy, there is a point 3, but you can't talk about it now. I still can't recall it, but I was thinking about it in relation to Matt's DMing style, and realized that I was also thinking about, like, how would I have wanted Orion to do that at my table? And during the session, I described the ready action. I was like, oh, he should have done the ready action, set up a trigger where, like, if she misses, I'll do the telekinesis thing. But then I was thinking about it even more, and I was like, in Matt's style, like, that's not very Matt. Like, that's not really how their table vibes. They're more of like a, interrupt something, try to save it last minute, big dramatic, whatever. They don't like really talking about their plans, which is okay. But I was really thinking about, I was like, why wouldn't Orion have waited for Matt to say it missed? Why wouldn't he have waited for Matt to say it was missed, or even just start narrating that it was in the process of missing? And I realized, I was like, this is another case where Orion, I think, is fundamentally misunderstanding how Matt is DMing. Because I think Matt is trying to maximize drama. Not drama in like that, in a bad sense, like dramatic moments, right? He's trying to really emphasize those big moments and really hit on those low moments. Like it's nice and fluctuating. And I think that Orion doesn't really get that. And he thought that if he waited for Matt to say that it missed, that Matt would not have allowed him to do the telekinesis thing. Like, because I did a little bit of a rewatch. I rewatched the moment again, and I can just see, like, Orion's pensive, and then Matt takes, like, the slightest of lulls. The slightest, where if you are, like, paying so much attention, maybe you interpret that he's going to say it misses. If you already have it in your head that it's going to miss, right? So if you already expect it to miss, maybe you could interpret his sentence like that. And he just, again, bad, and this is still bad player behavior. I do not want to like justify this behavior at all. But I can see, and he is not playing with the rest of the table on these dramatic moments. If it really, like, I think if you asked Matt, and this is just my read of the situation, but I think if you asked Matt, if a 35 wouldn't have hit, he would not have wanted Orion's telekinesis to get involved, even if the telekinesis might have tipped it over the edge. Because the 35 failing, I actually think hits harder as a storytelling beat and as a narrative moment than 35 plus telekinesis and still fail. Or even as like 35 plus telekinesis, like that like tips it over the edge. Like, I don't know. I unless Orion had set it up beforehand and it was kind of part of the whole thing. But I really don't think, based on everything I've seen of Matt, that I think he would have wanted to emphasize that moment. And this just undercut that fundamentally. And I don't think that Orion understood that that's Matt's goal. That Matt either wants the heroics of hitting a 35. Holy shit. Crazy moment. Fantastic. Let's hype this player up. Or he wants the dramatic failure of like, yeah, you rolled so high and you still failed. Like he wants those big, giant moments, right? Or big extreme moments. There's a moment and Orion gets the GM look. Yeah. Play up the suspense, totally. Yeah, exactly. Then there's the episode that shall not be named. Oh, boy. That's the one of the two moments. Matt knew Orion had something cooking. He would have narrated, it looks like it's drifting to the right. Ed, exactly. Exactly. Like, if he had... If the difference, I think I'm having trouble like really collating this, right? But if the difference would have been the telekinesis, it is a way better moment, like significantly better for Matt to start narrating the miss, for everyone at the table's stomachs to drop, and then Orion comes in with the telekinesis, right? Like, if that had been the difference, that sort of situation, you're exactly right, Ed. Like, Matt would have let them feel the failure before Orion swoops in and saves the day. That's so much more in the style of the table. But again, talking about how Orion's not really at the right table, how he doesn't really understand this tone, he didn't get that. He thought that if Matt started narrating the miss, that it was already over. Now, he still handled it terribly. He did not respond to the criticism that he received appropriately or well at all. But I do think that this comes down to something that we've talked a lot about, of understanding your DMing style as a DM, understanding your DMing style preferences as a player, and working to meet as in the middle as you can on those things, which Orion does not even remotely attempt to do. I have a feeling, just based on everything that I've seen, I have a feeling that in his head, Taliesin might be a little bit more maybe naturally inclined towards Orion's style, and that he's not maybe naturally inclined towards these like big dramatic sweeps, but he does an amazing job of like actively attempting to mesh into the themes and the tones and everything. Like, he's very mechanics driven. They made a whole subclass for him. He tinkers with all of these contraptions to make new things, very reminiscent of Orion's enchanting. Like, I think that on their like nature, like their DM style preferences, they might be like pretty aligned, but Taliesin as a player actually makes a concerted effort to mesh into the tone at the table. And Matt makes a concerted effort to meet Taliesin in the middle, to do an entire subclass for him that's gritty, pun intended, and to give him his tinkering and his contraptions more than I'm comfortable with. He allows him to tinker in situations where I don't think it's appropriate, but he's really trying to meet him there. And he's trying to do the same with Orion, and Orion is not giving him anything back. It's a tough one. I don't know how you hear I rolled a 35 and think that Matt would narrate that it misses. I know. But if you listen to what he says, he is so convinced that he is the reason that it didn't miss. Which is just, you're right. It's ludicrous. I do not argue with that. But yeah, I don't know in what world a 35 would miss. I do not speak, and this is another thing that I was actually kind of thinking about, is there is there is somewhat of an issue here of potential new player stuff. Like, Ashley Johnson and Travis Willingham are both new players that seemingly have not played like hyper gritty games before. Like, that doesn't seem to be their wheelhouse. Even if they like have played video games, it's not been like super duper intensely. Or even if they have played, other experiences like this. With Orion coming from a lot of Magic background that is hyper gritty, and Magic has this weird concept of like no ceiling. Like, cards can kind of be all over the place. I know very little about Magic, but I do know I have a Commander deck. I've played. And so I think that if I'm trying to put myself in Orion's mind, I don't think he really understands the concept of bounded accuracy, which, if you guys are unaware of this concept, there is a concept in D&D called bounded accuracy, which is essentially the concept that there is a finite ceiling on how accurate something can be. So an attack roll, I'm kind of lumping skill check accuracy in here, like the likelihood that a skill check succeeds. There's literally a ceiling, which is not the case in a lot of games. And this concept of bounded accuracy is kind of built into a lot of things. It's built into AC. It's built in kind of all over the place, but it is especially built into DCs, where like the Dungeon Master's Guide, I would need to look into this again, but the Dungeon Master's Guides, I'm fairly sure, is like 15 is a very, like 10 is like normal, 15 is very hard, 20 is nearly impossible, and I want to say that the suggestion is that 30 is impossible. And if you are getting above a 30, you're doing something superhuman. And it does not give advice above that. I know that the top one is either 25 or 30, which it doesn't really matter which one it is. I don't think that Orion is aware of that. I don't think that he's aware that there is a like maximum DC that something can be. And so as you're kind of scaling up in levels, I think he's just kind of thinking that DCs just kind of scale linearly, which they do not at all. So I don't know. I'm trying to give him as much benefit of like why he would have done something so insane, because he seems like a bad player that I wouldn't want to have at my table, but he doesn't seem like an insane idiot, which to me was like what that felt like. Not to be like super mean, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know in what world. Clip this for the end of the campaign to look back on. Yeah, fair. Unrelated to this Orion stuff, if I had to narrow down a single episode of when C1 gets good, I think the one you're about to watch would be it. Ooh, that's exciting. Back in the day, this episode was the start of a mini arc between Arc 1 and 2. Now it's all part of Arc 1. Fuck yeah, all right. I've had a player a little like Orion, but this player really wanted to be the main character and overshadow certain people. Not saying this person was exactly like Orion, but problematic nonetheless. I think that the thing that really determines, like when we talk about like bad player behavior, I talked about a lot when Orion stuff first started happening about how players need to engage each other on these things. It's awkward. Social interaction is always awkward when it's tense and when it's about something that someone is doing that you don't want them to do. And there is just a level of like, there is bad player behavior, right? So there's like, you may not be a bad player. Like you may just be a player that occasionally does things that are not good, right? But the really bad player behavior is when people engage you on it and you just shut off and shut down. Of being like, dude, like, what the heck? Like, don't do that. And you're like, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like, that's where we get into like actual like bad player territory, when you are not willing to collaborate and to hear others in the collaborative storytelling game. So it's like, even no matter what actions you actually do, no matter what main character syndrome you have, spotlight hogging, fucking lawful stupid, murder hoboing, like these are all behaviors that are not necessarily indicative of a bad player inherently. But when other people at the table try to say to you, hey man, that behavior is bad, that doesn't fit here, and you are not willing to hear them on that, that is when we get into, in my opinion, actual bad player territory. I would guess Orion was kind of in a power gaming mode where he's trying to solve a puzzle with maximum chance of success, and thus foolproof spell equals right optimal. I think you're right, Hans. And like I don't want war gamers, power gamers, very welcome in the stream. Welcome at my table. Again, I think that Taliesin is probably on a similar beat if you really like dig down. But you need to mesh with the table as well as you can. Like everyone at the table needs to take all of their preferences, stir them into the pot, and get as close to the middle as you can. And when people at the table say, hey, what the fuck, man, that player was not cool, and you are not, and your instant instinct is, no, you're wrong, that's where we get into a problem. Earlier in the episode, he unilaterally switched who had those communication earrings. Yeah. Ed, you're so right. And I don't even really think I don't even remember marking an annoyance because the other players so seamlessly dealt with it because they're good at what they do. But yeah, no, you're totally right. Standard single player game move, but the way he did it was like he wasn't thinking about the other players at all. Yeah. I don't think he saw the narrative repercussions and just tried to fit the right answer with the party's narrative approach. Yeah. I mean, Hans, I think you put it well to like give him the most benefit of the doubt. Is I think in his head, he really does think about it in terms of the puzzle, which fits at my table. Like that sort of mindset definitely fits at my table. And it's one of the things that I actually encourage a lot of DMs to think about when they are constructing things like encounters, is to think about an encounter like a puzzle, right? Don't think about the encounter like chess, where it's like a competition or a combat. It's not a game of COD, right? It is a puzzle because... And what is the solution to the puzzle is something you have to think about as a DM. Is the solution to run? Is the solution to use a bunch of resources? Is there a clever piece of the environment that is the solution of the puzzle? Actually, a fucking recommendation for new DMs. This is legit. Recommendation for new DMs or for DMs that are struggling to come up with interesting combats. I would look up the British television show Taskmaster. It has absolutely nothing to do with D&D or TTRPGs in any way. It's a silly little game show with comedians on it. But the puzzle task that they set up, it is so common for there to be a right way to do the tasks. And then there are the ways that all of their participants and contestants find, right? But I think that is an incredible show to watch for DMs to think about ways to create interesting combats that do have right answers, that have solutions as if they are a puzzle. And then you can leave your participants to run loose and do whatever they want. It's actually really similar to TTRPG vibes when you look at it through that lens. And so to put all that into perspective for the Orion conversation, I agree. I think he saw the solution and he was like, I know that the dice can fuck us. And this is the solution to the puzzle, and I want to make damn sure that this goes off. But he did not think about the fact that the table that he is at cares less about the right answer and about clever solutions than they do about big moments, which is not the case at all tables. I would say that like one of the things that my players get satisfaction out of at my tables is cleverly solving problems. Like that, I think that is one of the things that they enjoy. And even my advice was not like, hey, don't use telekinesis. It's, hey, use the ready action. If you want to support this clever solution, do it in a way that doesn't detract from the moment, right? Which is one of the things I focus on a lot, is how to use the mechanics to reinforce the moments. But yeah, he didn't get it. He doesn't understand it, and he's not willing to talk about it, which is really terrible. That's a general life lesson. Everybody makes mistakes, even sometimes repeatedly if it's a bad habit, but how you react when called out on it is much, much more important. I could not agree more, AKL. That's why there's such a long and illustrious history of making fun of YouTuber apologies. Because people really kind of don't give a shit about what you did. Jenna Marbles did blackface, if I'm remembering correctly. And she came and like people called her on it, and she came out and was like, yeah, that was fucking terrible. I'm actually going to stop YouTubing. People shouldn't follow me. Goodbye. And now people want her back. And like her reputation is like pretty decent now. And even someone like PewDiePie, who I don't remember the exact beats of that drama of him saying the N-word, but from what I recall, it was maybe there was some initial hesitance and some initial cop-outing, but then he responded positively. And I think you really see the people whose audiences stick with them are the people that just seem genuine and just seem like they are hearing what the community says, even if they're lying through their fucking teeth. Like, it really is how you react when you are called out, I think. That is the sole determiner. Even someone that I've mentioned on stream before that got in really terrible trouble for doing a terrible thing, or for doing, I don't want to maybe get into, maybe I shouldn't use the word terrible. It's a kind of a complicated issue. But the streamer Atrioc got in some hot water, got called out for it, and was immediately heavily apologetic, took a lot of time off, put a lot of money towards solutions, and now he's back, and he took a lot of time off, but his numbers haven't really changed that much. People that used to fuck with him are back. Actually interacting with him again. You compare that to someone like Gus Johnson, where all of his friends and collaborators dropped him like a hot potato because he reacted terribly. I mean, yeah, AKL. I can talk about YouTuber drama for hours, but I think that is part of the lesson here. And I forgot about that. Yeah. How would you have dealt with this out of game? What would you have said to him before the next session? It would depend on the level of friend that we are, right? But I'm assuming that they were doing this campaign for months and months and months before this. So I have to imagine they're pretty solid acquaintances, if not good friends. And as the DM, I really believe, and this is something I've actually not learned until pretty recently, or at least not internalized, is that when something bad happens, or something that you don't like happens, and close to 2 years before streaming. Oh, also thanks Hans and SSH. Fuck yeah, Taskmaster. But something I realized recently is that when someone does something that makes you feel bad and you want to tell them about it, telling them about it as soon as possible is best, in my opinion. Like I'm married. What up? And if I say something that hurts Paige's feelings, or Paige says something that hurts my feelings, we have really determined that the best thing to do is to like stop the conversation and they could go back and look at exactly what was happening. But this even comes from emotional states. Like if Matt goes up to Orion 4 days later to talk to him about this, or comes up to him before the next stream, right? Orion's going to have a harder time remembering his emotional and mental state in the moment. Even if you can bring up the stream and show him what he did and show him what he said, he is going to have a harder time remembering why he did it. Like the exact right, like the exact reality of it. Because our memories are fickle beasts. We can create memories, we can modify them, like we can just create imaginary things from scratch. I mean, our memories are not good. And so that's, I think, my first piece of advice is I would try to grab him after the session. Modify memory, you say? Yeah, exactly. I would try to grab him right after the session so that it's still fresh in both of your minds what just happened, even if he doesn't consider it bad. And then I would say to him, I try to, and I sort of talked about this with the internal monologue stuff last time, of like, I go through, oh no, stream froze? No, 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 no. Did stream freeze for anyone else? No. Are we back? Froze for a little bit. Had to refresh, but we're back. Mine is back now. What the heck? Okay. Weird. Interesting. What's up, the Thief San Diego? I don't recognize you. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about Orion. Per the thumbnail. I had to move over to another browser because mine would never come back. Oh, weird. That's odd. I don't know why that was. Yeah, what's up? But yeah, so that's the first thing. And then last time when I was talking about my internal monologue, I was talking about how I think. I tend to think in terms of scenarios and variants. You were talking about you and Paige arguments and the stream froze. Oh no. If you rewind, because I don't know if I want to go that far back. If you rewind, is there still shit? Oh fuck. Okay. I'll rehash it quick. I hate to be the first person to ask. I get it, AKL. I totally get it. Okay, so the me and Paige arguments, basically just skipped ahead. Fuck. Okay, so the moral of that was the sooner you talk about it, the better. Because if you don't talk about it, you slowly start to forget things. You either start to forget what you specifically said, what you were thinking at the time, what you were feeling at the time. You start to forget or modify or change all of these things in your head. So if Matt were to go up to him 4 days from now and try to talk to him about it, even though it's recorded, it's going to be less effective, and Orion is going to be less open to the conversation because he can't remember exactly what he was feeling in that time. So I would try to grab him right after stream. Then, me personally, I would go through the variant situations. So I like to give people my ideal, not solution, but like what I would rather have them do. I think that people can get very frustrated if you tell them not to do something and you don't give a kind of exact example of what you would have had them do otherwise. Which is something that I try to do in my stream a lot. When I criticize Matt, I try to give you guys what I would do instead. And so if I'm talking to Orion about this, I'm saying, hey, Orion, like, I understand that you really wanted, that to succeed and that to work. But taking it after the 35 roll is sort of diluted the narrative moment, and it kind of took it away from Laura. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has to be a super special boy and girl all the time, but this was something where it seemed like everyone was really putting a lot of effort and resources into this like one shot by Laura, and then she got a really high roll. And, we're on stream. We want to emphasize those things. And I know that you were worried about it not hitting. If you are worried about that, next time you can use this thing called the ready action. And I would go through and I would explain the ready action. And I would be like, but I also want you to know that if it was the difference between the telekinesis and the, hitting or not hitting, I will describe that a little bit more in my narration. Like I would just come right out and say it to him and be like, look, if that was going to be the difference, give me a second. And I think if you talk about the things that you do, the things that maybe he wasn't aware of, or your mindset. I try to talk a lot about my own mindset and my preferences. And if he says, well, I really don't like that, then I can draw a line. I can draw or go, dude, what the fuck? She rolled to 35, bro. What the fuck was that? I mean, SSH, that's also an option. Are you recording streaming your first watch or just discussing after? This is my first watch through of CR ever. I've never seen anything Critical Role related. So what we're talking about right now is in reference to last episode. So I always do like a recap of like my big takeaway from last episode before we start the new episode. This one just happens to be a little bit long because it was such a crazy moment. I think Liam covered that one. Yeah, Hans, you did. Yeah, welcome. And I will say, for you, Thief San Diego, just for your knowledge, so all of the VODs are still on YouTube. You can go back and watch all the previous stuff. But we're working right now on a cut down. So taking, I think, like the first 5 episodes of mine, watching is like 30 or 35 hours of content. And we're cutting that into like 2 hours. So big, like, highlight reel vibes. So if you want to get caught up a lot quicker. But yeah, so I would describe a lot of that. And oh man, I kind of lost my train of thought. That's fine. I think you guys get the general vibe of how I would go about it. Oh, I was talking about if we disagree, right? If I present my mindset and my preferences and he says, hey, I don't agree with that preference. I don't agree with the way that you want to do things, Mr. DM. That's great. I love that. And what I try to do is I try to isolate it. And this is kind of a way that I go about general conflict resolution, kind of regardless of the circumstance. Is I try to really narrow down what we fundamentally disagree about. It's like, okay, what don't you like about my thing? How would you do it differently? And we talk through that. We try to get down to the root and to the core of it. And if the core in this case is he says, I don't know exactly how you're going to handle it. And so I don't want to wait for you to start narrating the miss, but I also think that it's cool if I keep my plans behind the, back of my chest, so like it's a bigger moment on stream. So those are kind of conflicting things towards what you want, Mr. DM. I would say, okay, can you flex on either of those? Because if those are both inarguable points, can we talk to the rest of the group about this? Because if the rest of the group agrees with Orion, then I'm the one that needs to flex as the DM. But if the rest of the group, which in this case, it's so obvious that the rest of the group would agree with Matt, me in this case, then they would go to Orion, hey, no, we agree with Matt's preferences. Can you flex on those things? And then if you get down to it and he says, I cannot flex on those things, then you might need to talk about finding a different group. But it can be respectful and it can be, you can do it from a place of these are my priorities. My priorities are not bad or good. Your priorities are not bad or good. But if we have conflicting priorities and neither of us are willing, like the group has a priority and you have a priority that are directly conflicting and neither of you will budge, it might just be time to find a new group. Yeah. So that's a general way that I would go through that. Stream skipped for a few more for me. Again, back quickly though. Fuck. Damn it. I don't know what's going on, AKL. I've been trying to look at my OBS and I haven't seen anything weird, but I don't know. Not all the VODs ripped to Baldur's Gate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, ripped to 72 hours, man. I did a 72-hour stream of Baldur's Gate 3 and all the footage got lost. Very sad, very rip. You should use this strategy to explain Bud guy why you hate Bud. I do not understand that reference at all. maybe explain it a little bit more and I'll maybe agree with you. I think expressing flexibility in terms of time is good too. As a player, I don't like interrupting moments, especially if the DM is setting the mood, but I'll often ask if I can have done something. Some player anxiety seems to come from fear of missing the moment. Yeah. And I think that's why I would kind of lead off with, hey, if anything you could do would change this outcome, like if I'm Matt is clearly favoring these dramatic moments. And so me getting into his head, assuming a little bit, but I would say, like, I'm favoring these dramatic moments. If there is anything you can do to help this, I will, or if I even think that there might be something you can do to help this, I will pause. I will give people an opportunity, which he does. I've seen Matt do it. And so I think that that's something that would hopefully help alleviate Orion's anxieties and stress and hopefully help them come to a better middle ground. But I don't know if they're going to talk about it. It's hard. It's hard to talk to people about. Didn't you say you have a coworker who calls you Bud? Oh, no, you're right, SSH. I do have a coworker that calls me Bud. You should use this strategy to explain to Bud Guy why you hate Bud. Yeah, the problem is I don't interact with Bud Guy enough for it to be worth it. Because that's all an awkward thing to express. And I just don't interact with Bud Guy all that often. So it's like, that, in this case, I'm thinking about a situation where, like, I want this person to continue on in the campaign. They're a friend, and so I'm willing to put myself through an awkward area for it. Let's see. Campaign 1, Vox Machina. Man, I thought I was going crazy there for a second. Sure thing, champ. Not Megaphone forgetting his own lore. Dude, I've forgotten so much of my life, so much of my own lore. All right. The background color changed on the thumbnails. Let's go. Woo! Bud Guy is not a friend. Confirmed. True. True. Bud Guy is not a friend. I can confirm that. Yep. Are you mad? I'm so mad, dude. Okay, wait. Okay, we're gonna have to watch it in theater mode. Yep. Nope. That's not unknown. Why? This time, it's because I forget that for some reason, when I put it in full screen, in Firefox only, it, like, freaks out on me if I'm using the Firefox only window. So, I'm going to switch it real quick. Bear with me. Okay. This should hopefully not crash OBS. 3, 2, 1. Okay. I think I've finally figured out the source of that crashing. But we're back. Ah! I love OBS. I love OBS. I hate it when it crashes. But we will start it thanks to the mighty John Forsyth for the timestamp, and the first timestamp is 3:19. And for any of those who are new to the chat, I'm going to be putting in a chat command for you now.
One more to come. The fun and interesting challenge for this evening, as we've been made aware, you guys, being the ridiculously amazing, ridiculous people you are, one of you crafted a challenge for yourself that if we can manage to somehow...
Also, if you are new to the stream, the lovely John Forsyth gives me a nice little timestamps to follow in the Discord. Shameless plug if you're not in there. It's down in the description. So I make sure that I do not miss anything, but also that I actually get through the episodes. Because, as you might have noticed, I take a great focus on talking and providing my own content. I'm not just trying to restream Critical Role stuff. So I pause a lot, which leads to my streams being very long. So most of the time in the range of like 5.5 to 7.5 hours. So we follow the timestamps to make sure that we get everything interesting. I will also be upping the playback speed pretty often, just to make sure that we get through these.
Get to 5,000 subscribers before the end of the show tonight.
Oh yeah, also live chat, not top chat. God, I need to make that an exclamation command. Transformative content. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They will create and send an 8-foot trinket. Like 8-foot tall trinket bear.
Yeah, which is kind of vague. A little.
I like it vague.
I want him to
It's
be
a teddy bear.
Like,
It's a
right
giant.
now.
It's a real
Giant 8-foot
And
teddy.
like maybe it's a pause.
Yeah, we'll probably have to go faster than Monday. It'll probably have to be like 1.25 by default speeding up if we think we can.
Can be on my shoulder the whole time I play.
Oh,
my
he would be a
goodness.
perpetual staple of the set. Like that would be behind you at all times.
Cool, not difficult at all, guys. Totally not difficult at all. Totally cool.
Yes, but we have to get 5,000 subscribers.
So
They get Trojan horse in like a suit that they wear. They can sneak themselves on the stage that way. It's just
I'll get inside of the teddy bear and I'll act out Trinket during the game. Perfect. That's not gonna happen. It might happen.
Yeah, some of the really long CRs we might have to do like a part 1, part 2, but we'll see.
So I mean that's if we hit 5,000 subscribers. So all your friends you know that watch the show who don't subscribe yet, tell them to. If you
5,000
know anyone
down
hasn't seen the show
here.
yet, get them on. Because a giant 8-foot bear would be pretty much the most ridiculous thing ever.
Yeah.
So
Oh, also, if you're new to the stream, we have this nice Orion annoyance counter so that I don't have to stop stream and talk about how annoyed I am every time. I normally give it like a 1-word explanation and tick the counter.
I already tweeted hashtag 8-foot trinket.
Hashtag. And I
8-foot
saw
trinket.
something subs for bears. I saw
Subs
something.
Subs for bears.
Nope,
Subs for
nope.
bears.
Bad idea.
No, bad idea.
Subs for Bears is a whole section of Craig's.
Nice, Hans. Very
First, I
nice.
wanna
So
go
are we, if we look in the chat, are we going to see any Hans, Pawn, and King comments? The longest episode ever is 7 hours. Yeah, that would have to be a part 1, part 2. Narrator, he still stops the stream and talks about it quite a bit. Yeah. It's true. Sub for Bears, the finale of C2 is like 7 hours. Oh my god.
Mine. Just don't do
Or you
that
do.
one.
If that's your
Or a 24-hour stream, that's true, SSH. Some of those long streams I could do on a weekend so that I can actually just do a crazy long stream on my end, but we'll have to see.
thing.
I want to hear that story later.
All right. So.
At least for weeknights, we're keeping it nice and fast.
So yeah, happy to be back from Comic-Con. We had a great panel and a great turnout there. Thank you for those who came and those who watched the panel. If you haven't seen it yet, the panel is available on the Geek and Sundry website. You can watch it. As we all know, last episode we said goodbye temporarily to our fantastic gnome cleric Pike. She's off in New York shooting awesome television shows, but she's here in spirit.
It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, there was a sad Ashley.
Where James Chin activated.
Also, as a reminder, our charity that we run here for the show is to 826LA. 826LA is a fantastic charity that promotes and teaches creative writing to younger kids between the ages of 8 and 16, I think it was. Somewhere in that range.
K through high school.
K through high school.
Just
fantastic
do a
program,
subathon?
and anything you do to help is much appreciated and awesome.
Mr. Dad, unironically, if I got like fired from my job, if I got fired from my job, I probably would do a subathon and just roll Critical Role all the way through. But I do not plan on getting fired from my job at any point.
Awesome. And set coming next week.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, unless I quit because I'm making enough money here, but that will not be for a very long time.
It's so awesome. I had the absolute pleasure of joining Felicia on the latest episode of The Flog. Go check it out. It's back. I love that show. And she wanted to make a neon sign. And she was like, just do a Critical Role sign. Because she's a
Neon
fan
sign.
of the show. She's awesome. She's probably watching right now. Love you, Felicia. Mwah. And, yes,
That's
so
fair,
this was-
Mr. Dad.
This was it, unfortunately.
Wait, do
Yes,
this
are we ready to
together?
do the honors?
Oh my gosh.
Ready?
Ready?
For Vox Machina! Vox Machina!
Pretty epic.
So awesome. So yeah, that's
Fuck
probably
yeah.
going to be up on our set next week.
That's
Blessing us
so
with
awesome.
its rose-colored glow.
Indeed.
So
Yes, thank you so much, Felicia. And go watch
blue and
if
the
you want to
green.
see how we made it. We got this awesome tutorial. It's cool. You can go and learn how to make neon.
Mr. Bud is scheming as we speak. Dude, he would not want me to get fired. I cannot get into the details of my job and my position at all, but it would be terrible for like everyone involved. We do not have enough redundancy at my work. I'll say that. There's not enough coverage. But it's a super cool sign. Very legitimately.
Science yourself.
And it's all sciencey too.
It's all sciencey.
It's
Totally
There's
already
gas
awesome.
involved.
Yeah.
Science.
Like a bunch of-
Krypton.
yeah.
always,
Oh yeah, she breathed
Yeah,
Krypton.
yeah, it was
Her
great.
friendship breathed into Krypton.
That's so sick.
But yes, there we go.
And
I've never had a neon sign ever for anything, but I do think they'd be super fucking cool. Classified megaphone works for the CIA, confirmed. I mean, I work for the federal government. I'll say that.
Say bye-bye to the sign for now.
And a lot of my stuff is like under clearance.
Okay. Sonic Amato is our new winner already. Congratulations, Sonic Amato.
I am way too important to fire. I won't be humble about it.
300 subs.
I am significantly too important
You
to
get nail
fire.
wraps.
You get a bear.
Next timestamp 11/17. Yeah. Fun fact, guys, it's not that hard to work for the government. They have a lot of jobs open. Go to usajobs.gov. Super easy to find a career there. I have a neon Final Fantasy sign. That's so sick. God, now I'm looking back at my leaf wall, and I'm like, some neon running through there would look so tight. Oh, damn. You're behind all the UFO stuff? Dude, I wish my job's so boring. Even working on interesting things is mostly boring. That's why his predictions are always 100% correct. Dude, I'm just saying. I know all the dirty, dark secrets. I works with the aliens or for the aliens. Isn't it the same thing? I said I worked for the federal government already. Don't you know? They're all aliens. Rebrand a lizard man zero.
It's not nearly as funny as Paul Rudd.
Oh, pish posh.
We got another giveaway.
Yeah!
8-foot period.
Oh, great lampshade.
Oh, great lampshade
Dude, yeah, they hit 4761.
is the winner of our next giveaway.
Great lampshade.
Great lampshade with
Congratulations.
for thy mercy.
Player's handbook signed, picture signed, and nail wraps, and a step
Yeah,
closer to John.
that's my entire job, Reese says. I am a red twine supplier. Yes, sir.
For trinkets.
Don't do it. No more.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Are you sad that you will no longer be the tallest member?
Maybe
of
don't
our-
take
our
this
group?
from me.
I feel like we're just delaying starting because we're gonna have to face the fact that Pike isn't with us as soon as we start.
And the
That is-
Scanlan's
there's-
still in the pooper.
A little bit of that.
He's not really.
He's
Yeah,
not
where's
really.
Cameron?
He's shitting on a bed somewhere.
Is he on his way?
He's on his way, yeah.
Okay.
Go
Well,
check.
when he arrives, we'll do this. In the meantime,
Where are you going?
where you going?
He's getting a drink.
Okay. Well then, as Tiberius has an aneurysm and falls to the ground.
I go over and provide very vigorous CPR.
That's what you get, Earl.
No mouth to mouth, just the hand.
Yeah. All right.
That's hilarious.
Make a death save.
Oh, you should grab me and
What?
Josh.
It's fine.
Oh, knees.
I got Scanlan with me.
Like
And-
a trailing fart.
Right.
Like a trailing fart.
That couldn't have worked out better. That couldn't have worked out better.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What?
Asshole.
You like this?
Where you, what does it say? Where you what?
Is that ash
Asshole.
hole or
Where
ass
it
hole?
says-
It's the ass pole.
Asshole. Asp hole.
It's just a bar that I like to go to.
Yeah, sure it is.
It's the ass pole.
And I got shit for talking about bears today. Come on.
No, I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in Iman.
What is going? Is it YouTube? Is it just YouTube or is it me? I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys. I will. Not for me this time. Oh, fuck. It's the aliens. Got his shirt ideas. Well, yeah. I mean, I like the shirt. That's so weird. Maybe it's YouTube. Maybe it's my OBS. I'll have to do some test streams later. Weird.
And we'll find it.
Yeah, we'll find
the
Yeah.
ass pole.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. All right, so let's actually start this game,
Yeah, let's
guys.
do it.
Thank you for being patient with our intro here. We've been gone for 2 weeks. We have a lot to talk about, so thank you for letting us get that out.
Yes.
So,
And thank you all for being patient with my intro.
picking up where we left off, the party completed the venture of taking the Horn of Orcus to a place of safety and
So we're gonna skip recap. If you have seen Critical Role, you probably already know what happens. If you haven't seen Critical Role, welcome. And you can check out my previous streams to see what happened previously.
I rooftop and watch Pike work.
Just for like the next 8 months.
I'd be alright with that.
It's not creepy at all.
Critical Role all of a sudden becomes the greatest grass-watching game of all time. So, as you all stand there, you have to decide your next course of action. You stand in the muddy road, taking in the cold, dusk air as the sun slowly sets to the west. Now, this area of the city has a vastly different feel from the Platinum Sanctuary. In the haste to make it to the ruin, you've passed out of the section that seems to be under Bahamut's watch and into a different area. This area, most of the buildings are reinforced with ruddy iron plates. Plumes of smoke rise up from a handful of heavy smokestacks, and you can see over the rooftops in the distance toward the center of this section what looks like a massive dark red statue of a muscular bearded man.
The beauty of this game is I have no idea what the shit we're going to do right now.
So wait, we're standing outside the place where we just left.
Hey man, I don't wanna. If they haven't seen Critical Role and they're starting right now, they are welcome with open arms. I don't understand their choices, but I'm glad to have them.
Yeah, the ruins of the town.
I also agree. Either the camera quality or the lighting, it's like the slightest bit dark, but I think that overall it looks better on my eyes. So I don't know exactly what happened, but I think it looks better. They needed it live.
So we're essentially standing in the middle of a town being like,
What time
now
is it?
what?
It's dusk. The sun is
Go look at that statue then.
Richard. Really? That's insane, dude. I don't know if you're gaslighting me or not, because that's ludicrous. Oh my god. I'm blown away. The horn seems like a fever dream. Do they even bring up the second one ever? That's half of the reason that I had all of these conspiracies about what was going on, is because they constantly talk about the second horn. Where's the second horn? And they never bring it up again? Oh, man. To be fair, John, Richard kind of asked about that in an earlier stream, if he could say if something doesn't happen again, and I said, use your best judgment. I probably won't be mad. But I'm not mad. That's insane. That's insane that we never see the Horde of Orcus again. Oh, plays the long game could happen in C3. They just tuck it in a corner and never talk about it again. Can you spoil something that never happens? Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Travis mentions it in a recent C3 ep. That's so funny.
I want to see if there's an inscription.
I will have to watch everything, even if it's gaslighting.
All right.
While he's doing that, Scanlan is feeling still just terribly sad about leaving Pike, so overcome with emotion that he must step into the ruins just one last time, just to see the place where she's going to be for the next several months, years.
All right.
And before I do so, I drink one of my potions that I bought from what's his butt?
Gilmore?
Gilmore, the glorious Gilmore. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know how it works, but I'm going to drink it anyway.
Okay, you drink it.
Okay, I drink it. I go inside the ruins and just sort of look around and touch some of the walls and look at the stonework and everything. Just I want to see where she's going to be, so I know she's safe. And overcome with a little bit of verklempt emotion, I shed a single tear.
As you quietly take this moment to yourself amongst the ruins, you can hear the clattering of stonework as the small band of ceremony worshippers are now being helped around by Pike, who's kind of gathered them into a plan as to how to remove and restore portions of the building that are currently visible from the dirt and earth that it's embedded in. Hearing her voice echo through the hall.
I'm like weirdly nervous. I feel like it's gonna be like the potion, like the way that the potion marks where he can scry later is because he involuntarily shits his pants. Like, it's like a legitimate, genuine moment from Scanlan, and I feel like it cannot be this serious for this long.
Way, it's a very
that is D&D
sense.
in a nutshell, Dead King.
You feel a rumbling in your stomach.
I feel uncomfortable. It must be the emotion.
It's probably the emotion.
I find a sort of a side chamber or just a little nook, just somewhere where I can have some privacy.
Okay, you find your way back towards the stairway that leads to the makeshift wooden plank stairway, and there is a small alcove not far from there within the earth wall that looks to be relatively private. There's little to no light, and it does have a view of the current ruin.
I say a little prayer. And I take a big dump on the floor. Well, my stomach was rumbling.
The Temple of Sever.
Mike's probably gonna have to be the one to clean that up.
Sometimes it just affects me. I have weak nerves, and as I'm squatting, I just sort of hum to myself.
No.
Are you invisible?
This is zero pre-watch stream, by the way. Don't worry. If you think I get everything right, they are fucking with me, because I get everything wrong. God. The man don't miss, dude. This is... Would this cause an alignment shift for you, Mega? No! Because nothing in his alignment has shifted. This is Scanlan. This is there's nothing to shift. This is him playing the character. They're all going like, oh no, but none of them are gonna say shit about it in character. Mostly because they don't know about it, but still. Scanlan? Oh, John. Oh no. This is crazy, dude. I honestly think possibly it was going to be something, but because of everything with Orion and him leaving might have caused forgetfulness. Matt has spoken about these issues. Dark Mirror strikes again. Yeah, dude. So I do understand. It's like, oh man, I might have been like bringing up the horn all the time if I wouldn't have known. But honestly, even though that might have been fun, it's probably best for us to let me move on to other conspiracy theories. So that I'm not wasting all of our times on the horn. Oh, something shifted. I think that's fair to say. Past streams that are now not deleted, that are now deleted by Geek and Sundry. Ah, I see. Fair
How
enough.
do I say goodbye to what we almost had?
This is not romantic at all. You know that.
Welcome back, guys. As you finish your business,
I missed you guys so much.
as you finish your business, you step away from the alcove, back to the stairway. The contents of the potion seem to have had some effect, as the remnants of what you leave behind have a very soft blue glowing hue to them.
Magic poop.
I
See,
left a
someone
magic
shat a
dump.
diamond.
Hey,
Do we need to go back to the dump?
Nope, we should leave the dump.
I felt it. This is why I get down on Scanlan, right? If you were there in the early episodes, Scanlan was my target for criticism way more often than Orion. And this is fucking why. Is because I can't take Scanlan's flaws seriously. And no one in the game is going to like legitimately engage with him on it. But I don't know if it's just because of being compared to Orion or because he's probably, I mean, he's legitimately much better, but Scanlan and Sam walk a thin line a lot of the time. He exists in a comedic pocket dimension. He gets a pass. To be fair, the horns were lost to time and space. The reason they had to go get that one is because it was found. As long as it is still lost, no problem. That's a great in-lore explanation, Scott. I still think that it's silly to foreshadow this second horn constantly. Like, you might as well have 8 horns at that time, right? So funny. Who says pooping in and on things is a flaw? I have a question that might spoil things for Mega. Oh, yeah. Fair
Are you
enough.
gonna be able to like see through the dump?
He's covering his face. I think we need the blue. I think we need the blue shit.
Can you cast detect magic on the poo?
Oh, are
It's
we there?
already magical
No,
poo.
we're not
Are
there.
we there? We're not
We're
there.
not there. It's
We're
just
not there.
Scanlan.
So he's just shitting.
He's just leaving it.
So I leave and rejoin my fellows, wiping the tear from my eye and the poo from my bottom.
Yep. I'm a divination
I
wizard.
love you, Ashley.
This is what happens when we don't have any direction.
But what's the purpose of the
Page
potion? To
two.
make your
Well-
poo blue?
So I took a potion that will let me see through my poo
Okay.
and be able to check in on Pike from time to time. I ordered a potion from.
Will she realize that you can see her through the poo?
I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not.
Wouldn't that be great if she just talked to you through the poo?
Why aren't the priests going to shovel that shit up?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. There's the
They're going
poo
to clean
smell.
glowing shit.
As long as some of my cellular remains are there, I might be able to see a little bit into
What's
the room.
cellular?
It's poo.
Oh, little bits. You mean little flakes of poo?
So, for the sake of brevity and story progression here.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you,
And
Matt.
to assuade a 30-minute conversation about Scanlan's excrement. You have to rejoin the party. The sun is now set. The cold air is beginning to really sweep in through the streets. The clouds overhead begin to slowly rumble. What you can hear is distant thunder, and you get the feeling, due to the moisture in the air, you're not too far away from the rain.
SSH, I can legitimately say, actually. I was about to say 0, but then I realized that would have been a lie. Okay, I'll put a caveat. 0 times they have used their own poo to their advantage. Now, I have mentioned before that it is one of my, personal habits and, DM recommendations for map building to always make sure that you include some manner of latrine or bathroom, and they may have mage-handed a bit of fecal particles to their advantage during a party once. But it was one time, and it wasn't even theirs. They didn't even bring up the poo. I brought up the poo. So I think this is 2 times too many for us to narrate him shitting. Maybe, I talked about lines and veils before. Maybe this is one of my veils I didn't know I had.
Yes.
Should we
Oh,
bunk for
my
the night before we head out in the morning?
goodness.
I say we head to the ship.
Wasn't there a guy with the red beard we were supposed to
Oh,
go see?
why would we?
I did want to actually
Yeah, I
read
wanted to wander over to the statue while
inscription on the statue.
Scanlan was,
I feel
Don't
great right now, by the way.
Let's see who the big guy is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
finding some relief in the situation.
Dropping a meaty chud.
Damn it.
Just
Just when I was
magical
starting to like
meaty
you,
chud.
though.
Moving on. Let's go take a look at this statue.
Sure.
Rising. Oh, look at the statue.
I have no illusions that this is going to be a recurring theme.
It's magic poo.
All right, so
Don't change Scanlan, do that.
as you guys make your way through the center of this
I feel
district,
like it's dark now.
yeah, you get the sense that this area is definitely, most of the people that live in this vicinity are a little more rough and tumble than the already pretty rough people who live in Vasselheim from what you've encountered. The buildings themselves all, like I said, have been reinforced by these iron plates, and it looks like there's a very, very heavy trade in metal work, and a lot of the construction of anything metallic appears to be coming through or from this portion of the town. As you approach closer to this statue, it's not just a statue you see, it's actually sitting atop what looks to be a large
Dude.
block.
I saw Hans's comment and it went right over my head. I was like, only the rule of 2s? Like, oh yeah, he's only mentioned it twice. And then it took SSH saying clap, and I was like, wait, clap? What? What am I missing? You've done it again, Hans. You've done it again.
Temple. Unlike the Platinum Sanctuary, which is a very beautiful but simple array, this one has a crenellated top to each one of these walled structures. You can see braziers just blasting flame about every 20 or so feet along the top of it. You can see now as you approach the front of this, there are 2 giant stone doorways with steps to lead up to it, and what looks to be 2 gargantuan war horns that spiral along the sides and then open up outward towards the entire city in front of it. I would ask you guys to make a religion check if you could.
Oh, I got this.
You have better Twitch TV for emotes? I am not aware of this. Is that an extension for YouTube live streaming?
It's been so long.
Natural 20.
Rolled it.
Natural 20.
Yay!
Boom!
Good.
Do I need to roll?
I don't know why, that's so cool.
Oh, no.
Natural
18.
Because we know our
That's
shit.
cool.
So as you guys begin to approach, even in the darkness, you can see the figure that this human.
Poop should be, I'll give you one poop every 30 sessions. I feel like Scanlan he's gone over his poop quota, is what I would say. Which is ultimately not that bad, because we get into, like, the, like, oh, I can't take Scanlan seriously, like, even when he's having these, like, nice moments, whatever, I don't love that as a character, blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, the vibes are good, people are having fun, and that is ultimately what matters in these sorts of things, is that people are having fun with the experience. Now, if that was detracting from the experience for some of them, that would be one thing, but it seems like they are all having a nice time. Is an extension from your browser. You can use it on YouTube. I feel like he's not meeting his poop quota. Yeah, I think he's over it. Oh, John, I think number one was telling you to DM him. I don't think he's in the Discord.
Like, man, barrel chested.
That was just like his general tag.
Massive muscles. Looks almost like iron bracers around his wrists. He is carved from what looks like solid, or sculpted from solid iron, or plates that are put together from some sort of iron initial structure.
Robin, get the fuck out of here.
The beard is long, goes to about mid-chest. He carries in one hand this long, thick, short sword, and most of his furs and leathers about his legs and midsection. You recognize this to be a very...
I mean, I guess I'll do a shameless plug to bridge the gap on this, number one. In my description, in the description for the live stream, there's an invite link to join my, like, Discord server. So that he could find you in there, in the participants list. Join if you want. It's a fun time, and it's about to get even more fun. But yeah. I'm so happy I decided to watch this one. Yeah, you really came in on the good one. It was a lot of, like, serious, like, interpersonal, like, drama talk, and then immediately into Scanlan shitting. This is a great one to really show my brand, show what I'm all about. I swear sometimes there's more constructive and, like, interesting content. I promise. Unironically, one of my favorite episodes so far was Breaching the Emberhold, because we, like, completely redid the Emberhold dungeon during that watch through. It was super fun. If you're not sure on my stream after this one, go check out that episode. That's what I aim for. But also sometimes we goof around and have a silly gaffy time. Oh, man. In the fact that Scanlan has a poop quota. Look, we have to. I have a Blades in the Dark quota. Scanlan needs a poop quota. That's all I'm saying. Lava hallway designs. Lava hallways. It seems like Sam plays his game mainly to make his friends laugh. He makes some adjustments as time goes on, but even today, I don't feel like that's changed a bit. And if that's okay with everyone else at the table, then that's all good. I think a lot of tables, and this goes back to the Orion discussion of, like, if everyone at the table is okay with the tone, even I think it was either Mr. Dad or Number One Mad. We're talking about having a character that has that real main character syndrome that is really going after the spotlight all the time. If people are okay with that, like, if they want to have a Lord of the Rings type experience where, like, Frodo's the main character, but they enjoy being Samwise, that's okay. Like, that's very, very okay. So if they want to have Sam be the comic relief character and not be taken super seriously, and that is all good with all of them, then that's fine. It's just that the tone needs to be consistent, and you don't want to make other people's enjoyment worse or lesser through your decisions. Or at least you want to minimize it where possible. We need a poop counter? No. God. Please, no poop counter.
Very hefty depiction of the deity Cord.
Cord? I admire his beard.
I do agree with that,
Beard
Rob.
worth
How
admiring.
might one
I do
spell
agree with that.
K-O-R-D.
Yeah.
Simple. I like that.
Oh
my God.
Just for me like that? Oh.
He's a god of some sort?
He is indeed.
Tell us of this call.
Better description
Try and
here.
find your notes of this call.
Indeed, I will. Well, Cord is...
Dwarven god?
Not this call.
no, not dwarven.
No man. Human. Human.
Giant
But
bearded
Cord is
man.
essentially a deity of warfare, combat, and storms. a god that has been long worshipped by tribal cultures from long, long past that enjoyed the essence of battle.
Maybe I'll make a counter channel in the Discord. Because I don't want it on screen. I don't even really think I want it in the chat. But maybe I'll put one in the Discord. I'll have to think about it.
And challenge in combat.
Did you say storms, Tiberius? We've got war and combat and storms, is what you said?
Storms, yes.
Good.
Storms and winds.
And quickly, the motif of this section of the town comes into play. This, you assume at this point, is the portion of the city that's dedicated to the Temple of Cord, this being the structure you see before you.
Does it seem to be a central theme across the whole town? Like this town just kind of worships corn or cord?
No, you've only really been to 2 sections. The first
Corn
one,
with a K.
the first one you were brought to was primarily under the worship of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon.
Yes.
Okay.
Get the giggles out.
I know, fair enough.
Get there.
No, it's corn.
Did you look at
Oh,
it?
fried
Did you
chicken.
use your fancy eyes to
I
look
know.
at it?
Well, my question is this a temple or is this some sort of if it is a temple to Cord, is this then a place of battle? Is this somewhere where people go watch battles and fighting? Like a
From the
arena?
exterior, and it is closed off temple, it looks just like a large, blocky, obstinate fortress that is nearly impenetrable from the way it's constructed and reinforced. You don't know what's inside of it.
And there's a big gate or door at the front? Or?
2 large iron doors, about 20 feet tall, that are currently shut. It's about 5 or 6 steps getting up to it.
And it's nighttime.
It is nighttime currently, yes.
Are there any
Horses
any
race
citizens
by.
walking around right now? Or are we alone in the dark?
No, I mean, as it's gotten dusk, it's thinned out a little bit, but there are a few individuals walking by. You can see carrying pickaxes over one shoulder and passing by.
I like to walk up to the nearest one and just ask, yes.
We'll see.
To who?
The nearest
To the
person.
passerby.
You can see the 2 gentlemen.
Excuse me?
One's in his mid-20s. The one that turns to you initially probably looks like a little older than that, like late 30s, grizzled, shaven, but the 5 o'clock shadow's definitely kicked in. Longer, tousled hair, dirt on the face, simple clothing, pickaxe over his shoulder, what looks like a leather belt that carries other tools around.
These are dwarves?
These are sheep.
Oh, keep them.
Dwarves, as we said.
Yes. There's calling.
Excuse me, good sir. My friend over here, the Dragonborn, he seems to think that
Yeah, that is disturbing to me, AKL. I mean, I'm in IT, and I graduated with computer science. I've been digital long before I started DMing digitally. Like, even when I was in person, I was setting up a fucking laptop and an iPad. Like, I was in my phone a lot of the time. Or the real of this is, in the beginning, it was none of those things. It was like an iPad Touch that I had taken photos of my physical pages so that I could easily scroll through them. That's my level of diving into the digital. But I really, I don't know. I've always been a digital guy. I love World Anvil. God, if I could do a World Anvil sponsorship someday. But I've been paying for World Anvil for like 5 years. I've been using OneNote very not exclusively, what's the word? I use OneNote a lot. They have a very high-tech setup now. Matt has a ton of buttons and screens to play with, but also he has paper stacks. Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsor. I do 75% of my D&D stuff on paper and pen with physical books. I really like the interactive experience of doing stuff by hand. I totally get that. I do digital, but I would be forced to overdo it then. Yeah. I don't know. I very much understand the feeling of pen and paper, because I also, like, doing D&D in person has a lot of benefits of, like, seeing the body language of everyone that you're working with on this collaborative story experience, and writing things down physically makes them stick in your brain, and, like, you understand your own world better as a DM. But also, I like my little digital gadgets.
this is some sort of temple or edifice to the god Cord. I just want to know, is he correct?
It's your first time in the braving grounds.
In Dwarvish, I say.
But I do often overdo it. That is my MO.
Oh, they're not dwarves. They're not dwarves.
Oh, no.
You can still say that.
I asked if they were doors.
Yes, absolutely. This is our first time. We literally just rolled in to Vasselheim. What can you tell us of this? It's an impressive structure.
The younger gentleman next to him, similarly dressed, can speak up and he can put his hand up and just goes,
The braving grounds is the area of the city that is built around the...
Also, okay, not to get on my smell horse again, but smells are also a fantastic way to... I talked a lot about how it's a good way to draw on the difference of things that you can't see. So whether that is auras, things in the history of a place, if it's cursed, sanctified, things that the characters might run into in the future, starting to foreshadow things, right? It is a great way to talk about things that you can't see. But it is also a great way. Need a smell counter. Look, dude, I'm just saying, this is a good example of like why I harp on the smell thing. Of like going into like, you can see that the characters or the players immediately asked like, oh, what is this, like a different area? Like, is this like ruled by different people? Like, what's going on here with this big statue? A really easy way to signal a culture shift between two areas is smells. It is also hearing. Like, talking about just the difference in what you see can be very misleading, and people know that it can be very misleading. So even if you talk about like the difference in architecture, like, it's a good way to go about it. But talking about how like the previous area of the city did smell ancient and dusty, but in the same way as a museum. It is clean. It is anesthetized. Anesthetized? It is anesthetic. It almost smells like a medical type of ancient, whereas this is the ancient burning fury of the forge. These are the fires of creation. Yes, there is dust and limestone, but there are also scars that will never stop reeking. I don't know. Like, that sort of thing, like talking about even like the differences in the same smell can be a fantastic way to really foreshadow a difference in the type of people that you're going to meet. I'm always online, but the one time I DM'd a one-shot, I had all my notes handwritten out in a stack in front of me. Still used Roll20, but the encounter notes were good separate from the computer. That's fair. Thumbnail, you writing a giant nose. Maybe someday. I hate making thumbnails, though. If I get a thumbnail maker, I will ask them to make that. I will not get that for years, though. Need a smell counter. What does the smell or smell like? I do use a lot of VTTs, though, because I don't have money to spend on maps and minis. It's a nice way. Like, just being able to rip a JPEG off of Google Images instead of having to buy a mini is a really nice way to spend money. Oh, smells mentioned is a good idea. What would it even say? SSH, right now I'm making like a exclamation point transformative thing. I don't even know what I would say on exclamation point smells mentioned. Channel needs an unnecessary counter, suggestion counter, temperate counter.
The worship of the great God Cord, his protection and strength he
We will
bestows upon
see.
those who live for the sake of challenge, to prove oneself better with each passing day. That is the basis of the braving grounds.
So it's like
It's a coliseum.
battlegrounds?
All right.
It's a community that, when called to battle, can definitely defend
I
itself.
see.
What you see before you,
Okay, I'll look at
he
that.
looks up at the giant structure.
this is called the Trial Forge. This is the oldest known temple to Cord and has been built and rebuilt for many, many hundreds of years.
Hence Forge, right.
And does one need to be a priest or cleric of this faith to challenge oneself? Or can anyone
Worship.
worship?
Anyone's able to worship what deity they wish in this town.
Yeah, but can we worship?
Understanding. You're looking for a tussle. What you're looking for is the crucible.
Yes. What else can you tell us about this crucible?
Crucible's a fighting pit. I mean, there is a sacred arena within the temple, but that's reserved for very, very special occasions. If you're looking to just get your fight on and punch someone in the face, crucible is what you're looking for.
Spits off to the side and points a little ways down the roadway.
I think Crowd wants to go.
Just down that way, you'll see a tavern known as the Bellows Respite.
Bellows Respite.
One of the finer inns you'll find in the Braving Grounds proper, but I take it if you walk that direction, you'll see the crucible before too long.
Have you ever fought in the Crucible?
Me? No. Too busy. Too many people better fighters than me in there. I'll just take to the mines.
Are these battles to the death?
Nah.
Oh.
These are battles of honor. Death belongs in a true war. Mind you, there have been some folks, unfortunately, may have fallen to it.
Also, is this new? Because I just saw Crucible and Grog is salivating, and I looked over and he has this little mini keg. What is that?
In the head
It's
too
a little
hard,
mini
that's
barrel,
understandable.
not keg,
But
barrel.
the purpose of court, at least, is not necessarily to smite your foes, as they've given you damn good reason. Other than that, contest of strength's how we live.
That was a friendly sparring matches, were not?
Oh, yes.
How they live.
And that's this neighborhood of Vasselheim, not the city as a whole, just in these parts?
For the most part, I mean, we have members of ours, our community, they're in bastions and guard the whole city as its own, but tend to keep to our own. Pardon my friend, he's clumsy.
And the other gentleman picks up his tools and is like, sorry.
Do you know, have you been to this crucible often, and if so, is there a champion or a favorite that you've seen or know of?
I've seen people come in and out.
I saw the knives that Liam got. Those were pretty wild. But Taliesin has a pistol. Wow.
Probably best to ask her on the Crucible, to be honest. I've seen some people take some
Yeah, I'm sure, SSH.
serious beatings down there.
I bet.
I haven't kept much attention to it. I haven't the money to sling around it.
The money.
The money.
Wait, it costs money.
You think there's gonna be fights in a pit and no one's betting on it?
Yeah.
Welcome to Vasselheim, my dear.
Gonna be rich.
Assuming we.
You got Grog hears pit fighting, gets excited. Laura hears I said Laura. Vex hears money and gets excited. She's like, wait, what? I thought this was just like sweaty idiots punching each other. There's money involved? Get me in.
It's like I have.
We're gonna be rich.
What if there are two people fighting the town does not know?
I don't know. Take it up with the Crucible.
All right.
How far is the crucible from here?
Keep walking. You'll see it.
We keep walking.
Let's go for a
Let's
walk.
pick
Thank
up
you,
some
Brad.
water. My pleasure. Cord strength to you. And he keeps on walking. Cord strength.
Cord strength to you.
I like where we
No,
are.
core strength. He wants you to
Course.
keep it all-
I see.
no,
Do Pilates.
Sit-ups, crunches.
Core strength to you.
You guys walk beyond the trial forge, back towards the path where you came, kind of off to the side left, and you can see most of the buildings. Their internal lighting is very low. You can see most folks either go to bed at this evening, or at least they keep a very low visual profile from their abodes. However, the lights are blazing from the interior of this 3-story inn. The Bellows Respite is definitely a rowdy place, and you can hear already the shouts and music screaming from the interior of it. You gather that while there are a lot of people inside, you can see at the windows and openings to the inside of the tavern, there is a large group gathered out in.
I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Who was that guy that we were just talking to? This is the first time that they've, like, spent a significant amount of time in a town. Even Iman, it didn't even really feel like they were in a town. They were talking to, like, kings and emperors, and then Gilmore, and then they were at their house. That was like the whole of Iman. So I didn't even really feel like they were in like an actual city. This is like them actually like navigating and walking through a city, which is I'm kind of keying back into my track there. He was just some dude, just a passerby. Okay. So we're back to Craghammer, boys. I do have to pay a little bit more attention now because things are going to be a little bit more subtle. But this gets back into something that I haven't talked about for a long time since Craghammer, which is lore dump NPCs. And I have to commend Matt on personal growth. Because if they had met Steve in Craghammer, they would have been talking to him for another 30 minutes. Like, he would have just been telling them everything that they ever wanted to know about every aspect of it. And eventually, like, he answered a few questions, but eventually he's like, I don't know. You'd have to go talk to them. Which is fantastic. Like, it's okay to have lore dump NPCs, and it's okay for sometimes those to be random people, but they should have a limit of how much lore they are willing to give a random collection of strangers before they get annoyed and just want to go do whatever they're doing. Put some respect on Steve's name. I'm trying to respect Steve's time, dude. They're the ones grabbing him off the street and just expecting him to talk to them forever. Steve doesn't have a wiki page, all right.
The middle of the thoroughfare, just outside of it, looks like a circle of individuals that are all shouting and screaming over each other. Yeah! And big fist pumps to the air. Some folks are angrily throwing, their coin purses to the ground.
So it's
Like a kid getting too close to an amusement park, I take off running.
Grog starts running up, bounding up the way. You can see the actual.
Grog, not too far ahead. Grog.
Okay.
I don't start running, but I'm following behind him, and I take out my keen dagger and just start sort of dancing it across my hand as I follow after.
Look, if I don't know what they're called, I'm down.
Okay.
Casually. I'm strong.
I'm not.
Get Bowie in the glass orb.
Yes, exactly.
I'm walking out following. Is there looking for a registry or something like that?
Actually, as you approach, you can see there is no registry. There is quite literally a pit in the ground. It's a 15, 20-foot dip. It is a carved-out pit. Maybe no more than, I'd say, 25, 30 feet across-ish. And there is no ladder, there is no step going down. There's just two people in there beating the ever-living crap out of each other, and a crowd of people gathered around. You do see what looks to be two very well-dressed gentlemen there in the process of collecting and paying out. And you approach just as the final hit takes to this gentleman's jaw. This tap.
Also, I want to point out that Matt's go-to is a fucking fighting arena. The moment that they are set loose in the city, when they were set loose in Craghammer, they immediately got to an inn, which was also a fighting arena. And now that they are free to go wherever they want in Vasselheim, they immediately make their way to an inn, which is also some sort of fighting arena. Which, to be fair, fighting arenas are cool. I don't even blame Matt for that. But your players will start to pick up on that. And they'll start to make fun of you. And that's not fun. Creating an NPC called Lower Demp? Loar Demp.
Tattooed individual, you can see bloodied in the face, nose broken, teeth knocked out. This poor human fella just gets knocked clean onto the ground. And you can see standing over his body this extremely built, aggressive, looks like another human female with her hair pulled back in a very tight ponytail, just spits in his body.
Man, I'm gonna get there eventually, AKL. My brain is going slow today. I think it's because some players really like it. I mean, you know what? That is completely fair. I think I might just be a little bit more subtle with it of allowing, like, maybe present them with a few options. Right? That was something that I actually talked about last stream in regards to Liam's behavior and how Matt goes about handling that. So rather than just saying like, okay, Liam, you go inside with the rest of them, right? Offer Liam some choices, even if some of those choices are obviously stupid and lame. And in this case, it's actually, honestly, potentially a bit funnier and could make for some interesting RP. If you're like, oh, there's like a nice tavern, a shitty tavern, and the Fighting Pit Tavern. And everyone looks at Grog, and Grog's like, guys, we have to. Right? So but I'm not gonna pick on it too bad, because there's also an aspect of just like zooming ahead to what your players want, so you don't have to waste a bunch of time. There's a bit of both. Gotta placate Grog before he has to possibly endure shopping, right? You know what, Hans? I feel you on that one. Though there wasn't a pit in Amon, I think he gets better with that. Some downtimes are pretty fun and have some different activities. If only you had given Megaphone Man a smell, he might have gotten the joke. I'm just saying, Richard. But Travis is always picking the fights. Look, everywhere. You don't have to give Grog a fighting pit. He'll make one. The world is Grog's fighting pit.
Turns around and wipes the blood from the front of her face, snaps her fingers, and you can see folks bring a ladder and lean it over the side, and she climbs up the ladder as everyone cheers on her way up.
Before we get up to the crowd.
Grog, you missed it. You missed this.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we get up to the crowd, I transform into Minxie. I'm going Minxie, and I pace catch up to Grog.
Okay.
They don't like magic.
Go Minxie.
Oh, they don't like magic.
Do they see me? No. I'm trying to do it stealthily before it happens.
You make a self check if you like. You do know through the discussions that it's arcane magic that seems to be the shunned element of this town.
And that's
as it
natural
is a town of worship, divine magic for the most part seems okay as long as it's not used.
Everyone saw me. It's fine.
Everyone would have seen you if they weren't currently enraptured by the chaos.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do it before we get up to the crowd.
Those that did
and
notice
then
probably didn't seem to care much other than just a giant tiger now walks up to the pit.
Can I grab the nearest person near me,
Poorly but
turn
long-haired.
whoever's shoulder that is, and go, who is she?
As you pull the shoulder around, you can see a rather portly human fellow, balding on top with long, kind of Benjamin Franklin-looking hair. Very nice robes. Turns with his jeweled hands. Says,
Are you new to this town, then, is it?
Yeah, very new.
Oh, that's the siren.
The what?
The siren. The siren.
If me just cook, I can write down the name.
The
instantly.
Siren.
The siren.
I approached and kind of sauntered next to Grog.
all right.
No saying.
The siren.
She's the one you bet on. Trust me on that.
As he walks over to, you can see another one of these gentlemen, very, very well-dressed, hair slicked back.
I'm nervous. Guys, I'm nervous. No, don't take it away from Grog, please. You can take it away from Vex. You can take it away from Percy or Keyleth or Scanlan, but don't take a moment from Grog. No. Okay, be positive. Guys, we're going to be positive. Orion's not going to fuck anything up. It'll all be fine. We're going into this with good vibes, positive vibes. This will be fine.
Tall, thin human in very, very fine purple robes. Collects some people's money, begins giving out a few things. He pulls out a notebook, looks like a small charter that he's in the middle of putting notes in.
So, how would we enter a new fighter into this pit?
Well, actually, that was the last fighter scheduled for
The business manager. She's the treasurer. She's the agent. She's setting people up where they need to be.
evening.
Be a pity not to have one more.
What you wish to fight?
Wish? It's more like an itch. A
He
need.
puts his arm out and the crowd kind of steps back a bit and he takes a good, long head to toe, up and down look at you, kind of walks around from side to side inspecting you. He gets a little bit close and kind of reaches out without even asking and starts grabbing the side of your arms.
What the fuck?
I kind of start.
Oh my god, like he's a horse at the show, at like a cattle show. What's going on?
Start growling a little bit. Kind of.
Oh yeah, watch out.
Okay.
Calm
so
down,
deciding
kitty,
on
calm
Minxie.
down.
Steps back.
Well,
this guy.
it's not too late. What caliber of fighter do you consider yourself?
Caliber? Caliber?
Who do you want to fight?
Who do I want to fight?
Who are the options?
Could he fight anyone?
This is my friend Scanlan. And my
I'm
friend.
more of his manager than his friend, actually. Hi, Scanlan.
Pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine. My brute.
Dude, Scanlan is literally like oh man, I'm trying to think of the good comparison, but he's like the upfront like Wizard of Oz that doesn't actually exist, and then Vex is the guy behind the scene like pulling the levers. Like he's the fake head of the organization, definitely the fall guy. He signed all the papers, and Vex is just coaching him along like, yeah, Scanlan, like sign here. Yeah, no, this isn't tying you to anything. It's just a limited liability company. So we just have to make sure that, if anything goes wrong, only one person's liable for it. Sam is definitely... The thing is, I don't even think that Sam would consider himself the puppet. He's more like Barney Stinson in How I Met Your Mother, where, like, he knows I'm getting paid to do nothing and I'll go to jail for 20 years. if we all go down, right? And then Vex is actually maneuvering everything in the background.
Over here.
If Xanathar's was out, I can totally see Vex multi-classing into Mastermind.
Battle, what are his options?
Yes, this late in the evening.
I'll fight him.
Pay no
Excuse me?
attention.
I
Yeah.
I apologize. If you're going to have someone enter the arena worth betting on, they have to go up against one of our proven fighters first. However, once your friend here gets his face beaten, then you're more than welcome to join him in the ring thereafter.
I haven't laughed so hard in my entire life. Face beaten, he says. Face beaten.
You're mighty confident, aren't you?
It's my middle name. I only have one name. I did.
Yeah, totally, John.
It would be that.
Yeah.
Well, first and foremost, all bets begin at 100 gold pieces.
100 gold, is that all?
Well, you can increase the bet if you like.
I'd love to.
What would you like to bet?
500 gold on this one right here.
Is she the only one betting?
She bets for all of us.
I'll put 1,000 down right now.
She doesn't even know the odds. She's just throwing it in.
That I can be the big guy
You mean
You're
God?
gonna, you
of my own money. Yes.
can't fight him yet.
I can't. Rules are meant to be bent and stretched. Am I right?
You're not going to put your own money down between your friends to fight your friends.
It's a contentious relationship.
I'm not gonna
Only
pay
know
off
each
if you
other a
win.
relatively
His
short
eyes have already
time.
wandered from your faces. 500 gold on the Goliath. Do we hear anything?
Watch her face as Liam announced that. What is this, 3911? Let me see.
Down right now that I can be the big guy
You mean
You're
God?
gonna, you
of my own money. Yes.
can't fight him yet.
She's like, what? We're not going to make any money on this, idiot. I don't care who wins.
Can't. Rules are meant to be
Friends to fight your
relatively
His
short
eyes have already
time.
wandered from your faces. 500 gold on the Goliath. Do we hear anything else?
I've got 100 gold on
Other
me.
individuals kind of step up and start
Oh, I
telling
just
them,
bet
oh,
500 gold.
50 gold.
This
That
is
was 100
bullshit.
gold minimum. 100 gold. Bullshit.
Who is he fighting?
We don't know yet.
We want everybody to
We have to bet before we see the
Yeah, of course.
the
Oh, yeah, we're doing it in the blind, I
meat.
guess.
Unproven fighters with a grandiose sense of self-ability
Remember you said that.
enjoy the surprise.
So, what sort of odds are we talking about then?
For this
Yes.
one, based on your height, reach, strength, and
beauty.
arrogance, I'd put you at 4 to 1 against.
4 to 1.
Okay.
I mean, that's delightful.
He doesn't know that you've beaten up a lot of people.
Don't tell him.
Oh, no. Right. I've got this skull right here. How do you think I got it?
Probably.
Those are fair odds. We can take that.
All right, 500 gold. Is this all I'm hearing?
100 of my own gold on me.
600 gold.
Hold on.
I'll bet 50 gold against him. We have to head.
I don't think Laura has emoted this much in such a short time. Oh my god. I love it. I love it. When you find, you know what, to everyone's point before, like the Thief San Diego, where you were talking about, like, you know, Matt puts the fighting pit front and center in every city because of grog. To a certain point, if you find what engages your players, you should put that in front of them. Like, if you find that money and fighting engage two of your players like nothing else, yeah, fuck it. Why not have one of them in every city? Like, the game is about having fun. Make it make sense, you know, like work it into the setting. It can be a mob thing. It can be a coliseum that is state sponsored. It can be forced labor. Like, it can be like a wild, like Goliath camp sort of deal. You can find lots of ways to skin it differently because people bet everywhere. That's not a problem. But yeah, to a certain point, if they're loving it, keep fucking going. I love how Grog's manager bet against him. Yeah. Oh my god. Richard, how do you do it? 12 gold, 1 electrum. I understand your love of imaginary money.
We have to head.
100 gold is the minimum.
Well, then I can't afford it. I'm sorry.
And to be fair, I did actually talk about this in Craghammer. Fighting pits are amazingly flexible in terms of delivering lore and allowing for our, like, really good and clever RP. Because they are so chaotic. There's room for legal betting or illegal betting. There are so many ways for a stealthy person to fuck around with shit. There are ways for people that want to ask people about, like, lore or about their lives, the vibes of the city. Like, people will talk all the time during a show like this. So it actually really is a great way to introduce your players to a city, maybe just introduce it a tiny bit more nuanced and cleverly, but I think I'm gonna at least half retract my original criticism because they're having a great time and that's kind of what matters. Grog is gonna fight Steve, don't you dare. Quest to capture monsters for a city fighting pits? Yeah.
Are we have to go on me? I've got 90
I don't
gold.
know what that means.
You're gonna get it, bro. You're gonna.
Undead King. You shouldn't have voiced that. I'm not going to engage with you on this subject because it'll be too long and we can save it for a lunch club. I'm going to talk to Restay about Mistborn and Hero of Ages, and I'm gonna pull you in sometime to talk about Electrum, cause
You can do it. I have faith in you.
I'll put 500 gold on the Goliath.
Oh my god, we're gonna lose all our money on God. No, we're not. We're gonna win a lot of money on you.
Last
We're gonna
bets.
lose
Last
money.
bets. Everyone starts putting in their cash. While folks frenzy over, you can see a couple
I'll put
guys.
1,000 on the Goliath.
What?
1,000 gold on
You
the
better
Goliath.
sing a
So
fucking
between
song.
your
Like
cards,
1,000
Sing a
silver.
song.
What?
Doesn't.
It's magic.
Do you use arcane magic?
It's
Do you use
music.
divine magic? Just sing a song, Scanlan.
Yes,
it
yes, you're right.
seems
So quiet,
your
Scanlan.
friends are confident in your ability. Let's hope they can put them.
hell yeah, Flame Lord Echo, and welcome. I mean, it's a really it's so heavily chaotic, whether it's legal, whether it's not, that there are so many opportunities for clever players and clever DMs.
Money. Your mouth is.
I
In my mouth.
It's an expression.
Don't worry.
All right, and he leans
I
back. to his
kind
other
of brush
compatriot.
against Grog,
It's right, mate.
and I cast Stone Skin on him.
Will that show?
But does that show?
No.
Or is it just like a thing?
You cannot cast a spell when you're invisible.
Plus,
That does seem like it would. Also, that seems like it would super duper show.
you did that once, it didn't work out so well.
But as I noticed with the cat doing, I'm standing right next to him, so I do it with my hand instead.
Can you see it?
That.
Never mind. You're on your own.
You got caught with your hand in the cookie
All
jar.
right.
We're doing it.
As you begin casting the spell, immediately the guy says, "You do that one more time, and you're all disqualified from ever."
Told you.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry. I was just.
I mean, that has to be like equivalent to juicing, right? Do you think that they have? Oh, this is so. My mind is expanding now that I've accepted the fighting pit. Oh, it all goes. You could have a like a chaos night or like a magic night where like normally magic is banned, but then like one night a month, full moon type shit, you allow them to have any magical augments they want. It's like if you allowed steroids for one night, one night a month in the brawling pit. It would probably be a lower AC than Grog's normal. I mean, probably, yeah, because Stone Skin, like, you can only have one AC calculation at any given time, and Barbarian Unarmored Defense is pretty fucking good. Welcome to Vasselheim, just don't openly cast arcane magic. You know, I kind of forgot about that, Robin. They did really make a very distinct point of how hated arcane magic was here. Very much a burn the witch type of vibe. And they did just kind of openly go whoop. You know what though? I don't normally accept the like low whiz explanation for a lot of Tiberius / Orion's flaws. This is one where I'll give it to him. This is one where I can maybe understand him being like, well, sure, they don't like it, but I mean, they'd be fine with a little bit here and there. I mean, I'm just casting Stone Skin. It's like a level 1 spell. It's not even like a level 3. I mean, they couldn't care less about a level 1, right? I can give that to a low wisdom character, doing that on purpose. I don't know if it was on purpose, but, not gonna lie, talking about fighting pits is getting my brain going. Oh yeah, an official Coliseum with no magic and a legal one where anything goes. That's good, AKL. Get a cleric on the sidelines that dispels both fighters before they start and heals them afterward. That's great for a state-sanctioned matchup, Hans. That is dope. You have like basically like an airlock, like a sanitization chamber in like a sci-fi movie that like where like the cleric, yeah, dispels magic and then also like heals them afterward. That's very cool. Yeah, I can't be super critical. I would fully forget as well. They've been gone for like 2 weeks, right? So it's been a little while. I'm going to miss your Tibbs impression when the time comes. I'll work it in somewhere. I'll work it in. In 3 years, you'll get to watch Exu Calamity and then finally understand why Vasselheim has a distaste for the arcane. Okay. I am planning on watching XUC eventually. I'm just watching in order. So however long that takes me. And I watch 2 episodes a week. Used to be less, ramping it up to 2. It was like 1.8 episodes a week before. Maybe in the future we'll ramp it up to like 3 or something, or maybe we'll occasionally have like a marathon day or something where I watch a bunch in a row. But for now, it's gonna be in a while before I watch Exu. This is actually the exact kind of detail I'd remember super hard, but I can totally see it's just slipping folks' mind. Yeah. Reminds me of a French relative who had a hard time understanding that for a toll declaration, wine counted as alcohol, but it's not alcohol. It's just wine.
My friend an inventor.
I get that.
You'll be fine.
Do I hear 7 a week, 10 a week? Hey, gotta get a 7 a week, 7 a week, 10 a week. Oh, hey, we got 11 a week, 11 a week. That I hear that. Ooh, 12 a week. Absolutely hate your life and have seen family never again ever. Oh, we can do 14 a week where you also pay to torture me mid-stream for a quarter. Sold to torture streams.
Look at him. He'll be fine.
That was a dumb bit. Sometimes I get halfway into a bit and I'm like, this is gonna be funny. And then I finish it and I'm like, I could have done without that. A Calamity all weekend stream would be an amazing experience. I am starting to think like the 72-hour stream was really cool just for me understanding my own limits. And I could easily do like an all-day stream. Like all-day stream would literally be nothing. So I've been thinking about maybe some like marathon type deals where I watch like 2 episodes in a day or something. Okay, I need to make notes since the stuff for ideas on Combat Pit seems like really good ideas for possibly for a magic buff fight night, and the idea that a healer's on the back to help in case. Dude, Flame Lord Echo, that's why I love the stream. Like that is why like I've watched like before I did the stream, I watched like the first episode of Critical Role, and I was like, oh, this is like kind of interesting, but I just never got into it. But then like watching it with people and being able to have these side conversations during the pause, oh my gosh, it just like I was immediately hooked once people were chatting. I was so hooked. It's so much fun to talk through. You committed to it, which is the important part. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Technically, Exu Calamity would be the first if you're going by timeline. Yeah, but I know that there's spoilers for like regular C stuff. Torture stream when we've reached 500 subs. No. I don't know. I really appreciate it having a week break between Exu Calamity. I've never tried to binge them. The set change would be whiplash. Yeah. We'll have to see. We'll see when it comes. I'm ideating some ways to do more Critical Role without actually upping my like normal schedule. But we'll see. You could do Exu anytime without spoiling anything. There's just one big C1 reference you would miss if you watched before C1E44. Interesting. Between C1 and C2. The set change would be whiplash. Either way, if I can't watch until after 44, we'll talk about it when that time comes.
Yes, I have 2 eyes.
I'm enjoying the ride.
At which point, the other individual kind of whispers into the initial bookie's ear.
Yes, retrieve him, please.
Oh no.
But that's fine. We have a newcomer who is named.
Should I have a fancy name?
Yeah, you should have a fancy fighting name.
Definitely have a fancy.
Philip!
No, that's like opposite of what I said. Philip, the newcomer,
I like it. That's dignity.
has decided to hedge his and his friend's savings. That he, upon what I can only imagine is his first arrival into Vasselheim, to get his face pummeled
Best
by
investment I
our
ever
current standing champion,
Oh shit.
Kern the Hammer.
At which point, the crowd immediately goes quiet and whispering, and everyone goes, at which point, you can see a few individuals now walking over, ushering this man who looks like he just stepped out of the nearby mines. He's got
I agree. Philip, yeah. Philip the newcomer, boy named Sue. I can hear it.
coal dirt in his face. When I say man, it is a 6'6", very visibly half orc.
Also, so this is the current champion. I figured that the who was the super strong lady that they narrated earlier that Grog wrote down the name, which I kind of figured she was the champion. Maybe not. Maybe she's like not the incumbent, but like the second. She's like the runner-up.
Gentleman, built
The Siren, that's right. The
some sort
Siren.
of thick-ass building you've walked past coming through here. Bald head, big bristly mustache, and a face that's obviously...
That is real tough. That is real, like, I don't like you and I want you never to come back energy.
taking a beating over the years. He walks up nonchalantly, just wearing a simple, kind of tattered tunic, leather pants and boots. You see him, like, cracking his fingers. He looks over to the side one of the guys.
Hey, you better pull me out of work for a good reason. Who am I up against?
I envy your facial hair.
I envy your currently unbroken face.
Yeah, that's like someone that like really, really pissed off what's his name? Dana White. And Dana White's like, okay, I know you just joined the UFC. Now go fight. I don't know who the best UFC person is right now, but go and fight Conor McGregor or someone. Just like go fight someone crazy. Godric arrives later. Really, Exu is best seen when we all got to see it, just between C3 and C3, but that's just my opinion. Well, we'll see. Since I can picture now with the combat pit where magic items could be banned, but sneaky players can smuggle in stuff. Love that. But passive magic, like a paladin, would be allowed. There's a lot of shit that you could do with it. Like, you could, if you're a more mechanically driven player, you could even do, like, you could make odds. So, like, say you're a big mechanics driven table, like me. This wouldn't really apply to someone like like Critical Role, but I've had, like, a table where they stayed in the same city for, like, a long, long time in the campaign. And I could really see you working all of these factors into the odds. So you can say, like, oh, yeah, like, anything goes. Do whatever you want. But we're going to, like, make the odds, 5-1, 6-1, what have you, off of basically all the benefits you get. So if there are any racial benefits, if there are passes, if you're using magic items, like, that all just ticks the odds up in your favor. So then you can have these, like, crazy fights that maybe seem unbalanced, but maybe, like, you're going in there with nothing, right? Like, you're not going in there with magic items. You've said you won't use your racial abilities, yada, yada. But either you've smuggled it in, or it's the one thing that you chose to take is something that, like, directly counters your opponent. And that's a whole nother level to this, is whether the fights are scheduled or not. Because if the fights are scheduled, then there's a really interesting subplot here for a rogue or a bard or just anyone that could act as a spy, probably a big charisma or a big dex person, to then figure out your opponent's weaknesses so that you only bring in the minimum you need to so that you can juice the odds in your favor and make more money. There's just there's a lot here that could really, really be done. We want Groon. I don't know that. Fair John, I'm just selfish and want to see him react to good stuff ASAP. That's fair. I hear y'all, but this is a marathon, not a race. Let Mega enjoy the ride. No reason to rust the good stuff. I hear both of y'all. And it's something I think about on the back end, but good things come in time. We'll see. I want a pit that does new themes each weekend or something. Traps, hallucinatory terrain, creatures, hasted fights, throne only, grapple only. I think that's lovely. Especially if your campaign, you don't want to feature dungeons heavily. So I know that this is a thing where a lot of people either don't want to feature dungeons heavily, they don't want to have dungeons that like the players have to move around a lot to. You see this a lot with campaigns like the one I described where there's like a central city, right? And so either you can have a dungeon that maybe is sentient or like it's a Dungeon of the Mad Mage sort of situation where like the dungeon sort of resets itself and like grows stronger. If you've ever read the Dungeonborn series, kind of that sort of vibe. Or you can just not have dungeons at all and you can introduce dungeon-like things. So, like a fighting pit, that occasionally will switch up its theme, switch up its mechanics, switch up the battle arena, where you can essentially present these new and increasing challenges to the players without needing the thematics of a dungeon. And you can still set it solidly within the city and like a single city. And then you can take all of the things of like researching the dungeon to researching the fights. Like you can kind of sideline a lot of that classic dungeon stuff into fighting pit stuff. This can also be done in a like picture a campaign that's set in a sort of setting like the Fall of Rome, where you're having like constant like skirmishes and invasions, where there are no dungeons in your campaign, but there's the threat that at any point you could be hit with like an invasion or a raid or a riot of some kind. And so anywhere you step could turn into a dungeon. The entire city could be going up in flames and Nero's off fiddling, even though I know he didn't fiddle. I know that that's like a whole history myth. And now the city is the mega dungeon. You're trying to escape. There are looters, there are rioters, there are invaders, there are monsters loose because maybe there was some sort of cult. I mean, if you don't want a dungeon, these things that we're talking about are a great way to approach that sort of thing. Feed us, Father, feed us. Give Grog new challenges in the pit each trip to the city. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Like, have it be, like, in your absence, you were dethroned, like, every time. Like, every time he becomes the top dog, someone's been talking shit on him the entire time he was gone. It's all cool. I think we just need to squeeze some BLM somewhere along the way. Ooh, I do want to figure out a way to do that. I might just make it not Critical Role related so that I don't risk spoiling anything Critical Role. I might do like a Brennan Lee Mulligan weekend or something where we like binge one of those shows. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I really do like this idea where they could potentially not be allowed on one day and only fists or claws are only available. I'm really starting to love making the many possibilities. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Destroying cities is always a fun way to progress a campaign. Oh, totally. Yeah, I mean, it's really extreme. And it can be a really great way to either introduce the next tier of threat. So, like, I think that destroying a city is, if it happens on screen, it is best during the transition from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 2 to tier 3. So, like, between, like, 5 and 6 or, like, around, like, 10, 11. Because it's such an easy way to introduce the next tier's threat. So if, you know, the next tier's threat is a rival nation, if it's a cult, if it's, you know, one strong big bad. And the great thing is, during that previous tier, so say like levels 5 to 10, right? You can be foreshadowing all of this. So that can be in the background of whatever is the big challenge, the big arc of like levels 5 to 10. You can be foreshadowing occasionally, like there are growing forces, but no one knows where. You can like narrate like villages being found totally empty and like devoid of people. Like you can start to narrate this and build the tension, and even like right as they defeat the big challenge of tier 2, you hit them with the invasion. You hit them with the invasion that culminates all of this foreshadowing and introduces in real time on screen the villain for the next arc. It's very, very fun. These are great ideas, scribbling furiously. Use that more than I'd like to admit. I mean, it works, Mr. Dad. It works. Or even potentially there could be a moment where a big bad could be seen betting on a person that the party's against, for example, as a possibility for a story-based battle pit. Oh my God. Yeah, if you're having a battle pit, talking about, I mean, even if we want to use a pop culture reference, this exactly what you are talking about. It's not even a fighting pit. It's the Quidditch from Harry Potter. So during one of the Quidditch matches, it is a big point. I don't remember. I want to say it's Prisoner of Azkaban. Wait, Paige would know. Paige, what's the one where they think that Snape is cursing Harry during the Quidditch match? It's the first one? It's just Sorcerer's Stone? Okay, great. Sorcerer's Stone. In Sorcerer's Stone, they see during the Quidditch match that, you know, Snape is like mumbling to himself, and they find out later that he was actually counter cursing, or he was actually like saving Harry and like keeping it from being as bad as it was. But these fighting pits, these arenas, these coliseums, if it's betting, if it is interfering, if it is like bending the rules because it's criminal, like against the party, all of these are fantastic ways to introduce plot points. Yeah, since it can work with foreshadowing where it could be, like I said, the big bad could be looking out for people that could prove a threat to them. Yeah. I mean, this is where a lot of the strongest people, like directly, physically strongest people in the city could be. It could be a combination of he's recruiting henchmen and he's recruiting people who maybe are strong, but maybe are a little bit too goody two-shoes. So maybe there's even a plot point that the characters could discover that he like pays off whoever the head of the battle pit is to actually like introduce a complication midway through that allows for like dirty fighting, right? And so he's paying them to introduce this conversation to see who will take the dirty fighting option. And actually, like, see, like, okay, who's strong and has questionable morals? Like, all of this could be really, really cool foreshadowing. Counter charms versus Quirrell. Yes, exactly. And that's the whole twist. It's, like, not only a plot point, but it's a huge twist that Snape is set up to be the villain or the bad. And then it is actually revealed in a twist later that it's Quirrell the whole time. Snape's Nay 20 counterspell, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a really great avenue for a lot of that.
That's a rule, right? I'm not supposed to kill him? All right.
Kill him. No killing allowed.
The bookie steps forward. No killing, fighting, till one falls.
Don't fall down.
What happens if they start to cry?
Then you keep punching. I like it. No weapons. No arms.
That's such a Philip question. Oh my God. Philip the newcomer, only gotten in fights at the high school football games. He doesn't know anything, but he's trying to be so badass, so serious. He's like, all right, yeah, fight until one of us goes down. But what happens if they cry like a little baby, like all of the other freshmen I've beat up? It sounds like I'm describing Grog poorly. I love Grog. He's my favorite. But I love this character of Philip the Freshman. Dueling until first sob. Yeah, like the group is against a group that cheats by buffing, healing the opponent from watching the seats as the fight continues. Exactly. Yep. There's a ton of options there. Yeah.
Fists against fists, till one of them falls. Lower the ladder.
Oh, God.
As they put the ladder down into the arena, you can see the
It's a good thing.
the ore gentleman
I
pulls
feel
out.
like we need a jaunty tune for this battle.
Your gentleman pulls out a small tank, a small enclosed kind of looks like a wine skin, like an iron wine skin, unscrews it and kind of just drinks it all down.
Who does? Fern the shithead does?
Yeah, puts it down, throws it to the ground, kind of like ting ting ting.
That thing.
Right? Wait, what was in that? Is that wine?
Wasn't that?
What is it customary to drink before a fight?
Oh, it is?
Well, can I have my cask of ale real fast?
I think you can
Lowers
sing him a
himself
donkey
down
song.
the
Wait,
ladder.
do we have,
Sounds
does
like it's
anybody have-
expected.
does
Oh
anybody
my
have
god.
potion?
Okay, I won't keep talking about this too much because I don't want it to be just the entire front half of this episode. What Grog just said right there, right? So we're talking about ways that like sneaky characters could like sneak in magic or sneak in a buff. Either he's like, oh, can I just have my cask of ale for a moment? No, that's too Tiberius. Every time I try to do Grog, I end up doing Tiberius instead. But it's like, can I have my cask of ale? Either his friends and his teams could have snuck a potion into it to give him some sort of buff, or the enemies could poison him without him knowing with some sort of like delayed reaction poison.
Stone Skinner's anything like good?
Not now.
As everyone gathers around, you can now see people are coming back out of the tavern to gather around the outskirts of the crucible. Grog gets lowered down the ladder.
Oh, he's already down?
Oh, God.
Or Grog, what else want to do before you prepare?
I thought we would
What do I want to
get
do
to like.
to prepare?
Oh yeah, if you haven't gone down yet, the other guy has come down the ladder.
Have you gone down yet?
I
Anything else
thought we
you
would
wanna
do a
before you-
Rocky training montage. I mean, this is a great example of what we were talking about with the Orion drama of like Matt is willing to just undo things he said. Like he is willing to fully just be like, "Hey Grog, you're down there now." And then people are like, "Wait, he's down there now? I maybe wanted to do something." And then Matt's like, "Oh, well, if you wanted to do something, never mind. Grog, what do you do to prepare?" Like, Matt's so down to do that. If Orion had wanted to do the telekinesis after the arrow missed, and he had just, like, missed it in the, like, missed his moment in the description, Matt would have let him.
Drink from the.
Big old chug of the cask
Wait,
of ale.
I come over to Grog and
Both would actually be kind of funny. It's like a wild magic surge because this potion has been poisoned.
I look in his eyes and I say,
That'd be funny.
"Listen, you've got this. I can't give you anything else, but you've got this, man." And I also really quickly take out my potion of fire giant strength, and I just sort of slip it to him before he takes a drink of his ale. I don't know if I hand it to him.
Make a stealth check.
Okay.
Sleight of hand, I would say.
What'd you roll?
It falls and breaks on the ground.
Oh, that's a 6. So 8.
All right. As you walk towards him and begin looking in his eyes,
You know, they did say one more thing like that, and you're no fighting ever.
as you begin to pull out the flask, a hand grasps your wrist, and you glance over, and you can see one of the kind of burly human gentlemen that escorted Kern the Hammer in is currently grasping your arm and says,
I'm watching you.
It's
One more try, I'm throwing you in there. We'll go down ourselves.
for my asthma. I promise.
shoves you back away, still clutching it, looks to you, Grog, up in your eyes.
You gonna climb down a fight, or you gonna be a pussy about it?
Oh, hush up, Robin. Stealth is fine. That's why I didn't even pause it for that long.
That's a really good question. I would like to rage.
Absolutely terrible DMing, yeah.
And I jump in the fucking pit.
Leap over the side, completely avoiding the ladder. Both feet hitting the ground with a heavy thud sound. The actual, the pack of dust kicks up around your feet.
Oh, that's hot.
Come on, Philip! Kick his ass!
Go, Philip!
At which point, the other orc finishes crackling his knuckles, kind of wipes the spittle from the edge of his chin, gives you a look, and you can see a bit of foam tossed from the side of his mouth.
Nobody fucks with Phil.
I can smell you from here, Kern.
Go ahead and roll initiative.
That was good.
Also, okay, I've been wanting to say this, but I've been like, no, don't leak, Jack, don't leak. But I'm gonna leak. So last week during housekeeping at the beginning, I said that I've been wanting to increase the amount that you guys can participate in the content. Just, outside of the chat and things. Wanted to increase what we're doing in the Discord. And I'm not gonna leak entirely. I'm gonna foreshadow. But I might foreshadow that there might be more than one reason that fighting pits have been on my mind. And I might have need of several players. Not even just several players, but maybe how many are in the Discord? Like 33 players. We'll see. Fighting pit counters and tree noises. I'm not promising anything. Restay, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not promising timelines. I'm not doing any of that. But
20.
20. Alrighty.
Oh shit! I got 20. Wow. Awesome.
All right. You actually probably would have landed there from the run. First round starts. You're
oh my gosh. Okay, I don't wanna call it out too much, but the moment I mentioned that, I see someone join the Discord. The foreshadowing. Mega on its cult arc. I've always said I would have been in another life with less morals, I would have been a cult leader. Welcome to the Discord. Good to have you. Good to have you. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything else. But I'm also gonna reinforce to everybody. This is why it's important to foreshadow. Everyone gets excited. You get the pump up. Now you just have to deliver as a DM and as a content creator. But I will deliver. Don't worry.
I would like to cast Intimidating Presence on Fern the Fucknut.
Current?
all right.
Kern?
Kern. But it's better if Grog gets it wrong.
He never gets it right. Philip, thank you.
Philip.
The fancy pasta.
Philip. All right. So use your action to use. It was Intimidating Presence.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the DC on that?
Saving throw 13.
13.
The doctor is in.
That will unfortunately not succeed. As you glare at him, you with that angry Philip glare, your bellow echoing through the bottom of this crucible, which in itself forms like a very interesting acoustic amplifying of your yell. You can see
That's
that
your own
Kern on
fault,
the other side
Richard.
is looking at you with the same intense, burning rage.
Wait, that's your whole move?
And you can move if you like.
I'll let him come to me.
Okay.
Oh god.
All right. So as you sit there waiting with your fist at your side, Kern takes his turn. You can see he begins to circle a little bit around you as he begins to spiral about with an unnerving speed, dashes forward, fists come swinging. 1, 2, both strikes coming towards you. That is a 19.
Misses.
Yeah, this is all just like fisticuffs. And that is a 24.
That is.
And as a bonus action, using his rage, a third attack. That is
John, that would be crazy. Also, good point, SSH. Good point. That would be insane if Matt was just like, yep, you're out. Oh, man. I mean, I know some DMs that would have done that, and it fits at some tables, but it would not fit at this table.
21, by the way. Alrighty.
Would you like to use my spiky die?
Don't do it. You got this, Philip.
The first one does 8 points of damage. The second one does 7 points of damage. As one fist clips you across the chin, the other one goes boom right into your abdominals. You're still tensing, you feel the impact, but you just take the sheer weight of the force and just flex and angrily stare him down in return.
Philip, do that thing where you move your pecs up and down.
Give him the magic mic.
That's gonna be a gift. And as you now see Kern prepares for a second bout, it's your turn, Grog. What are you doing?
I would like to go into a frenzy rage.
All right.
And I would like to start with a giant front kick forward and then hammer him down.
All right, go for the first strike.
Guys. Oh no.
Misses. That's a 2.
That's probably gonna miss.
Yep.
Suck. Probably.
That's good. That's 19.
19, that's it.
And that's also 19.
Both hits, yeah. So you go to take the front kick, he dodges to the side. However, you're still using your giant haymaker. The inertia clips him across the face. Go and roll damage.
That is a 16.
This you're not fighting with your axe. This is with your fist. So rolling 1d4 and then half that.
Half that?
Yeah.
You only
Your fist.
get half damage of a D4?
Yeah, but you still like your strength modifier.
What? Is this a hashtag Pathfinder moment? Or I don't know what that is, because that's not 5e. I know. It's either, oh boy. Fuck. Also Pathfinder things. Okay, that makes sense. I was about to grab my rules lawyer tie, but I put it somewhere else. Imagine that I have my rules lawyer monocle. Maybe I'll make rules lawyer glasses. All right, rules lawyering time. For all regular characters, it is 1 plus strength. If you have the Tavern Brawler feature, not including monks. And if you have the Tavern Brawler feature, it is 1d4 plus strength. We demand a tie. Rules lawyer's glasses are perfect. I'm keeping these. And rules lawyer complete.
Potentially have like 100 hit points.
This is gonna be a long
Full
fight.
3 hours of the
6. So it's 4, and then half of that is 2. Plus my modifier is 4, so 6.
Correct. So 6 damage. Alrighty.
And then 4.
Alrighty.
This is what I use for
fists,
my fists.
yeah.
I got big ass fists. I got tattoos and shit on them. I never shower. They fucking stink.
You could do more damage if you just hit him with the die because it's sharp, so you'd actually get more damage with the D4.
Alright. Wait, so your modifier is plus. So it's plus 3 for the modifier? And
This modifier is plus 4.
Okay, and then what'd you roll now?
2 minus 2.
It's been 5 total.
Oh, 5 right now.
There you go. Alright, cool. So you hit him across the face and you hit him with like a side feather to the other side. He comes back, kind of aligns his chin.
true,
And you see he's now stooping in for some sort of an uppercut as he kind of slips to the side a little bit, sidestep. That would be a 20.
That is probably going to be my first big purchase for the stream. I don't know how much they are at Party City, but that'll be the one. Ignore this shit. It's gonna be the barrister's wig, the costumes.
5. A 20.
We need to have. Oh, I need to run like a. What's the rules lawyer's name? Grog's fighting alter ego is Philip. Every random NPC is Steve. What is the barrister's name? What's the rules lawyer's name?
And a 1. So what's your AC?
20.
Alright, so both the first 2 hit. As he comes low for a full-on uppercut, hitting you for...
Mega Brain Man.
It'll be 6 points of damage. Whack under the chin as you're currently reeling from the impact. He crashes down and is going to go for a knee to the middle of your groin. That is another 6 points of damage. Whack! Right in the Philip junk. You instinctively get out from the impact. After that point, he comes up and it looks like he tries to go for some sort of a pile driver grapple, and you instinctively kick off of him, and his third attack is complete.
I'm gonna have to do like a not a poll, but like some sort of suggestion bin or like a Google Forms or something. Hilarious.
It's now your go.
No one fucks with Philip Jr. I would like to bull rush and try and tackle him. And then if it succeeds, I'd like to headbutt him on the ground.
Okay, it's an action to do that, so then you need your bonus action.
I'm gonna take all of these. Have you guys seen I think it's D20 Questers or maybe it's D&D Shorts. It's one of the big D&D channels has been doing like a subclass battle through the community tab of like, oh, like which one wins this one. I'll do a bracket for all of the names. I'll just go back and read your guys' chats. Everything that's in the chat, I'll put it head to head in a bracket, and we'll see which one gets out on top.
Dude,
we only get 2 attacks, right?
You only get 1 attack for this. It's an action to grapple.
Okay.
Expertise in chicanery.
So, go ahead and roll athletics check.
Whoa. Oh, that's even better. 22.
22. Yeah, you slam into him, knock him to the ground, and you're now...
I mean, fair enough, Reese. I'll slow it down to 1.5.
On top of him, he's currently considered grappled, and you can go ahead.
I mean, I think that there's a really interesting part about narrating a combatant that is just doing fisticuffs and they're basically like wrestling or pit fighting. It's a lot, I think it's a lot easier to describe that as a DM because it's a much easier to understand how you're losing HP to punches, but it's kind of weird. And I've talked about this before, how HP is sort of weird when you get into like daggers and swords and axes. And so there's a lot more creative freedom that DMs have when it's this sort of like fisticuffs sort of deal. It's one of the reasons that I'm always sad. I every time they put out new subclasses, I'm like, where is the pugilist fighter? Which I know is like kind of the monk, but I don't want a monk. I've also thought about like the thug rogue, some sort of subclass to really tap into this style of combat. I think would be so cool.
And attempt your headbutt.
Say hi, boosh! Yes! That's a lot. 24.
24, yeah, definitely. So go ahead and roll damage on the same 1d4.
1d4, it's my head!
Yeah.
Your head is so puny.
It had tattoos on it.
Okay.
You took down a giant with that head.
Oh, 1.5 plus my strength, right?
So if it's 3 or 4, it's considered 2.
Right, okay,
So 6?
6.
All right. So as you tackle him to the ground, he's like, ugh! He's trying to pull you off. You reach up, wham! Just slam your forehead directly into the center of his face. As you pull back, you can already see the blood streak off the front of your head as his nose is smushed even further into his kind of gnarled facade. As you pull back, instead of in pain, he's laughing. As it comes to his turn, he's not trying to break grapple. He's going to reach up and grab you and attempt to headbutt you in return.
I like it, I like it.
That's going to be a 21.
Oh my gosh, it keeps hitting you.
A 23.
Yep.
And a 19.
No, yeah.
All right, that's 7 damage. So a total of 13 damage.
Okay.
As he reaches up and slams you again.
Oh, wait, you're saying that I did a sigil? Uh-oh. Pugilist? What is it? Is it like the dog? I thought it was pugilist. Is it pugilist? I feel like I've heard both, but I've always said pugilist. They've got a real squished face from all the punching, you know? It's like a pug. Oh, he's doing D4 to represent the 1 to 2 range, right? It's pugilist. Pugilist. That is super cute, too. Pugilist, thank you. I don't know. I didn't think it was actually because of the dog breed, but I don't know. I thought it was pug, like thug. They're called pugs? Are they? Who calls them pugs? I thought that was what people called PewDiePie. Call them pugs. Oh, no.
He goes to slam you a third time, and you catch his head in the middle of your mitt, and he's now face to face with you, just like, and you guys are both snarling at each other like two rabid beasts. It's your go.
I would like to keep his head right where I have it and take my elbow and drive it down into the bridge of his nose.
Okay.
This is what you have seen in D&D.
So that's 25.
25 hits.
Yeah, his face is all swished. He can't really breathe very well.
17.
17 does miss. Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll damage for the next 2 strikes.
This thing again?
Yep.
6.
6 already.
It's hard to get above a 6.
Dude, now I'm just thinking that I need to make a shifter fighter that whose tag is the pugilist.
6.
6, nice. So as you hold him down,
That's
his
what I
face,
need to
wham! Head goes, cracks against the ground of the crucible. So he starts picking his head up again. You just reel back again, wham! Hit him a second time. This time you can see now what his nose was already busted before. Now it's nearly concave. It's like he didn't have a nose before, and there's just a bloody void where it once was.
Who's laughing now, bitch?
He's still smiling in a weird, twisted way. This is me enjoying this almost as much as you do. You go down for the third one, and this time he reaches.
Dude, the other fun thing about a DM describing this, and this is just a thing in general if you're in a high magic setting where healing is relatively available, you can describe some pretty brutal shit, like talking about like the void where his nose used to be. Like, that person is not existing tomorrow, but you can describe it because, you know, there's healing and shit. Battle Master could be good. Yeah, I feel that.
Up and grabs your elbow. He's going to take his turn to attempt to break grapple as his action. Go ahead and roll either an athletics or an acrobatics check.
12.
12. All right, he kicks you up back onto your feet, and as he does, he kip ups onto his feet as well. Looks at you with a smile, kind of wipes the snot and blood from the front of his face, licks it off his hand, and with that same hand, he rears back, almost like he's winding up for a punch, and then just kicks you right in the center of your stomach. Damn it.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
It's 22. Yeah, that'll hit. Jesus. That is 8 points of damage.
Whoa.
Is this guy a battle master?
What's up, Corn?
That ends his turn now. You're up, Rob. You're both now standing face to face again. You're reeling from the kick to the breadbasket.
Oh, you hit me with the knuckle you fucking licked. So I'd like to jump forward and throw my knee forward in the last minute, pull it back, and throw my fist in the
All right, go ahead and roll.
Yes, fuck you. 19.
19 just barely hits.
Then I'll follow it over with left, right, boom, boom.
Go for it.
Are you still raging? 21. Oh, yeah, frenzied, so I get 3. And 22.
All hit.
Standing. Watch me roll 6.
Should we do something? Have an ale.
Oh.
I do like the money.
I feel like we should do something. 16 total.
Nice.
He's got this.
Whack, whack. Well, first jump.
I will say, so one minor critique I would have to this is that, and this is a general critique outside of the context of like a fighting pit or what have you. Solo activities can get repetitive, especially if they are naturally repetitive. So watching two dudes beat the shit out of each other, like, you can narratively make it very interesting, which I think Matt is doing very well. But at the end of the day, Grog's rolling 1d4s over and over and over again. He's rolling d20s, 1d4s, d20s, 1d4s. Like, it's a bit repetitive for him. It's a bit repetitive for the other members of the party. So bringing it back to what we have talked about with the fighting pits and how much opportunity there is within the chaos, this is where I might, like, every, like, maybe 2 turns, like 2, like, full turns. So it's like Grog goes, guy goes, Grog goes, guy goes. Zoom out to what the party's doing during that 12 seconds, maybe you can even, like, abstract it to where, like, oh, like, Grog, you and him are still going. Like, maybe you end the second turn with one of you, like, getting it into, like, a headlock and you're, like, struggling to get out of it. And you let the party, like, do, like, one action. You say, like, hey, guys, you have, like, one thing you can do. What do you want to do? And they all go around kind of like a combat, but it's not. So they just have, like, one action within this larger turn-based scene. The reason I thought about this is because I have done this before, but I've never had a good analog for it. It's really kind of, like, weird to describe to people. But if you've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, this is very much like when your people, if you split the party and part of your party's in combat, and then you put the rest of your party into turn-based, so that, like, the rest of the environment doesn't move, or so that they can do stuff as well. It's very much like that. And maybe you don't, you do, like, a different time scale where it's like, okay, like, I know that normally in combat you guys would get, one action per round, but we're not doing that. We're not messing around with bonus actions. Just tell me, like, an out of combat thing that you would like to do. Whether it's pick someone's pocket, mess with the fight, talk to somebody, whatever. And if they don't have anything to do, they can just feel free to pass. But then if they do have something that they want to do, then they can start doing it, and it makes the scene feel more alive. You can narrate the crowd, the environment, dare I say it, the smells. and it's just a great time overall. So I do really like how Matt is narrating the fight, but the very nature of it being this repeated, repetitive thing can make it difficult and stale even with the best narration.
Hit him in the face as he kind of stumbles backward. You use the inertia to slam him again with the same fist in the face, and then turn around with a full-on haymaker to the side of the temple. Whack! As you can see, there's a spray of blood spill across. You guys are trying to push towards the back wall of the crucible, and he actually staggers back a little bit towards the wall from the impact. And he charges towards you, putting his head right towards the stomach that he kicked before, kind of going for that same soft spot he's opening for himself. That's going to be a 20. Yeah, it hits. 21. Yep. And 21. Comes in, slams you into the middle of your abdomen for 7 damage.
Hopefully they've confirmed. I either Matt's, like, doing the damage halving calculation, or hopefully Travis is halving the damage. I hope.
Should I sing?
8 damage, and then an additional 7. So it'd be 15, 22 points of damage. As he slams his head into your midsection, picks you up over his head, slams.
And, okay, one additional caveat, critique to this is even Battle Arena, or even Battle Pit, battle arenas can be interesting. They don't have to be blank white circles, which is what this is. You can have handholds on the walls that they can even just, like, within the fiction. Maybe they don't mechanically do anything, but the players can use them somehow. As well as you can have things outside of the battle arena that could maybe impact the battle arena. So I know this is a modern example, but give some sort of like a sprinkler system. So it's like something that maybe would affect both combatants that people outside of the arena might be able to trigger. So maybe there is some sort of sprinkler system that you can trigger, and it, like, douses the arena, and that gives some sort of change, like passive effect to both combatants to spice up the combat halfway through. A lot of these things can be worked into the scenery to not only make the combat more interesting, but also to give the out-of-combat people something to do. I want to say, and I can't remember exactly, that since they're both raging, he's just having them do full damage to speed things up. Might be remembering wrong. Oh, is he raging? I got the impression that this was a fighter, that this was like a Battlemaster fighter. Maybe with, like, unarmed fighting style. Although I don't think unarmed fighting style was in until Tasha's, so probably not. Interesting. That could be restay. I mean, that would be a great way to speed things up if you did have 2 barbarians. Now they're both raging. Okay. I mean, yeah, that would be a good way to speed things up.
As you're on the ground, he just runs up and soccer ball kicks you in the side of your ribs. Just whack! You hear a crack as the impact hits, and you can feel that surging, shooting, burning pain begin to fill the side of your torso. It's your go.
But this is especially what I'm talking about is like, okay, so they're both raging. It's a mirror match essentially. And I think that within mirror matches, I like to give my players something, whether it's in the arena, outside of the arena, some additional factor that they can use somehow. So even like a chandelier that they can swing on, or a box that they can try to like shove the person into and like get them stuck or something. I don't know. Like something along these lines where they can come up with some sort of creative play. Because you can see Travis right now. He is like, what do I do? What do I do? Because hitting and doing the damage doesn't feel like it's progressing, even though the right answer in terms of the puzzle that Matt has presented is probably just to keep whacking. Maybe a morale bonus system with the party trying to hype the crowd. Hans, that's a great idea. Yeah, if that works into like the 1 action per however many rounds of the combat. Yeah, for someone to do performance. So even though Scanlan can't directly give him bardic inspiration, maybe he can give someone else bardic inspiration. Like Orion could give someone thaumaturgy. Like you can work that in and then, yeah, have a morale system for, okay, maybe with this morale system, it helps you shrug off a little bit of extra damage. You take a passive -1. Work in a little bit of something. Yeah, the battle pit could have an environmental effect. For example, like some areas could be concerned rough terrain, where there could be an interesting idea with the battle pit. Yeah, especially if you're really into making maps, like making battle maps for these sorts of things, then making certain areas rough terrain. The only thing I would hesitate away from in that specifically, like making certain areas kind of like passively different, is if you're doing it theater of the mind, like Matt is currently doing. It takes you want to provide items or like very specific like passives, or be like, oh, it's on the north side of the arena, right? You want to be able to refer to it in terms of like abstract concepts and thoughts. Whereas like if you make a certain, you could just say the northern half is rough terrain. Like that's totally fine. But yeah, I mean, those sorts of things, just even if it doesn't actually matter all that much, it makes the player feel like they can do something. I think that basically all of the pit fights get better and better as the show goes on, as is the case with basically all aspects of CR. Yeah, that does not surprise me in the slightest. I can imagine. And yeah, I will turn it up to 1.75 for now at least.
From the stands.
You can throw some dirt in his face.
From the stands, I turn to a portly gentleman next to me and I say, "Sir, do you see what?"
Okay, exactly what Laura just said. You can throw some dirt in his face. I would not have considered that an option if I'm Travis. It's kind of always an option, right? But even something as simple as narrating as the DM that the arena's floor is hard-packed dirt, but there is a lot of loose sand and dust that is constantly being kicked up as you fight. That is like a small, that's basically flavor. But it can maybe push your person in a certain direction. So just heavily even flavoring your battle arenas can really help them feel more interactive. Pocket sand, yeah.
That fucking little elf said about your mother? He called her name I can't even repeat.
Wait, what are we talking? Which elf?
From the stands, I turn to a portly gentleman next to me and I say, "Sir, do you see what that fucking little elf said about your mother?" He called her name I can't even repeat. I'm so sorry. I'm not getting any of this.
Go ahead and make a deception check.
Yes.
Oh god.
18.
kind of looks down at you and looks over at the elephants.
With skate ramps? Fuck yeah, dude. We're having fucking battle skating. I love it.
Oh, do it.
Dude, oh my god, that sounds like such a fun theme. If they're like, the local artificers guild has this new invention that they want us to test out, and they hand it out to the combatants, and it's roller skates that give you 60 feet of movement, but only on the track, and they give you 15 feet of movement off the track. Oh, and then you can have like shortcuts, you can have easy elevation changes, you can have jumps. Oh, that's money, John. We call it roller derby, yeah, battle derby. I don't know.
I got too much money on this right now.
Asshole.
I roll up off of my side and I start to go, I don't know, it might be too much. I grab a handful of dirt and I throw it up into his face.
Ah, all right. RPO style, I like it. All right, so as you go ahead and just roll a basic attack.
Thank you, God. 26.
6, make a dexterity saving throw. No, that won't work. So you throw the dirt up as he's kind of rushing towards you to fall from the attack. The dirt goes streaming into his eyes, and for a second he kind of stumbles and kind of starts trying to wipe his face. As he does, he has the blood in his hands are also getting in his eyes. The blood's starting to kick up a little.
There's a blind condition. Are we gonna use it?
Then he starts just kind of reaching out in the area. So that's your first attack.
Oh, just because, I feel like we have a kinship, I'll take my foot and I throw it right up into his grundle, just sucker kick the shit out of his nuts.
Go ahead and roll an attack. You have advantage on this curve. Can't see you coming. 25. Go ahead and roll damage.
And you see, okay, this is something right here. He rolled a 23 just last turn. He rolled a 23, or maybe it was a 21. Either way, it was above 20. He knew that it was going to hit, but he was like sad about it. He was like, oh, I don't know what to. It's a 21. It's good. It hits. But he's in like the kind of this, like, what do I do? What do I do? And then the moment that he does something creative, like the moment that something creative happens, now he's still just rolling to attack. He's just rolling the D20s with the D4s, but now he's so psyched. He's so pumped. And that's what like spicing up the combat can do.
Oh, no, I have 2, right?
Only 2,
yeah, 10.
All right.
That was
So
not 10, baby. That was,
Yes, it
That was
was.
11. The first one was 5.
Halved?
Yeah, it
6?
was 5. That's 11.
11.
Okay, maybe he's a little bit more sad than I thought, but he was psyched for the moment.
Maybe. If you're gonna do grundle damage, so as he's reeling and tries to reach out, swiping a back fist into open air, you rush up and just whack, hit him with sheer force that you hear a unanimous "oh" in the crowd all around echo down. His knees immediately kind of bend in towards each other, and the sound escaped instinctively from his as you roll for your second strike, which is going to be what's the second one you do? Or is you just
Did he drop to his knees?
No, he's still standing, but barely.
Oh, really? Yeah, same place.
You pull back and whack a second time in the same spot, this sending him onto the ground from behind. He is currently prone. Okay, that's rough.
I'm literally trying to see him cough testicle.
Well, regardless of what happens, it's going to be a search. We're in a scouting party to find one of them win. So
I do like that Undead King.
Gets up and wipes the dirt and crust from his eyes, reeling from the impact. Uses half his movement to get up and staggers towards you as you're just going to welcome him in. Looks up at you for a second and says, "You shouldn't have done that, tall guy." At which point he goes and just lunges for your midsection a second time. Misses with that strike. As you dodge out of the way, he spins around and attempts to back kick you to the torso. That will hit with a 26. And that one is going to do. That's going to be 6 points of damage to you. Okay. A back kick. And as his foot comes down, he's still kind of reaching for his goy from the sheer pain. He just rushes forward and attempts to bite into your shoulder. That's going to be a 20.
You rolled a 20?
No, not an actual 20, just a total of 20. Total of 20. That's going to be 7 damage as he sinks his teeth into the side of your shoulder and neck area and tears a chunk of your flesh out about the size of his mouth now in the muscle. So you're like, you go back in pain, and you're both kind of clutching this kind of gladiatorial grip. It's your go.
Oh, amazing. Since we're clutching that grip, I'll grab him back and I'm going to try and bite his nose off.
Wait, does he have no nose? Dig in there.
Oh, he's missing a hollow, right?
It's like mashed in. You have to really get, like, you're going to have to, like, chicken, buy that.
I'll just aim for this area, and if I catch lip, I'll take it as a victory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So gross.
Yes, fuck. Make it line. I'm driving. Okay, 21.
That hits.
Are we part of the audience?
20.
Heckle him?
Yeah.
20.
Go, Philip!
And 24.
All hit.
Come on, Phil!
So as you reach forward for the pain, you use the yellow pain to turn it into attack. Reach forward and bite into the front of his face. You don't get any nose, but you do catch the top of his lip. As you pull back, the snapping sound. The upper lip just comes off in your mouth. How much damage did that do?
Don't spit it out.
Is this souvenir?
Also, I'm pretty sure that Orion said something annoying there, but he said it so fast that I couldn't hear it on the 1.75, and that's probably for the best.
The first one is 6.
6 damage. All right. What's your follow-up?
Would you say that he reaches back for his face like that in pain?
Oh, he rears up with his hand right there, and it's like, oh.
Fantastic. I'd like to just drive my fist into his throat as his head starts back.
All right. Go ahead and leave it on that.
Yes. 5.
5, all right.
You know what I love about these fights? It's just beautiful. The beauty of the human body.
His legs pouring on the front of his face and throat. You clip right in the center of his throat. You hear the coughing sound as you, with his other hand, reaches up and grabs his throat. You can now see his front teeth visible. The lip, it's no longer there. And what's your third strike?
Would you say that he bends forward then because he's grabbing his throat like that?
He's tough. He's bending forward. He's not like completely incapacitated.
Right, I would say I go up next to him and invoke a fabled hero that I heard about in the woods named Macho Man Randy Savage. And I double tap my elbow and drive it down on top of his head.
All right, as you go roll damage on this one.
Thank you. 6.
Yeah, 6. So as you leap up, using the Goliath weight coming down, you double tap the elbow and bring it down on top of his head. He, from the sheer force of it, wham, slams down, face first, into the dirt, just like that. On the ground. He's looking kind of rough.
I believe that's pronounced Machoman Ran Savage.
There you are, a gracious warrior of the woods. While on the ground, he reaches forward and attempts to sweep your legs out from under you. Go ahead and make, this could be an acrobatics.
yeah.
I mean, it's a dexterity saving throw. Why not?
Why not?
10. Whoosh, pulls your legs out from under you, whoosh, slam onto your back. As he leaps up on top of you immediately, and with both his fists in the air and slams him down towards your face. That's going to be a 22.
Jeez. What?
22 to hit. You take 6 points of damage.
Okay. 22 points of damage.
And 23 to hit. It's going to be an additional 8 points of damage.
Oh man!
Just whoosh, once down on your face. With a second slam, poof, right down in the front of the face again. You can taste all the irony blood and liquid kind of pouring through your sinuses down into the back of your throat as you're currently on the ground with him on top of you. You're both looking pretty rough. What are you at hit point wise?
I say, tastes like home, and I spit in his face and reach up and thunderclap both of his ears.
All right, go ahead and roll for a
Same.
24.
hits.
Nice. 17.
17 does not hit.
22.
22 does hit. So you reach up. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh yeah, right.
Whack, thunderclap the side of both his ears.
6.
6 points of damage. As he rears back and then sinking his hands go up and try and grab at your wrists. You pull.
Something that I love that they're doing that I haven't addressed is that they are just abstracting his multi-attack to allow for more creative description, because narrating 3 attacks every turn makes it feel even more repetitive. So just saying like, yeah, roll for 3 and then just like roll the damage all together, and that's how much damage whatever maneuver you're doing does. He's actually not really doing it for the other fighter, but he is doing it for Grog, which is probably the important part. But I love it of like, oh yeah, he just thunderclaps, but it's all this damage because of the multi-attack.
The wrist back, and he's holding you from that point. You attempt to go for another strike, but he just redirects it with his own arms. You manage to pull out of the grip with a third strike. What are you doing for that one?
Oh, never mind. That's not what they're doing. Fuck me. All right, never mind. I think that's cool, what I said. If you want to abstract that within the narrative and make all of the stuff feel more powerful, like single strike type stuff, especially when the combat is so narrative like this combat, feel free to do that. Never mind, I'll just rip.
Away from my wrists, and I'll just give him a little of the same. Put my fist together and just swing straight down into his solar plexus since he's sitting on top of me.
Roll damage.
5.
5. When you hit and hear the wind out of him from the impact.
And especially when you have people with multi-attack, it can speed up the combat as well. Like, yeah, you have to roll 3 like rolls to hit, but then you just roll all your damage dice and add all your modifiers all at once.
Trying to get the wind back as he
Okay,
he pushes off your chest to stand up for a second and gets one big inhale of air, and as he does, he just reaches up his leg and then kind of tries to curb stop kick you right into the stomach while you're still on the ground. That will be a 18.
Misses!
All right. A 19.
Misses!
And that will be a 24.
You son of a bitch!
All right. So he goes kick you once and you dodge out of the way. Kick a second time. This time you catch the foot and kind of hold it in place. He then lifts up with his other foot to a point where now you're kind of holding him in the air as he puts all his weight in the air. He comes down and slams his elbow right into the center of your chest, kind of in the way you did to his head earlier.
Right.
That's gonna be for a total of 8 points of damage.
Okay.
I take the flagon of ale that I've been drinking all
8
the time.
points. 8 points.
8 points.
I slam it down on the ground and push my sister out of the way and yell at the top of my lungs, Grog! Your father was an undead piece of shit, and your cousin's gonna make you his bitch!
There's not enough popcorn in the world for this.
I know. I was like,
I'd like to reach forward with both of my thumbs and shove him into his fucking eye sockets.
oh my god.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh my god.
Woo! Yes!
Fuck!
Oh no, you distracted him.
12. That's better. 22.
Okay, so as you reach up to try to get his eyes, he grasps your hands and instead kind of begins pulling back on the wrist. You can feel the tension of the bone beginning to bend from the sheer strength and force of it. As you pull back your arms, you attempt to headbutt him again, and he dodges his head out of the way, and he knows he has you in an advantageous position. What do you want your third attack to be?
He's still on top of me, isn't he?
Yeah. Where are you at point wise, by the way?
18.
You have 18 hit
He's
points.
looking pretty rough too.
Yeah.
So my third attack be?
That's like all I have total.
Would you say he's on my chest?
He's currently like on your chest and waist area right now, just like holding you down.
I'm trying to grapple him, but I'll just tickle him. If he's on my chest, I'll use my thighs to shove him up towards the upper part of my body, and I'll just drive down my elbow at the same time.
Okay.
Into that whole bloody target area.
Okay. As you shift upward, you bring your elbow forward. Go ahead and roll for attack.
Totally should take a look.
No, you rolled 3 already. That's right. Yeah, the last one. Oh, yeah. So 6 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. As you position him up, you whack, the elbow hits, and you can feel it sink in. Like, what bones are there are mostly splintered and broken, and you get a good inch into his face with your
What up, Darklight Mike?
elbow. As you pull back, he's looking really
I don't know what the fuck is about. Welcome.
rough. One of his eyes is kind of beginning to swell entirely shut, and the other one looks like a
rock
rock
movie
shot.
right now.
It's, yeah,
Okay.
this is a full-on drag-out fight.
I must break you.
He angrily looks at you, and he reaches both of his hands up again in a giant hammer fashion.
Bullshit.
That's going to be a 17,
Miss.
a 20.
This is also a second for me to point out the concept of Matt having to out of like fiction say he's looking pretty rough. It's not anything bad. It's not anything huge. But this is, I would say, a recommendation of mine. Is I like to work those into the descriptions. So Matt is going for a lot of flavor, a lot of fun, like moments. But what is? Shut the fuck up, Richard. But like the idea of his nose getting caved in really early, right? That setting the precedent, like that was when he was still like very early in his HP pool. And so that set the precedent that it's going to be kind of hard to tell where he is at HP wise. I like to do it much more explicitly. Like I like to really try and base my narration on the HP values so that the players get a really good sense of how far they are into the combat. Because otherwise, you get into this situation where Travis is like, man, I have like barely any health. I don't know what to do. He's like really racking his brain. And you, as the DM, not the narrator of this story, have to then go, don't worry, he's looking pretty rough too. I know that I have to tell you that out of game because I've been narrating how rough he looks the entire time. So it's a really small thing. Like I don't want to be too hard on Matt. His narration during this fight has been fucking so much fun. But I do think that if you can make it fun while also making it a clearer scale, that lets the players know where they stand a lot better and helps them accelerate into the finish rather than having them decelerate and get a little skittish towards the end.
And a 15.
Oh my
It goes
god.
down, wham! As it hits, you manage to like take the punch bit in the shoulder. The second hit comes down and slams you for 8 points of damage. Wham! This one actually you can feel the sternum crack. As you bring to the fist for a third time, tending to end this, you use your leverage you have and you push him up to then actually spring your entire body upward and force him off of you. He manages to get to his feet and you just get up. And you both are just bleeding from all over your faces with giant bruises and you both are just kind of barely holding yourselves up.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about like this barbarian pit fight sort of style, you start with bruises, you start with bruises, bloody, like small cuts. You can talk about the bloody knuckles. Like Matt has a lot of that, but then he would occasionally do like the much more extreme stuff of like, oh, his nose is fucking caved in. And that kind of muddies the scale a little bit, Like, Matt has been getting more extreme with it, but he's also been, like, throwing in, like, a wildly extreme one occasionally that kind of muddies the water, or taking it, like, really not extreme occasionally, which also muddies things. So, my basic rule of thumb is that before half HP, you don't see blood. That is my general rule of thumb with all damage in D&D. Because there's a concept from, it's either 3.5 or 4E, called Bloodied. And they took it out for 5E, and I'm so sad, because Bloodied was so cool. Which was essentially just, after the monster, or what have you, was below half HP, they might unlock a new ability, or something might change. And I take that concept into my narration. So I talk about them getting tired, them getting bruised, sore, twisting ankles, like all things like that. And then my players know when they see blood, that means that they are bloodied. I also used to be a little bit more explicit with my players. Towards the end, I tried to get a little bit more narrative, but I also told my players that at any point they can just ask me if the person is bloodied. But I try to be narrative about it when I can. And then as they go to like a quarter health, we start talking about broken ribs. We start talking about chunks of skin getting taken off, like grievous injuries that are going to, that could be not necessarily slept off, but could be like bandaged and dealt with. And then below quarter HP is where, like, maybe not the leg is like torn off, but it's like you like hear a snap in his leg. Like you're not sure if it's broken, but he's starting to have trouble walking on it. You see a large gash in his side where you think you might see more than just muscle. Things like that.
I want to rush at him, tickle him, spin on my knuckles, swing back, and at the last second.
Also, was this a how do you want to do this? Fuck. Did I pause it right on a how do you want to do this?
The punch bit in the shoulder. The second hit comes down and slams you for 8 points of damage. Wham! This one actually can feel the sternum crack. As you bring to the fist for a third time, attempting to end this, you use your leverage you have and you push him up to then actually spring your entire body upward and force him off of you. He manages to get to his feet and you just get up. And you both are just bleeding from all over your faces with giant bruises and you both are just kind of barely holding yourselves up. Breathing heavily. It's your go.
I want to rush at him, tickle him, spin on my knuckles, swing back, and at the last second take my right foot and drive it right through his kneecap.
For attack.
Yes, 24.
24 hits.
Yes. 22.
22.
19?
19 just barely hits. All right, so as you run forward, bring your leg up, whack, you hit the side of the knee, roll damage.
Come on, roll good.
5.
Okay.
6.
All right.
6.
All right, and what are the attacks you do?
I want to drive my foot through his kneecap, right? If that's successful. He's obviously got to go down.
He's still standing on the other leg, but the knee is cracked behind.
Oh, that's amazing. I'll just put my foot through his other knee.
As you jump on the other one, whack, it catches the knee, it doesn't snap, but you can see there's a bend to it, and then he falls to the ground.
Yeah, this is quarter HP left shit. That's what I'm saying is Matt is kind of doing the sliding scale that I'm talking about, but he was throwing in fun stuff. Like, I won't lie. He was throwing in some really fun narration, but it does muddy the water.
On both of his busted knees, now looking up at you. And with the third strike, what are you going to do?
I'd like to grab his head, since he's probably kneeling on the ground at this point, right? And say, there's only room for one to rage in this pit. And I take it and I just smash into the top of his jaw, hopefully dislocating the bloody lipless face that I see.
So disgusting.
Okay, so,
Wait, is he an orc?
half orc.
Half orc, does he got those big teeth?
The little tusks there, yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab onto those.
They're kind of small to pull,
we'll stick with the
but you slam down in his face, you see the jaw kind of crack open, the tongue kind of instinctively moves around a little bit, the jaw is definitely broken from the impact.
It's like a dance. It's like a beautiful dance.
You can see that blow should have taken him out because there was nothing left.
He's like the Black Knight in Monty Python, he's got no
his body
knees!
goes like limp for a brief second.
Oh my god, but he's got
And
that.
you see that half orc rage kicks in.
gets
That half orc blood. You can see him now rally up for one final round of vengeance against you, Grog. Reaches up and grabs you by the throat and brings you up to slam into his head. This is going to be a 21, a 17,
Miss.
and a 22. So grabs you, slams into your head with the first strike. That's going to be 6 points of damage. Boom into the face. You can feel like the shock, the white light in your eyes as the impact smashes in you. He goes to do it a second time. This time you instinctively reach down with your hands and push his face away. You can feel the fading from sheer impact as he pushes you up onto your feet again. You step back and he takes a moment to look at you. With his missing lip, his bashed in nose, the eye swollen shut, his both knees kind of messed up. Respect. And he runs forward and with one heaping haymaker just whack takes you in the face with a cracking sound for 6 points of damage.
No.
With a resounding crack, Grog's head spins, his body turning. He stumbles a couple of steps, falls to one knee,
No.
face down in the dirt, unconscious.
Where's his last little piece?
Do you
The
have
whole
last
crowd raises and cheers as the mostly broken half-orc raises one of his fists to the air, walks around, looks over to your body, reaches into his pocket and flicks a gold coin on your back, walks over to the ladder, and begins very painfully making his way up to the edge of the crucible.
Yeah, 'cause he's only using his
Damn. That's tough. That is a tough loss. Done in by the half-orc nature. Yeah, done in by that relentless endurance. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't want to rules lawyer Grog right now. I don't want to kick him while he's down. But I don't remember him using Stone's endurance ever. I totally forgot about it until he talked about the orc's relentless endurance. I totally forgot about Stone's endurance. But, I don't think he ever used it, which may have been the difference. He totally forgot about it. No, that would have been the difference. Fuck, that's so tough. Oh, you've met Philip. I have met Philip. Me and Philip are good buds. I was thinking about that. Grog could have used it, man. That would have been crazy. And this is why, okay, I will reference this moment as part of some advice that I gave last episode. And advice I've touched on a couple of times that I feel confident about, but that I think is a little bit controversial. There's been a lot of times with Matt and Ashley Johnson where she has tried to do something very, very creative with her spiritual weapon. And Matt almost always like DM fiats it in the moment. Like he comes up with like basically like a new stat block for like what it does every single time. It's like, oh, it's a net. It can go over multiple people and it's like a contested grapple. Like he's always off the doming it. And while I think that's okay, like I'm not against DMs like modifying spells in the moment to fit what their players want. I was saying that as general DM advice, especially for newer players, you probably shouldn't. You should probably try and stick to the rules and remind them of the rules and get them into this solid framework. Because for newer players, sometimes they have that one mechanic that they just don't know well enough. And part of your job as a new DM, or as a new DM, especially if you know the rules relatively well, like maybe you've played before, is to help shepherd them through learning the rules. And like still like rule of cooling it when it makes sense and when it is good. But you want to try and have them learn like the basics of their stuff. And especially, it's so tough. I saw him like look up the orc stat block, and I'm conflicted here because I am a proponent of like players should know their stuff, players should know their features, but I'm more understanding and I'm more on the side of like help your newer players through it, like help Grog through it, remind him that he has these things. I don't know if Matt even remembered. He likely didn't. But it's so sad to see him have a feature, have a mechanic that could have done it. And it would have been so cool. It's like the orc uses relentless endurance. I use stone's endurance. And it's like, you know, the orc has that like last line. And stone's endurance could have been narrated so perfectly about fucking catching the fist as your Goliath, as your tattoos like glow with like a gray light. Oh, it's like right there, but he doesn't remember it. It's so tough. I was thinking, I can't believe Philip lost. I'm so sad. I know. F's in chat for Philip. I think Travis comments about this later. I can't say much, but a pretty meaningful moment in C1 for Grog. Rip Party Gold. But better for them to make the mistake in this type of combat rather than in a life and death combat. Oh, certainly. No, yeah, no argument there. But yeah, so it's and it's hard as Matt there. It's like in the moment, do you remind them? Does that undercut the victory if you had to remind them about this mechanic? This is also why I don't mind having experienced players or more like rules lawyery type of players at the table when there are new players, because I think that feels a little cheap coming from the DM. Like if Matt had reminded him about Stone's endurance in that moment, but if another player reminds him about it, that is like a swelling of like, wait, what? And like that kind of like works for the narrative. So it's one of the reasons that like I don't, especially at tables with new players, I don't really discourage rules lawyering at all. I don't like, you know, like super like lean super hard into it, but I don't. I mean, in general, I try not to be too hard on it. It's only if it like brings down the vibes.
He's got no knees, douche.
Getting up to the top, the crowd cheers. You can now see one of the bookies reveals a holy symbol, one that you recognize as the symbol of Cord, and goes down in there immediately administering healing to our recently unconscious Grog. You can see the other bookie, who is dressed similarly in the kind of purplish robes you saw before, also begins to heal our
oh, yeah. Fair enough, John.
Our good fighting half-orc friend as he kind of lumps over and takes his sack of coins from him. The clerics of Cord are the ones actually running this, it looks like. Bastards. You come to, in the pit, Grog, beaten, wearied, and fatigued because of your frenzied rage. However, you have been defeated in the Crucible.
Oh, that was painful.
That was so close.
I go down and nurse his head, hold him, and I just tell him, Grog, you won.
I mean, this is, to John's point, it is good for the players to lose. It is very good for the players to not win everything, and it is good to have those types of losses outside of, like you said, John, life or death scenarios. And it's good for you to work it in as a narrative moment. But feels sad. Multiple things can be true at the same time.
Deception roll.
Oh my god.
16.
I would say, given the circumstances, it's nice that he's trying. But it's been a while since you've invested in one-on-one combat, and a part of you is deeply hurt by it. But at the same time, there is that burning fire, that need to come back, and eventually tear him down from his precipice when you're ready.
I say nothing.
Oh, but
This is the first time you've been knocked unconscious.
It's too bad Pike has death roll because he left us. That would have been great.
I go up and rub on him and, meow, meow.
As you're being
Do you want to fight
tended to
anybody?
by your party,
I'll fight you,
the same bookie that brought you in comes over and
I've
claps
got
you on the shoulder and
sorcerer,
says,
very powerful.
I'm not going to lie.
Probably kill you.
No one has taken a beating from the hammer like that and brought him so close. I don't think he's going to be able to take another round with you for at least a few days. But you're welcome to fight in my ring anytime you wish.
We need to earn our money back.
yeah, you can certainly do a silver lining here. Like I think Matt is handling it well. Yeah, this could give Philip a redemption arc. Like there's a lot of narrative material. Like losing is not bad at all. Man. And it's good for the campaign to have these lows that are like purely flavor, purely like just for this player. Like it's like to have these like, oh, breath out of the room that are not like super high stakes. I think a lot of times people get lost in like high stakes narrative arcs, save the world type shit. And it is really fun to have really sad moments that are tied to relatively like low stakes shit. Do we get a Rocky montage now? We better.
There is that, yes. Or you could just give it to us.
I'll walk away.
Is there a whorehouse here in Hasselheim?
You're asking this question.
We don't mean to
yes.
move the money.
Curious look comes across the bookie's face and says,
Don't put on that red light.
the third floor of the Bellows, what do they call it again? Bellows Respite. Sorry, I was in the moment. The third floor of the Bellows Respite does itself run as a brothel, if that's what you're inquiring.
That is what I was inquiring about.
Come on, Grog, we'll get you ice cream.
We'll get you ice cream, Grog. And a whore. How's that sound?
Cold stone?
Grog, you can eat the ice cream from the hall.
Oh, Tiberius, really?
I'm trying to be
Really?
creative here. Make him feel good. I don't know. Fireworks. Prestidigitation.
All right. Grog, as you make your way into the tavern, there is...
Okay.
This is also what we've talked about, like patterns of behavior, the difference between like a player feeling something and a character feeling something. Like Travis has more than earned my benefit of the doubt. And I like trust that he is acting as the character. If Orion was doing this right now, like acting like Travis / Grog is acting, I would be upping the annoyance counter. Which, I mean, this just goes to like kind of reinforce like the trust that you have to establish to really be vulnerable during a role-playing game. And that you, in order to have these really awesome character moments, like this is great for Grog. He's pushing everyone away. He wants to be by himself. He's normally, the loudest voice in the room and they can't even get a word out of him. Like, this is amazing. And it is only possible because Travis has played so well up to this point. A critter made a search engine that finds words from episode transcripts, and I just put in Stone's endurance in it. Let me say, it's interesting. Won't say more. Huh. But yeah, Travis is such a good player. He really is, man. Like this is just, it's not making other people feel awkward. which is a huge difference because they know that Travis Willingham, like, maybe he's a little sad, like, as a player, but he's good sad, right? He's like the sad that you get out of like a sad movie. Like, he's not pissed, he's not annoyed, he's not upset, he's sad. And so it puts the room and the other players into a melancholy, but like a camaraderie melancholy, right? Like, you can have negative emotions that are like sadness at the table, in the players, in the characters, but like frustration and like the upset that Orion displays a lot are the things that really actually disrupt play and are really kind of negative towards the play. This is great.
Though in your solemn state, you can see a number of the patrons who are watching from the inside or part of the crowd all kind of give a round of applause to you.
Yeah, Forrest Gump said, yeah, that, yeah, that's a good way to put it, Richard.
You enter the barkeep, who turns to you, a human fellow who's missing one eye, has a kind of tough.
Yeah, totally. Like, I agree with what you're saying, San Diego. Yeah, and he's not taking it out on the other players in any way. Like, Grog, the character, is pushing the other characters away. And Travis, the player, is very quiet, but none of this makes it feel like he's mad at Matt, which is a very big difference. It doesn't feel like he's mad at Matt about the loss. He's just sad because a sad thing happened, and that's okay.
Spotty beard and happily extends a large tankard of ale and says, "On the house for you, friend. You fought well tonight."
I like your beard.
I take 5 of my remaining gold and slide it over to that bartender and say, just keep it coming. All night, please. Thanks.
We'll deliver to the room. By the way, what room are you staying in?
Oh, do we have a room? We would love one of
The
those.
3rd floor, I believe.
For some of us,
I don't think
not
he's
all
going to
of
want
us.
to partake tonight.
Might have problems.
Oh, he's chugging.
The rest of
His son is chugging.
the rest of you, how many rooms you taking?
Oh,
3 amongst you?
Three.
Should do.
3 rooms for the night. That'll be
Plus a stable for our bear.
I'll
No,
sleep
our bear will
outside.
stay in the room with us girls.
Well, it looked like rain, right? I'll be out there with the pigs.
No,
It's okay. No, it's okay. He needs to stew in this for a little.
your room's on the house, friend. The rest of you, that'll be 6 gold for the evening.
I'll stay in your room, Grog.
I don't think he wants company.
No, he can sleep outside with the pigs. I'll stay in the free room.
Oh, great.
So it's gold from that. All right, so mark off your losses for the money you put in for the pot.
Where do I mark off my loss in pride?
That's fine.
That would be under additional note.
Right there on the page.
I almost won.
Damn it. Almost.
What did he have? That orc piece of shit? He had what that made him come back?
He had
It's,
orc.
it's a half-orc racial ability that the first time they drop to 0 hit points, they can instead choose to be at 1 hit point. They can only do that once per day.
He had one left.
You brought him to -5 on that final hit, but that half-orc racial ability.
That's even worse.
Grog, if it's any consolation,
What's that mean?
It's a grouping
Not-
of stars in the sky.
as I had no idea that weapons weren't allowed in there, if you and I had fight, you would have beaten me into a bloody base.
Well, you weren't serious, were you? I thought you were being funny. Oh.
There's a lot of injured pride tonight.
Guys, we've had a really emotional day. Can we just sleep?
I found it to be very entertaining.
Hey, does anyone want to come to my room and look through my shit and see how pipe?
You know what? I try to draw this distinction a lot because I think that a lot of times people use low stats to justify shitty behavior. I think this is fun. I talked about it earlier in the episode of like, oh yeah, like that's actual low whiz shit. This is actually low whiz shit. He waited. He let Grog like have his moments, and now other players are getting involved as well, and he's saying in character, insensitive, not getting the situation, not reading the room type stuff. But Orion is very clearly reading the room. He very clearly knows what's going on, and he is making jokes as Tiberius not reading the room. So yeah, I like to give credit where it is due, especially since I don't let him use that excuse for other behavior.
Doing?
Oh, yes!
Yeah.
Let's look through your shit!
Yes. Pike would have been proud of you, Grog.
Thank you. And if there had been weapons, I'd be in deep shit.
I'm gonna go to my room.
I go to that chicken.
I'll be at the bar.
Okay.
Yep.
Rob, come on.
As you take
That's not even chicken. That's just a piece of wood.
And yet it doesn't stop him as he bite by bite makes his way through the piece of driftwood he found by the bar.
I slap down another 5 gold to the bartender and say, I've asked for that bar, Stewart.
Thank you.
I had no idea
Put
Rob
a,
was
put a little salt on it.
Which the bar still.
We are an hour and a half in with absolutely no ticks. That's crazy. To be fair, it was focused on Grog for like 20 of those minutes, but he would have found a way normally. The OAC is lonely this episode. It is.
By the way, have kind of a thick, crusty wool on them, so there's a unique flavor to the piece you've chewed through.
Frying on this chicken is exquisite.
As you all take your evening of rest in your respective rooms, Grog, eating and drinking away your worries until eventually you are unable to make conversation, you sloppily make your way to the 3rd floor to a room in the brothel that has been prepared and waiting for you, paid for by
Not me.
by the Bella's Respite, and you find yourself sloppily disappointing a woman until you pass out in your own sorrow. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in about.
Oh, no. Poor Grog. Poor Grog. I gotta find the next timestamp. Timestamp. 1:40.
10 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll just. Why am I scrolling? 1:40.
It is her people's inherent duty to protect.
Happy-go-lucky.
Listen
Well,
to Travis.
dangerous. I can't help but show
Always.
my true scales every now and then. But overall, I think I'm quite friendly for a dragonborn.
All right. So as morning comes to the rest.
All right. So they took their break. I'm gonna take my quick break. As always. Oh my gosh! Speak of a command we need. We need a hydrate or dihydrate command. We're gonna take a bit of a break. Go get some water. Get some I don't know, pee. Yeah, it's bio break time. Let's see. I will be right back. Oh, and also for the new people here, I'm talking with nothing on cam. Hello. For the new people here, drinking water is one of the number one best things that you can do for your health. That is mostly free, depending on where you live. So instead of soda, drink this. Or if you do drink soda, just drink a bottle with the soda. That's what I do a lot. But people are chronically dehydrated across the world. Drink more water. Now I'm leaving. I have returned. I am back, I am back, I am back. Watch Listen to Travis. He had a fun bit. Oh, wait. He had a fun bit as he was leaving? Oh, no. I must see the fun bits. The fun bits and bobs. Wait.
Disappointing a woman until you pass out in your own sorrow. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes, guys. Right after Overlord has a few...
He's so upset. He's really upset.
I've never seen him this upset.
Yeah, isn't it weird when
So,
people get upset when
he's definitely not a challenge for
Weird, I
Overlord
guess.
status anymore.
Dude, I don't even think this is what you were talking about, but Orion just saying that is crazy.
I've never seen him this upset.
Yeah, isn't it weird when
So,
people get upset when
he's definitely not...
Oh, wait, fuck. I just realized that you guys can't see it. Fuck. I was watching it.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes, guys. Right after Overlord has a few...
He's so upset. He's really upset.
I've never seen him this upset.
Yeah, isn't it weird when
So,
people get upset when
he's definitely not a challenge for Overlord.
Fucking the camera cut. Oh, and the AOC gets triggered. Let's go. I cannot. You have not earned. We've not gotten over it, Orion. It's not like this is something that like you used to do and we're like cool with it now. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. It's Bio Break. Being able to laugh along with everyone at your character just underlines some major differences. Oh yeah. Thanks. I actually need it right now. Yeah, fuck yeah. Wata. Of course, the guy who works for the government wants us to drink water. That's what they want us to do. You're so right. You're so right. Makes me travel. Makes me chuckle. Oh, Flame Lord. Travis is absolutely my favorite. I love him. So with the intro stuff in the first half, we had 1 hour, 16 minutes of stuff that took us from 5:30 to 8:55. The second half is 150 of D&D. Okay, I'm going to try to pause less. We'll try. Travis is being fun upset. What did Orion say? Orion said...
I've never seen him this upset.
Right here. You can see it on the subtitle. Yeah, isn't it weird when other people get upset? But he's saying it like it's like, oh yeah, like it's so weird. Like when other people get upset, you guys are fine with it. But when I get upset, everyone jumps down my throat. Like that's very much the tone I'm getting from this.
He's so upset. He's really upset.
I've never seen him this upset.
Yeah, isn't it weird when
So,
people get upset when
he's definitely not...
Woof. That's a rough one. I don't have a complicated opinion. That one's tough. All right. So we're gonna get forward to 1:40:47, and we're gonna tick it up as long as I can still understand everything. We're gonna tick it to 1.5. X for at least the first little bit to make sure we can actually get through this.
Get back to the game, so we have a lot to do tonight. So, all right. So as morning comes to, the rest of you wake up. The first thought, of course, being the heartache for your friend Grog, who is not in any of the rooms.
The heartache for our lost money.
And more the money probably for Vex. But as you wake up, Grog is nowhere to be found in your rooms. Of course, he wandered off to presumably the third floor.
Is that a euphemism?
It can be.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, third floor.
I'm still in Minxie form. I slept in Minxie form. I'm gonna go just look for him. See if I can find him in any of the rooms on the third floor.
Okay.
get outta here.
A giant white saber-toothed tiger wandering the interior.
I'm allergic to cats.
Does set off a few minds. I mean, a armored bear being escorted is one thing, but a lone saber-toothed tiger. As soon as you make your way through the hallway, you can see one of the patrons.
Oh, completely, John. Yeah. Yup. That is why the AOC got ticked.
He goes and pulls his blade out. He's like, help! Help! There's a tiger! There's a tiger in the end!
Why does this always always happen to me.
Hearing the yelling, I run up the stairs and say, "Has anyone seen a oh, there you are. Come on. Snibbles, come on. Go back downstairs."
You keep that thing on Elisa.
I roll over.
Sorry.
It's liable to kill someone.
Chews through her rope all the time. Come on.
I roll over on my back, and I'm like those cats you see on YouTube who hate being on leashes.
Just drag.
Just dragging.
I started want to go on. Tell me.
Oh, it goes back in his room, closes the door.
I'm pretty sure you just
At about this time, you hear a
There's 8 of them on each side.
heavy footfall. A second heavy footfall. A third heavy footfall. And from around the corner of the staircase, descending from the 3rd floor, you see a very hungover and expressionless Grog squinting and making his way down.
Morning, big guy. Have fun last night?
Oh God, you're not gonna puke, are you?
No, I never.
Here.
Oh.
I never puke.
Do you need some breakfast or ale or?
What food? Food?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm good.
All right.
I think you need an ale.
Little hair of the dog. Yeah.
No, that
Yeah.
sounds like a plan.
All right.
You guys head down. The rest of you manage to eventually wake and make your way down to the tavern where Grog is already in the process of consuming his liquid breakfast.
Hold on. I haven't come out of the room yet, right?
Not until you want to.
So I do. I see Grog going, drinking his thing. I use my mage hand. I whack the ale out of his hand.
Oh, your tankard goes flying out of your hand, ting, ting, on the ground. It spills across the front.
I'll make my way down to the thing and I tell the bartender, give this warrior water. This might be your problem, Grog. You lost for a reason, and you're a warrior.
Yes, but he's named after beer.
Don't. I know that. I'm just saying.
And you are what you eat.
I cast invincibility.
Various vanishes. The barkeep hands over a big mug of clear water and sets it in front of Grog.
Oh, this is a very special beer.
Should take a
That's,
picture.
that's the water that was requested by your friend who disappeared.
Water?
It's like an episode of the
It'll get you
80s.
super, super, super drunk.
Can you feel it? You can feel it, right? You can totally feel it.
It's pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Well, keep it coming.
Yeah.
Meals are ordered. You guys are fed as per your purchase of the evening's in stay. Your meal's still covered by the tavern. Eventually, you find yourselves full, and about, say, roughly
This
10,
is
11 in the morning,
weird.
Libby.
I'm no longer minxy to eat breakfast with my friends.
Oh.
Oh, hi.
Hi, good to see you, Keelan.
Are you a dwarf again?
No. I should talk to more
Sounds like
dwarfs
one.
before I try to. Yeah.
Hey,
I was a little
friendships.
racist.
I was a little
What's,
racist.
I was a little racist.
Yeah, I
Remind
admit
me, what was on our plate? What's on our
Well,
plate?
we have multiple things we can be doing. We can go meet Keyleth's druid family in the mountains, right? Fire, brimstone,
Oh,
stuff
the
like
fire
that.
jugglers, yeah.
We have a lot of money waiting for us.
Slightly less. No.
But then we have to get back on the airship
In
to go
Craghammer,
get it,
yes,
right?
but there is 25,000 gold waiting for us, so that's always an option.
And the braving grounds, we could see if they need any, since I lost us a lot of money.
Well, have some clear beer.
Okay.
Clear beer.
We can see if they need any work for hire, going out and being strong.
I feel it very hard to leave Pike behind in this city. We're really going to leave and go to Craghammer.
Well, we don't have to. I don't want to go yet. We traveled several days here. Well, when you're in the side of the country, I should probably go. Do the things I was set out to do.
And plus, we have the poo cell phone.
Right. Good job, Scanlan.
It's more of a poo walkie-talkie.
I don't know what either of those things are.
Just know that there's poo involved.
Does the poop talk like my earring? Because that I
Yes,
understand.
it's like a poop earring.
It's like a poop earring. Why didn't you say that in the first place?
Not really.
You talk through it. Or
No.
No?
You see through it.
Hashtag poop earring.
So yes, there's multiple things.
Well, multiple things. There's just go back to Craghammer and get money, or go where
Braving
Keyleth
grounds.
wants to
Hell,
go.
we can look at work here. We can go back to Bahamut, see if they want to.
Keyleth's got family. We can visit her
That's what
family.
I'm talking about. Yes.
Alright,
Fire,
I guess we should
brimstone,
set out that
volcanoes,
way.
druids.
Keyleth, do you have an opinion?
I mean, I guess if you guys don't have anything else to do, yeah, we can.
How far are they from here?
I'm not sure. We'd have to start asking around. They're kind of remote. We're kind of, secluded people. Secrety.
It's like a poop earring telescope, sort of. You don't talk through it, you see through it. So it's like a poop earring telescope. A telescopic poop earring? There's something there.
We're a little secrety. Yeah, and we haven't heard.
It's like the little emoji that's like the curly cube, but it's also like a Russian nesting doll. That's how it's like telescopic. And so it's like for like people with gauges where like they start with like just the tip of the poop earring in, and then as their gauge gets wider, they can like go to like a deeper area in the in the telescoping poop earring. I'm not getting on board with the poop.
Clarify.
Stop
Haven't talked to them in a long time, so I hope they're nice. I mean, I'm sure they're. That's
Family stuff can be tricky.
It seems a shame to have a family, not take advantage of it.
Right.
What's family for, other than to take advantage of?
To hit, to kiss, to...
To kiss?
What?
You kiss your family?
Yeah, I'm a Goliath. What about it?
Things about Goliaths I didn't.
Goliaths are very affectionate.
The world has a good effect on him.
You feel drawn to your parents, though. Do you want to go?
I have to go. I don't have a choice.
Then we should go.
Okay? I just don't want to inconvenience anybody, you know.
Inconvenience, schminconvenience.
Oh, is that Dwarvish?
Yes, it's actually Underdog. I'm
Oh,
fluent.
Oh, wait, that was
How far is the
Dwarvish?
airship? Stop.
Inconvenience.
Yes.
Your accent's
Okay.
amazing.
What is all this? What is all this in the chat? No, how does he do it? No batting of thousands. Oh, it's okay when Scanlan uses poop in new and creative ways, but the moment Megaphone Man does it, now we're not on board.
I'm trying to work on learning more Dwarvish inconvenience. Okay.
I have a question for you, Vax. The Braving Ground.
No,
Would it be to our
SSH.
benefit to collect maybe
Come
some
on.
coin and practice our fighting before we go to the maybe friendly fire jugglers village?
You want to go back in there?
Not
fresh.
not in the crucible. Don't rub my face in it. Not in the crucible. To the Braving Grounds.
The chat is turning on me.
We were
No.
just in the pub. I mean, that was just a backyard brawl,
Are you talking
basically.
about
He's
actually
talking about the
going to the
temple.
Church of Cord?
Was that the crucible I was in?
The Crucible is the pit you're in.
The pit,
the
yes,
the
the
temple you're
Braving
at is the Trial Forge. The whole area you guys are in this district of Vasselheim is known as the Braving Ground.
This is what I think, Grom. That's too fresh. You need some time away from it. We should absolutely come back, and you should break that guy's fucking face. No question.
I could've.
Yeah.
You
totally
should have. You almost did.
Yeah, next time bite his nose off right away.
I
Before
will
it's
insult
concave.
you
I saved it for
harder.
too late. I
Yeah,
did it too
yeah.
late. With them in the balls.
The balls, good effort.
Let's go
You
where
do realize-
Keyleth.
Yes, we've come a very long way. Keyleth is near her family. She needs to see where that road lies.
We should take care of each other.
And once we do, we'll come back and we'll
guys.
fucking kill that
We
guy.
could use weapons if they suck, right?
Yes.
Yes. You can cut open anyone you want.
Speaking of weapons, aren't we in like a perfect weapons buying district?
Is that true? Is that true?
Yes! Can we go find an armory or somewhere that sells pointy things?
You can certainly try. Yeah. As a note too, as you're having this conversation, you reach into your pocket, Grog. As you're like feeling in your pocket, and realize that you saved in your drunken state the upper lip. It's rubbery and dry, but it's there.
I tuck that inside of my belt beard. Just so it's nice there, one little part of it just flapping out.
Okay.
What like a beard? Is he growing his beard?
Oh, it isn't.
You get to go ahead and roll a percentage dice.
Yay, shopping.
Slowly collecting another party member.
9 or 90? And 90.
89.
We get to hear Matt go through all of the store cases and be like, well, this is a +1 sword. This is a +1 dagger. This is a sword that lights on fire, and this is a +1 great axe. Cannot wait.
No beard this morning. Has to be the other way.
No, the other way.
Chat's turned on me because I made one poop-based invention, and now everyone is against me.
My life is shit. I can't do anything.
That's true. She hasn't beaten this merchant's will to live down to the ground yet. She needs to establish her dominance in every market on the planet.
It's a rough day for Grog.
That's it. I'm hanging myself.
Actually,
Where's the
no,
bridge?
no,
Don't do it. There's no bridge here.
Actually, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm incredibly low on funds at the moment. So
funds?
Perhaps shopping is not.
maybe we
Best
can.
practice.
To be fair, we
buy
did just
anything right now.
do a lot of shopping.
We did just do a lot of shopping.
Yeah, let's just go. Let's go adventuring.
Yeah,
We haven't had an awkward parental
Go find your
confrontation
family,
in what feels like
okay.
months.
I'm so nervous. This is.
Well, you really are.
Well, I mean, it's a.
It
it's
is
a big
Vex's
thing.
Crucible,
Have
that's
you
true.
seen Ember?
The first time I left home was when I met up with you guys.
You guys suddenly hear this slamming sound that echoes throughout the nearby city. You hear this impact, like this distant cracking of stone against stone.
Something's
A
happening.
few seconds later, you hear this low, this horn that's just bellowing out this deep, echoing horn. The rest of the tavern kind of looks around, confused. A couple individuals kind of step outside to look.
I'm going to run outside.
You're currently you've been walking away for a while, and you get about roughly 10 minutes away before you hear
Is
this
this not something that
impact and
happens?
these horns going off in the
I
distance.
turn to the barkeep and say, what was that? Do you know? Have you heard that before? What is that?
Yeah, I figured it was like a tornado siren, like a snake things in the forest are like going at the wall, sort of, like a shelter in place kind of situation.
It's the horn of a trail. It means there's some sort of attack.
Oh,
Attack? Where? How do we know where?
does that not happen all the time?
Up in the back room.
Getting ready where? What are we doing?
Oh man, I totally misjudged this place. Everything was like, the fucking walls are scarred and torn. All of the people are battle-hardened. The children have scars. The babies are missing limbs. But then they blow one horn and they're like, oh no.
I'm gonna cast Fly myself. And
I don't know what's happening.
What's going on?
Okay, so she become visible and begin lifting up into
6
the air.
episodes still Victor.
Oh, because okay. So you lift up into the air and then appear as the concentration spell wears off. Got your crown. Looking over, you can see immediately there appears to be some commotion, like some dust is scattered up from the forest on the far side of the Braving Grounds, outside of the major wall of the city.
Oh,
That's right, because they turn it back.
Then I'm gonna do like a to where.
Okay, you start gliding over. As you guys rush out, you can see now a bunch of the bastions that are set across the top of the wall are gathering and loading in bolts, and you see two of them fired. You hear this now guttural roaring sound, but multiple ones, like a chorus of large bestial screams. And then wham! A second slamming sound of stone to stone, and you can see at the very distant wall, right below where those two bastions were that fired those giant dragon-headed bolt throwers, both get thrown off the top, falling a good 40 feet out of view beyond the distant rooftops. You can see a small crack beginning to form at the top of the wall. Two other bastions now begin to rush in and take the place in those two bolt throwers.
I yank 2 daggers out, flip them, catch them, and just start running towards the
Can I grab the flying carpet out of the bag of holding before you take off?
Yeah. Sure. You grab it. You guys start running. You're gliding in.
Follow Rug.
I'm ambling behind them.
I'm going straight to the
Or you want to go? Okay.
I'm gonna hop on the carpet.
I'm going.
I swing down and pick up my brother.
Okay.
I'm hopping on as well.
You hop on.
Sounds with me with
Come along, Percival.
At which point, 2 more bolts are let loose, and you hear the creature once again scream in pain, and then the footfalls.
But we don't see them yet.
No, you just hear it's on the other side of the wall.
I'll
You
check.
see what looks like almost like a toothy moth straight across the top of the tower for a moment, and then the tree lines shift, and the footfalls get quieter and quieter.
Go ask one of the bastion guys what it was.
Yeah, we fly up next to one of the shooter guys and say, what was it?
Okay.
What is it?
You glide up to it, and as you look down, you can see the 2 bastions that fell. They're currently being tended to. One of them looks unconscious and rough from the impact of the fall. The other one is walking with a limp, trying to find its way back towards
It's
the
a quick
interior of the
toothy
wall.
maw count, yeah.
Of his post. The one you come by is like sweat beating down his face, and he sees literally another bolt, and he's kind of looking out, wide-eyed towards the forest. He goes, "I came back.
What came back?
We've had this blasted thing seen on and off again for the past few weeks. I don't know, maybe it's hungry, it's bored, but either way, this multi-headed thing, this Hydra-like creature keeps coming in, and I don't know, I think it's testing the wall."
Oh yeah, the quick huh? Yeah, got that. little thing there, yeah.
It's like a raptor.
They remember.
Clever.
Should we go kill it?
We don't see it anymore, I don't think. I think it's gone back into the woods.
Can we
It's
see
fine.
it?
We got a few hits in, but it went. I never seem to get enough to take it down.
How frequently
track
are these attacks coming?
We can track it.
I mean, you're welcome to try. It's only been maybe 2 or 3 times this past week, but it's come once or twice a week the past month. In different areas of the city. And not just this beast, a few different ones, but mostly this abomination. It's a nuisance more than anything. Although it did get a good hit on the wall, and he looks over and you can see there's like a crack in the stone. He kind of looks nervously over it, and we'll get to fixing that right quick. I keep slinking off back into the Vesper Timberlands. God help us if there's more than one of these.
Good old cord. Okay.
I grab my earring and I say, Tiberius, where are you?
I'm flying around.
You just now glide over, seeing the flying carpet towards the top of the wall.
Okay. I'm above you.
Where? Yeah.
He is visible, just gliding down. You guys have run up to the edge of the wall. You're beneath, looking up at the flying carpet. Kind of, they're having this conversation at such a distance where you can't really hear them talking. But Percy, Vex, and Vax are up on the flying carpet currently, conversing with the bat.
Load up a little bit and see if we can see movement in the trees, where it is.
You glance over, you can see the canopy shifting slightly. It's about a quarter mile off and disappearing before eventually it's a little bit out of sight. You figure a creature that large can't be too difficult to track.
Okay.
We go kill it?
Well, here's the thing. I bring the carpet back down and say, I see where it went. If you guys want to, fight it.
Well, let's go find them.
What do you think?
I'd like to go get my money up crack hammer.
The what? Money crack armor?
I thought we were decided to see Keyleth.
Yeah, we can do the flame druids.
The individuals are now currently, they're currently,
You left during.
What? He was there. I guess he was invisible? What was he doing the whole time that he doesn't know about what?
Family meeting.
That money's not going anywhere.
That's fine.
I suppose you're right.
Let's help the city out and then we'll go on to see Keyleth's
Months
parents.
to walk up here.
Wait,
help the city out by going to track.
That's a very nice because it's not too bad, but that's a nice moment to round out the half.
The Hydra first?
Go follow this.
I'll run back to the tavern real fast.
Okay.
People have left, right?
Yeah, there are people outside kind of looking into what happened.
The barkeep's still there?
He's there, and he's currently putting on armor by himself.
It's okay, it left. Big crack in the wall. You might think about leaving. Before you do, the siren. Where might I find her?
Weird.
Kind of thinks to himself, says, she's a slippery one. She generally shows up when she wants to start a fight. I gather your best bet would be to ask around. I hear she runs at times with the, what do they call it? The Slayer's Take.
So it's a Slayer's
Take. As he was talking about this, the Bastion that was talking to you guys is now coming down the wall, and he's like, are you seriously thinking about going after that thing?
Only if there's money involved.
Oh, I can guarantee you, a beast of that size, not much of a problem's got a hell of a price on its head.
From who?
Wow.
Gather anyone you take it to at that point. Probably take just one more of its heads back or some proof of its dead, and I'm sure there'll be a few people that will fight over a fist to pay for that.
Easily get ahead. Let's go right now. Grog's doing something. Let's go.
No,
Hey,
let's leave.
Grog, come in. We're gonna go
How?
kill something. We need you.
We're on the carpet. He's flying. Scanlan's riding on an eagle.
I can try a locating creature spell.
You can do a what?
Oh yeah, the fucking snap of like, oh, gold. That's so funny. I just realized what Orion thought. He thinks the magical item he eventually got from Scanlan allows him to have 2 concentration spells up at the same time. Is that not what it does? That's also what I think it does. What does it do? If that is not the thing that it does.
I can cast locate creature.
She can cast locate
And
creature.
I can cast.
Let's leave Trinket behind.
No.
Just for now, it's so hard to control
Grog's
the
been
Trinket.
on for a long time. He needs rest. Let's go.
Trinket is there behind you, like,
Trinket is a confirmed Vex character flaw.
I
Polymorphic.
I didn't learn polymorph. You're gonna have to ask Scanlan about that one.
Scanlan, please.
Oh, who?
polymorph
What?
it.
Me? I don't.
Please,
Do I know?
polymorph
Whatever that thing
it.
is, it's getting away. We're losing time.
We can track him. I'm a ranger.
One goes away after 2 rounds? I do not remember the item being that complicated. I thought it was, because I remember when Scanlan got it, I talked about how crazy good it was, but I could have been mistaken in the moment. Forgot the details, but you're right. This is a major misunderstanding of the mechanics on Orion's part. Yeah, it allows it temporarily. Although there's a spell level limit? I wonder if the Critical Role wiki has the answer to this question.
I drop to my knees and I cast locate creature.
I can only come if Tiberius lets me.
Oh, to fly.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Oh.
Yes. My cast.
But let's keep twiddling our thumbs, please.
I'm gonna
No,
cast
are we not?
fly out of my ring. Okay.
all right, Grog.
I guess we're going.
You think of a wonderful
Do you want to use your
All right,
ranger
hold on,
tracking
hold on.
skills or should I try and
Nope,
cast a
nope,
spell?
nope, nope.
I can definitely use my ranger.
I'm going to cast it at 5th
Okay,
level.
I'll wait
I'm
then.
going to cast it on myself, or I'll just keep it on him and Grog and on Trinket.
Okay, so Trinket once again.
Like last time, remember, Trinket?
Trinket seems to be a little less perturbed by the circumstances.
Trinket, I grabbed Trinket's paw like in Superman 1 and like Superman 1 when we're flying.
Grog and Trinket coasting through the air, arm in palm.
Thank you, Tiberius.
I like that. So Scanlan needs a poop quota. I have a Blades in the Dark quota. And I think that we might have to introduce a Superman quota for Travis. He's too familiar. Because I know he voices him. At least I believe so. But it was like, I'm going to Superman fucking do like the kick punch shit that I'm going to... You guys are right. Properties concentrate on 2 spells simultaneously for up to 2 rounds. Interesting. I mean, that's still great. That's still very, very good, but interesting.
Peter Pan and Wendy.
Can you read my mind?
In front of me, like.
All right. So as you guys all drift up over the town, you can immediately see the Bastion that was talking to you is looking very, very curiously at Tiberius.
Oh, don't worry, he's really nice.
Sorry, there was just a little magic so we can go kill the Hydra. Sorry.
As you guys vanish
That's so funny. Oh, they were like, what the fuck ever? Who cares?
over the wall, you can now see before you the entirety of the Vesper Timberlands.
Most people just say thank you.
Dick. Below you, the landscape is entirely consumed by what looks like the densest forest you've ever encountered. The cold air seems to be growing colder as the day progresses on, and the clouds themselves are a choked dark gray. The rain never fell last night, but the storms seem, or at least the storm front that seems to push its way, is still ominously looking overhead to the entirety of this landscape. Looking down across the Vesper Timberland, you can see the thick canopy, the occasional mountain or hill that's kind of jutting through the top of it, but there was no movement. There was no current sign of the creature.
Juice and bait.
Wait, no, we saw the direction it went in, right?
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. My sister's a ranger. She can track anything.
Are you being an asshole to me today?
I don't know. Why am I?
I don't know. I judged him apparently, and I don't remember doing it.
The critters will figure it out.
No. Yeah. Can I go low to the ground and track it?
You can. So you take the carpet down, and as it hits...
Oh, what the heck? Was that like a Twitter thing? What is that about? I don't remember her judging him.
the canopy, it's a very slow, arduous process to weave between the thick network of branches and vines and other bits of growth that have completely covered the top of this forest. Eventually, the carpet comes down into the floor. The rest of you guys who are flying, coming along as well? Or
I'm coming along.
Oh, yeah. You all come down behind the carpet.
That was big sibling energy. That was. It was just weird because it transferred to out of character really quick. So, like, I thought it was like Vex Vax shit. And then suddenly it was like Liam and Laura shit, and I was like, whoa, what? Because he like said like, oh, the critters will figure it out, and I was like, huh? That's why it threw me through such a loop. Incoming one. Uh-oh.
Eventually breaking through the top of the canopy and reaching the interior of the Western Timberland itself.
This is my other favorite terrain.
Good to know. Good to know.
What is it?
This forest, incredibly lush, presses up against the city walls itself nearly oppressively with the impact. Like, it grows up right against the city wall, and it's almost like the wall itself is constantly keeping it at bay. The way the growth is pushing inward. The tree trunks you see now that you hit the interior vary in size. Some only a few feet in diameter. You come across a couple that are 20, 30 feet or more in diameter, like giant trees. Also, even though it's midday at this point in time, the light inside the forest is choked so thin it's almost like it's dusk near dark inside the forest. The air hits you with like the smell of wet earth and moss. Vines and branches dangle from and reach from every direction, and you can see you can walk through the path here, but nearing trees themselves, the roots are so large and so twisted where they enter the ground, you're definitely gonna have to keep up with your ranger friend here.
Just like a little bit.
So have we touched down, or are we like traveling?
You guys are now in the forest, kind of pushing through various walkways. Go ahead and make a survival check with advantage.
Survival check?
Yep.
Is that for her or for her?
She's tracking the creature.
Oh, natural 20!
Yeah! It's so funny because, like, the whole favored terrain thing is something that I've noticed occasionally, but it seems to be such a meme with the critters. Like, it's just everyone. It's like, ooh, my favorite terrain. Like she's done it a few times where I've been like, oh, like that's a little bit, but everyone is like, she sees a tree. It's a forest, favorite terrain.
All right. So,
roll the second one.
Following its path, you see that there are tracks going both ways, meaning the creature, as it came through towards the city, it turned its path about and then exited the same pathway. So as you're following it along for a good 15 minutes or so, you come.
Also, I want to pause really quick to give you guys a little bit of insight on my life. How it's going. Paige is not like a huge gamer. She's always been like gamer adjacent. But for some reason, I just felt it in my jellies. I was like, I think she's going to love Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I don't know why. I just feel it. And so I got it for her. And she has been close to obsessed. It's last night she looked up and it was like 12:30 and she was like, I expected it to be like 9. And I just like saw that I had a DM on Discord and I looked over and all it said was, lol, I fucked Lae'zel. That's it. That's no other context needed. Oh, man. A Ranger 2015 has to fight for every advantage. I mean, not untrue. One of us, BG3. Paige experiencing that gamer time warp. Oh, yeah, dude, she was playing it before she left the house today, and she needed to catch a bus to make it to where she was going. I'm being vague purposely. And she was playing it up until like the point she needed to leave, and then she had like one more quest syndrome of like, well, I just need to like get it like right here, and she ended up leaving like 5 minutes late, which doesn't sound that crazy, but Paige is normally everywhere like 20 or 30 minutes early. Like, she is notoriously early. And so for her to leave 5 minutes late, I was like, whoa, this really has taken over. Like, this is extreme.
Across a small opening.
Anyways, that's all.
The forest, and where you can see what looks to be a very messily, partially devoured carcass of something.
Is it big?
It looks like it was pretty big. It's definitely spread out over this area.
I think I ate something here, you guys.
Good ranging.
What's what?
Thank you.
Good ranging.
Thank you.
I'd like to try and identify the animal it ate.
Make an investigation check.
13.
13?
Yeah.
You look at it, it appears to be some sort of bird beast. Huge in size at one point. It is long dead for at least...
Like moose big or bigger?
What is EQ2? I don't even recognize that game. Eternal Quest? EverQuest? EverQuest 2? That's crazy, though. EverQuest. Okay. I got there. That's hilarious. I think the longest I have ever accidentally gamed was when Skyrim came out. And it just so happened I was like only child, divorced parents, latchkey kid. And so my mom just like set me up for like the weekend. She was like going out of town, and I think my dad was also out of town, so I couldn't go stay with him. And so she was like, all right, I prepped you a bunch of food. It's all in the fridge. And it's like 2011, so I'm like 13 at the time. She was like, I put a bunch of food in the fridge. I'm going to be gone for 2 days. You good? And I was like, I'm good. And it was right when Skyrim came out, and I'm pretty sure that I played Skyrim for like, it was on the order of like 16 hours. I've always had trouble sleeping. Like, I've struggled with sleep my entire life, so it is not hard for me to like pull all-nighters. And I think I slept for like, I think I probably went a 48-hour period until she got home where I slept for like 5 of those hours. And the rest was like eating and playing Skyrim. It was, man, what a time to be a high schooler. No, not even a is that high schooler? Yeah. Like, it was like the fall of my freshman year. No responsibilities. Parents are gone. I got food. All I had to do was play Skyrim. LAN party flashbacks. Hell yeah. Nazim was your babysitter. Yeah, dude. No, it was sick. I don't think I've ever had a marathon like that. At least a solo marathon like that in a long time.
No, like as big as some of the Umber Hulks that you fought. Okay. But it looks humanoid, ish, more primate-like. The more you look at it, it looks like it may have been at one point a.
Travis is sad. Travis sad. What are you gonna do, man? The eternal march of time. Soon I'll be 40 and still trying to do content, trying to know what the kids are into nowadays. It is what it is.
A large, massive ape of some kind.
What?
But it has been torn open, limbs scattered all across this small clearing. You can see there are a series of bite and scratch marks across it, and most of its internal organs are missing.
I don't know what we're tracking, but I think it's friendly.
Can I do a nature check?
Dude, they said that Elder Scrolls 6 was going to be Todd Howard's last game at Bethesda, and it made me legitimately excited. I was like, holy shit, we'll get Baldur's Gate 3 while Todd Howard is still alive? Fuck yeah, dude. I was legitimately like, that's crazy. Also, I know that my camera went out. I don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah, dude. King Kong lost.
Check to see if I can figure anything out about.
Yeah, Godzilla's gone.
The nature of the attack.
Sure.
That's gonna be 21.
Whoa, 21. As you look down at it, you kind of take close inspection at the attack. You look, a creature like this, when it destroys and bites, especially the creature that you saw earlier briefly appear through the canopy when you first arrived, many heads, gnashing teeth, the bite marks and the attack on this carcass are definitely in line with that creature. However, you do notice that there are other marks and attacks across it as well. Some of the wounds across this body appear to be made by weapons. There are gash marks and slashes. And the more and more you inspect the body, you can see the blood that has been scattered about by this was thick and congealed by the time that it was tossed amongst this opening.
Does it look like the wounds from the weapons happened post-mortem or at the same time?
Actually, the wounds from the weapons appear to have occurred fresh, whereas the wounds of it being killed and eaten, or at least being eaten by the creature, appear to be post-mortem by quite some time.
So it was killed by civilized folks and then torn apart by this thing, which is...
Hydra.
Yes. Or the Hydra has mastered
maybe
weapons.
the Slayer's taken.
And can I figure out what kind of it's just some sort of bird creature? Is all Percy could
Ape creature.
It's an ape. Oh, it's an ape creature.
It's essentially a massive, for lack of a better term, a dire-sized ape.
Whoa.
Dire ape.
That's quite the ape gape.
Right.
So it's possible somebody was feeding it.
They're not mucking around.
No.
Should we continue on? Keep tracking, keep tracking.
That's the only pun you got?
That's all I got.
My sister and I are going to check and see if there's any sign of it in the area.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to go ranging?
Check around.
Go ranging?
Okay, I saw Orion roll, and I've said in the past, I'm down for players to just roll just to help them make their own internal narrative decisions. But he has a habit of like rolling and then being like, I got a 20 on Arcana, and Matt's like, you're rolling Arcana? And he's like, yeah, I already did it. And I have to guess that he probably was going to do that, and then the roll was low, so then he didn't. Hydrape or Diarape? Hydrape definitely rolls off the tongue better.
Oh, that was good.
This was
I'm not gonna roll that one. Okay.
21 for me.
Yeah, only 18 for me.
Okay.
But wait, but advantage. That's way better.
It's not a tick because I can't prove that he was being annoying. we gotta keep the sanctity of the counter, but we'll see.
Would you get
25.
25? Looking ahead, this carcass was eaten before the creature attacked the city. You can see from the time difference that has happened, but it has tore through this space recently, and you can see part of the body has been kind of shoved aside and crushed under some giant clawed foot, and continues kind of weaving between the trees in a small pathway that looks kind of well worn. Like there are some portions of the forest that are well overgrown and mostly
I have
untouched.
to keep the
There's a
honor of the
specific
court.
path along the floor of this forest. It looks like it's been used often by large footsteps and small ones.
Should we follow along that path? But maybe off to the side of it, like in the trees, but like next to
No, let's just go down the middle.
We have a 20-step process. We have external auditors come in to confirm the validity of the counter.
What do they leave traps? It's a Hydra.
I'll go down.
We have 3 reviews, a couple of approvals, the AOC or OAC.
In the bushes, thanks.
Okay.
It's not an overhaul.
Is it like a thicket? Is it like
Possibly
a
not.
terrain that we're going?
There are many portions of this that come across as rough terrain because at certain times it's okay, especially on the worn path. Any off that can be a little more difficult to traverse.
And is it plant life?
Plant life, tree roots, heavy thick branches that have fallen or have grown out and interwoven, occasional rocks or natural formations that have just jutted out of the earth.
Okay. Let's continue on.
So announced by Peons that ES6 has officially moved out of pre-production. The technology. We've made it. Can't allow a recount, no hanging chads, dude. No. The counter is forever. You can trust the counter. It is, might I even say it, sacred. Going back to my cult arc, we all worship the counter.
As fast as possible.
The counter is canon. The counter is scripture.
Make another track.
6 to 7 years before we get our hands on it, though. What? So it's been in pre-production since 2011. So it's been in pre-production for 12 years. I think you're being pretty generous with 6 to 7, honestly.
Second check with advantage.
Oh man, another one.
With advantage.
I'm gonna
16?
I'm gonna inspire her. The little song of inspiration.
All right.
And the ranger's gonna range, and the tracker's gonna track. I'm just gonna watch her range. Watch her range. Woo-hoo! Okay. Oh, I didn't get that song.
Wait, to add?
A D10.
Okay, so 19.
Okay, 3 points.
3 points. Yeah, 3 points.
All right. You continue moving forward off the track for another 10 minutes or so before you see some movement ahead.
Sure.
Perception check.
I'm joining that. 21.
Ooh, that's good.
12.
18.
How far away are we from each other?
You guys are kind of getting pretty close. You're a little bit behind them, but you're letting them kind of push forward. Okay. Unless you're doing anything otherwise.
One stealth.
All right, make a stealth check. You and Percy, go ahead and you look forward and you notice that there are a couple of small pools of water that have just kind of coalesced through the recent storms, or just a natural small pool of water that exists in this portion. But you can see the back of a large scaled creature with kind of a tan, dark brown hide, long tail, currently stooped down and drinking from the waters of the pool. You can hear the distinct sound of water dripping out of its jaws, and you can see now this is there are multiple heads taking drinks of the pool here.
Is the foliage around us green, brown, standard foliage color?
In this area, because of the nature of the rich earth, most of the village here is in deep green.
I'm going to turn us all deep green with seeming.
That makes sense, SSH. I was mostly joking. Yeah, that it definitely makes sense. I know that they've been talking about ES6, and for a long time, I know that their kind of general answer whenever anyone asked about ES6 from like 2011, well, it was like 2011 to 2015, they're like, we're not thinking about it. We're focused on Skyrim DLC. And then it was like 2015 to 2019. It was like, oh, I remember there was a quote that the internal team would like reference back to, basically saying that the technology did not exist to make ES6 with like the style and features that they wanted to. So they were basically like, ES6 is indefinitely shelved until we can make the game that we want. And by that point, they still had a decent amount of goodwill because Fallout 76 hadn't come out yet. And so people were like, ooh, that's cool. And I know that people look back on that with a little bit more, not skepticism, but a little bit harsher of a lens now. But that totally makes sense that they've only been pre-producing it for a few years now. Non-asked for checks counter. Yeah. I mean, non-asked for checks counter would fly through the roof. It would overtake the OAC pretty quickly. But what does Starfield smell like? Was the testing game for the engine that ES6 will use most likely, so that's why I'm excited for Starfield. It certainly will be really interesting. I wonder if it will still be... Do we know if it's... Oh, man, we're getting so off track. But I want to know if it's like if it's still the creation engine. I've been trying not to look into Starfield as much as possible because I looked way too much into Cyberpunk, and then I built up my own expectations, and then I disappointed myself. So I've been trying not to even like glance in Starfield's direction, but I don't even know if they're still using the creative engine or if they totally like rebuilt it from the ground up. If FNAF can make a movie to completion, anything's possible. Do you want to know? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I just don't like watching the trailers and shit. But I know that there was a discussion at one point of, like, is it going to be creation engine? Is it going to be, like, a totally new, like, from scratch thing? Another topic for Lunch Club. AKL, you're right. You are correct. Me and SSH will have Starfield talk at some point.
What now? Seeming. Thank you. Yes, it's seeming. I spread my seeming all over us, turning us green with seeming all over us.
Oh, man. Okay.
Nothing you can't ruin.
As the hue of your garments begin to shift to the color of the surrounding forest, like everybody go ahead and make a stealth check and have it ready with advantage.
Best ambushes are at the waterhole.
30. I'm gonna cast Stone Skin right now.
We're rolling for stealth.
With
advantage because
Natural 20.
HRs.
Oops! Yeah. Got a 19.
Gotcha.
16.
Alrighty.
Wow. 25 total?
Yes.
These are trees.
It's a bit of a pattern with
water.
Scanlan.
Whoa! Is that like a dragon or is it?
That is a massive hydra.
So it's not technically like in the dragon school?
No.
Hail Hydra.
It's considered a monstrosity, technically. You guys are all kind of hidden
Hydra.
inside here.
I'm shooting forward quietly.
Just saying
Hail Hydra.
Hello.
Here.
Hydra.
Hail.
Oh.
Where do you hail from, Hydra?
Shoo, Hydra.
Cast hail.
Cast hail, Hydra.
Just shoot him away.
Right. We'll put that as your guys' current placements. So stealth scores are
30.
16. 18 for him.
25.
I cannot even... Your seeming is green? I feel like that is worse than if it was like... like red or bloody. Green is so much worse.
15.
15.
It was a natural 20. Do I add anything?
Oh, no, you don't have to worry about that.
So we're all good.
Hail Hydra.
Okay, you're welcome. The creature just keeps drinking. Occasionally,
Yeah,
have them
moving on.
look
Yeah.
around. Another head of them snap at it and snap back, and then both go down and start drinking on their own. You apparently are not currently noticed.
Should I roll for trinket?
You go roll for trinket.
I rolled an 18 for trinket.
Okay, trinket's fine.
I wouldn't have
Trinket
said
with
anything
with his deep green fur at the moment.
Oh.
Yes, he's a cute green trinket.
So what'd you like to do?
I'm pulling out my dagger of venom.
Okay.
Set a really good trap. Let's think about this.
I was gonna say,
Right.
I can, like, box him in with my ball of stone. I can.
I can also cast the spike growth thing again, since if he doesn't see me
Try
do
to push
then
it in
he
the
can...
water?
Yes.
Lightning the water. I like your
Whatever
box
we do,
there.
we should do it
In
quick.
the water and lightning the water?
What do you
That's
have?
good.
Anything?
I have all kinds of things.
That feels like an urban legend, Richard. I don't know if I believe you.
We better act quick. He might see us.
If you box it in, we can't get into
If we can nudge him into where he's drinking and then box him in. That'd be
Drown him?
What, lightning the water?
Yeah. Box
try
him in
that.
the water and then lightning the water.
I agree with John.
Can-
Moving
When
on.
you shape the stone, can you make it lean towards him in a ramp?
Do
That I can run up.
No.
It would
It'll still box it in. I can just traverse it.
I can push him in if I still have
Yeah,
that crown.
I see what you're saying. Yes, I can.
Instead of
Like
balls
the.
like this, towards it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pyramid him in, essentially.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. And I'm gonna try and make like almost behind him is like an auditorium. In the front of him is like a jabby ramp. Does that
Okay,
make
you doing
sense?
this right now?
Auditorium.
Let's do this.
Jabby ramp.
Okay. The wall stone has to be connected to itself, so it would have to be like a.
Take the carpet.
Okay, I'll do like a spiral. Yeah, like a spiral.
Donut?
We're gonna
Like a
take-
spirally ramp that traps him in.
Okay.
We're gonna take the carpet and make our way
Like a
to the
pyramid.
other
Wait, you're
to the other
trapping him? I thought
pond.
we were
Do you want
pushing
to go
him.
from either
Well,
side?
he's
That
we
might
can
be
do
in
the
the
other
water.
side.
You take the carpet, go to the other side, and I'll walk over with trinkets together.
He's next to the water.
He's already
What is he
leaning
looking for?
forward.
It's
leaning
carpet.
into it to
Okay.
drink.
Carpet.
Oh,
move.
carpet!
We have flying carpets from fans here. I want to use.
Are they in our box?
She got
Are they
moved.
in our magic box?
Oh well.
That's okay, we'll
there?
find them. We'll
We'll
find
find
them.
them. We got carpets from you guys to use. We'll get that in just a second.
It's a carpet, a tiny carpet.
It's fine. It's fine. We got. Gotta move. Gotta move.
I know.
Okay.
So, Percy, you have the.
I have the carpet. I'm gonna head towards that small.
Oh, it's right. I've got a thing.
I have a thing. You have a laser pointer. Show me.
What is that?
I stand
That's a rock.
corrected,
I'm going
Richard.
to move just to the other side.
I throw my
Then
hands
push
up.
through here, unseen.
I'm not a
We're gonna
biology
do
boy, I'll tell
same
you
to the
that
other
much.
side, actually.
Go around, behind, get to this side here.
I like
Yeah,
my
that
gizmos and
Uh,
gadgets.
Over this
Will I
side.
be able to shoot him from behind the one further back?
From this one here, or from this one?
That one.
From here, right now, no.
Okay, well then yeah, I'll go behind the tree. There, yeah.
All right.
Totally hidden, hidden, hidden.
Yes. Anyone else placement?
Gotta get the speed up for combat.
Hey,
Yeah.
you
do.
instead of Wall of Stone, I'm actually going to cast my 1/6 level spell, which is Move Earth.
Oh, yeah.
And
do that.
essentially,
Have you read Move of Earth?
yeah, like 3 weeks ago.
You can move large chunks of earth over a small period of time. It's not an attack spell. It's more of a. You can dig a cave.
Never
over
mind,
the
I'll
next
stick with the
hour.
original plan
Wait,
with,
you
with
can't
wall.
make a-
I can't like dome them up and go ahead and push them into the water like I was doing.
Probably not that one.
Alright, I'll stick with Wall of Stone, which I know I can do.
All right.
I don't have the
I'm
laser.
gonna make a Hydra Pyramid.
Don't throw it. I want to.
Oh yeah,
I rolled
ungrouping
the-
and
just
placing
down
them all.
crouching, so
Yeah.
just run right there.
Okay.
Right there, out in the-
Keyleth, where you going? Have line of sight on the creature. Where you going?
Right there's mine.
Oh.
You don't have line of sight on the creature. There's a entry block.
Is there, can we do an,
No, let me move towards Scanlan.
All right, it's over here.
Yep.
I'd like to do a quick investigation on him. This is like, oh yes, I rolled a, was it 21?
What are you trying to do?
Guess how much he weighs.
If you can shift
A
it.
creature of this size, probably close to 2 tons.
What's that?
More than 3 tons, maybe.
Like 4,000 pounds.
5,000 pounds.
Damn it. It's super big.
It's a big creature.
He interrupted telling Matt that he was going to do something to celebrate the role that he got that Matt didn't ask him to make.
Let's attack, man. Let's do this.
Rob, where you going?
I'm gonna just make us visible in a second.
I'm gonna post up on my laser pointer.
Over here.
In your eye. Fuck! I didn't put eye. He's having the worst day. Just headbutt a tree or something.
There's a thing right there.
Keep me within 100 feet of the beast.
That's well within 100 feet. Right?
And out of, well, that's Baxter move. That's fine. My best like POV like.
To see it, yeah. Otherwise, you would be blocked.
Okay.
All right.
That's Rock's new nickname.
Actually, we move in right now, right?
That's what you told Philip. All right. Is everyone set? Who's taking first initiative on this?
I am.
All right.
Sorry. We're gonna be the whole time.
Okay. They all work.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and do a little pushy shovery at the same time.
Put me there instead.
All right.
Shovey.
There we go. Look at us all strategize.
Yeah, that's gonna come in handy when he just kills all of us.
Just drinking. Starts moving.
Okay, as he gets kind of in that corner of that puddle, I'm gonna Fibonacci circle and kind of starting here, push him in a bit and wrap him up.
Okay, so you create from the earth a wall of stone that comes jutting out. That way?
Yeah, I want him to be kind of tight in the circle here, and kind of if it can kind of push him in towards the water.
Okay. Oh, Bubba. Bug just asked to go outside. And as we all know, we always respect Bug's wishes. And she's also going crazy. Oh, she ran away. So I'm going to do a really fast break. Just going to run out, run back in. Make sure she gets to... Oh, yep. All right. Yeah, when you gotta go, you gotta go. I agree. That's why we have the buttons for her, man. That's why we have the buttons. So we will be right back. Richard, I am considering more ways to do bug cam more time. But yeah, right before Fibonacci time, we're gonna do bug time. Good unsub, Robin. I'll be right back. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. What are all these numbers? My Fibonacci is fibbing? Oh. You... how could you do that? How could you fib about the Fibonacci sequence? That's so... My part is like over half the chat will have no idea what those numbers mean. I feel like...
Stone slams into him and through the physical form.
Yeah, I feel like it was given away by the words. If they had just been the numbers, I probably wouldn't have known what it meant. What speed are we at? Good point. 175. Probably where we'll have to stay. We'll see. Might be able to bump it to 2. Yeah, Bugs had her bio break.
Size and weight, but it does form around it and kind of hold it in place.
As soon as Vax sees that, he starts running through the grass up the slope of the stone.
Right.
He's on the stone right now?
And as I run, I click
He's
my
currently like surrounded by a ramp of stone.
Okay.
A red like start like reaching out and biting at the stone.
You're running up the stone?
Yeah, and I'm clicking one boot against the other of haste as I run up it. Start going faster, run up, and I'm gonna jump, and I'm gonna just start stabbing into that head.
Get his ass.
Alrighty, go for it.
Okay, 17, shit, and 27.
Second one hits.
The final one hits?
Oh, sorry, the first one was
17.
17 misses. One misses. The final one hits, yes.
Okay. So does this count as sneak attack at this point? Alright, so I roll a 9 for damage, plus 8, 12, 14, 15, 17 of sneak attack damage for the first attack. That's poison. And the poison is DC 15.
DC 15. Misses. It's not make a save.
With 11 points of poison damage to its head. That's just the first attack that hits. And then I take my keen dagger and I jab for the eye. And that is a...
That's fair. I can get you that. I can get you a little slideshow going with the, when we're on dog breaks. I'm down.
10 of damage.
Do it, dude.
Nice. It is considered a sneak attack, so it has a surprise round.
Both attacks?
The first attack that hits is considered a sneak attack.
The first attack I gave you was sneak attack.
No, I mean the first attack that hits it.
Yeah.
You miss, and then you hit.
Oh, I thought I hit and missed and hit.
So you missed and hit.
Missed and hit.
Alright, well then erase the first numbers I told you then. So it's just 10 plus, it was 17, so 27.
Alright, 27 damage. So you run up the stonework, click the heels, rush down the
joys of combat.
Slam, and the dagger slips into the front of his torso, the actual blade pulsing as the magical energy expels itself, poison rocketing through his body. That's when the heads turn around and force you out 5 heads looking right at you.
5 heads? I thought there were 3 heads.
Oh, no, add 15 of poison then. Add 15 poison.
Awesome.
Is any part of them still in the
Is it poison? Or just takes 15 additional points of damage?
That's the, it gets poisoned and it takes damage first, and then every round I think it takes that poison.
No, it just means it's poison. It just has disadvantage.
Yes, DC 15 plus damage on the hit.
There's the flying carpet.
Yay! Alright, is what we call it, is any part of the creature on the water?
One of its feet is currently on the side.
Cool. I'm gonna cast invisibility.
Okay.
And then I can see it because I'm on the other side of this ramp, right? Yes. I'm gonna cast chain lightning. Shred foot.
Chain lightning?
Yeah.
Nice.
You have chain
Oh, yeah,
lightning?
dude.
On all the heads.
Light the fucker up.
Chain lightning?
Yeah,
Merry Christmas.
New.
Yes, it is. It's 150 foot range, and I do 10d8 damage.
Ooh!
It takes half damage on
I know, I used it in
All
that
right.
fight that you didn't want to fight in.
Yeah, what's the DC?
Yeah, I take pictures like of Bug from below with Scratch on the screen in the background. Get the goodest of boys, the goodest of girls.
17.
17? Alright, let's make it safe. Let's go.
Okay. Let me count these. Okay.
All the same numbers, Dave.
There's a bunch of 7s, stupid 1s. There's 10. And this is 5, and then 8, 20. Okay.
No, that's 28.
Oh. And then 38, 43.
43, awesome. So total of 22 points of damage.
Dude.
From a save.
Yeah.
So as it's stepping in the water, it takes an additional, I'll say, additional 2d8 from being in the water.
So it took 2 more?
Yeah, well, here. Additional 9 damage to that.
Nice.
Hells yeah.
As it pulls back, the stone around it, the rope leaps up, slams into the blade, its head turn around as it does. You turn around, vanish from sight, and then you cast it. Greater invisibility?
Greater.
Right, greater enough. Release your hands, and a torrent of blue electrical energy rockets forth from your hands, streaking out some parts, leaving arcs that hit nearby forests, and then slamming into its body. Its exposed head. You can see the arcs now shooting through between the various necks and body as it writhes and streaks about, slamming its body in part of stone that kind of cracks and heaves from the
Lando, I'd love to have you here. I would love if you stuck around, but that will be immortalized as your first comment. At least I think if you have chatted before and I'm forgetting, forgive me. But I think she Fibbo on my Nachi is it might be the first one. Maybe immortalized. Scratch is a dog companion BG3. Oh yeah. Scratch is the BG3 dog. I just scrolled back. I had you at 2x with the playback on 1.75 and 2. I don't recommend unless you've had your Adderall for the day. First time, loving this so far. Fuck yeah, good to have you here.
Still holding it in place. Well done.
Dude, that's massive.
You want to move? Is it your turn?
I'm going. What are the big lumps? Like,
these are trees.
Okay,
Like
cool.
anywhere walking on the trail around it is difficult terrain.
As I do that, I'm just gonna go right behind that.
Okay. All right, then it's your turn. Who else wants to do anything this round?
Yeah, I want to shoot him.
All right.
I'm gonna shoot
Y'all
him.
get like a free.
You'll get another initiative.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on him.
All right, so bonus action.
Sorry, DM. Yes, this is after the fact. Assassinate. On any attack before the enemy's had a chance to take a turn yet, any hit is on surprise is a crit.
Good to know. It says 54 damage.
Whoa!
Your initial strike.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Go on, Hydra Hunt. So I'm gonna cast Hail of Thorns at their level. So I'm gonna roll for that. Jesus.
That's such a cool monster.
No, that's only 16. That doesn't hit. Does it?
For Hail Thorns?
Yeah.
16 does not hit, unfortunately.
Even though he's like trapped.
So, no, it's against the armor, like actually,
Oh, it's armor.
ricochets off the height of the creature and
I'll just-
explodes against the tree trunk in the distance. You see a smattering of magical thorns shoot out into one of the canopies.
Okay, then I'm gonna try just doing regular attack through the magical bow of fire. And that is 17.
Rules lawyer time? I don't think that's how Hail of Thorns works. I could be wrong. I honestly haven't read Hail of Thorns in a while, so I'll put the glasses like half up. But I'm not sure. I think Matt's wrong here. I'm pretty sure that the Hail of Thorns AoE damage procs no matter what. Could be wrong. I would have to look that up. I'm not confident, so I'm not going to put my stamp on it.
Yeah.
You already used bonus action too.
Then never mind, I can do anything.
Unfortunately.
I just fucking fucked that up.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want anything yourself placement?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Poor
climb a tree that
Laura.
I'm next to.
Okay. So use movement. Go ahead and make, we'll say an athletics check to climb a tree.
Huh.
20 to choose from.
I know, right? What was that, athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics.
Why?
There's no branches nearby. You can't athlete.
6. I'm gonna stay on the ground.
You slide back the trunk, turn around, grab your bow, and like, prepare yourself. Take anything?
Trinket. Trinket's gonna stay right there.
All right, just gonna stand and you just
I'll move and do lightning. Why not? I'll just try to get as much
We're all
as
moving.
possible. Just so I won't hit whoever that is.
That will probably be right there.
Great.
All right, so you unleash a lightning bolt?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and roll damage. 86.
86. These are 6? No, those are 8.
Does not make it safe. Roll 5.
Nice.
By the way, we need 7 more subs, which is ironically the same number of heads the Hydra has.
We need 7 more subs.
7 more subs than we're down. Oh my god.
Wow, I did not even notice how high that went. I feel like I looked at it like 10 minutes ago and it was like 52. The next time you hit with weapon, you deal extra damage. Oh, so you have to hit. I see.
19 subs. 19.
All right, gotcha. That was roll 86.
That was 66.
86 for the ultimate.
Wait, that's on Hail of Thorns? What am I thinking?
10 more.
Yeah. All right. So you turn around the corner, the energy still crafting out from the chain lightning. You unleash your own lightning bolt that hits from the side, slamming into the side of one of the heads. The head actually pops from the impact. Now 4 heads.
Oh! I got a head!
You got a head!
I got a head! I'm getting a head in life.
What's my distance on there? Is this pepper box distance or bad news distance at the moment?
Right now you can't see it because there's a tree in the way, but you can pepper box distance from here. You can try bad news, but
A little close.
set a place.
All right, I'm gonna start curling around the tree I'm near. I'm gonna take some movement to
Fly
Also, okay, so let's talk. I know that I'm playing it at 2x speed because I am worried that we won't be able to get through it, but also I feel like I need to talk about this. Random encounters, right? I get it. And this isn't even like, this is clearly pre-planned. Like, they have the map drawn out. They have, like, the pool and everything. Like, some amount of this, at least, was pre-planned. But I am generally, I generally try to avoid just throwing a random enemy at my PCs because the session hasn't had any combat yet. We are 7 episodes in. What person do you feel you have seen the least from? Who do you want to see more from? Oh. SSH, I'll answer that after this because that's interesting and I want to think about it more. So continue with my thing gives me time to vamp and think. But like that, even so, when I say like a random encounter, right? Like I said, this is like pre-planned out clearly, but every session does not have to have an encounter, and normally I am very impressed by Matt's narrative timing, but I actually think that this was kind of a weak example of narrative timing, where it felt like they had just started to really solidify a plan of what to do. Like they were going to go to the volcano, which was already through the forest. And Matt interrupted them and said, hey, no. You actually have to go into the forest right now because there's this thing. And while I understand that, and the monster, at least monsters of some kind, being in the forest has been foreshadowed. This feels like a monster that could have been voted on by chat. Like, there's nothing about the environment that speaks to the nature of the monster. It feels like it was just picked off a table and plopped into this pre-done arena. And anytime it feels like that could have happened, I think it's weaker than it could be. Oh my gosh, this encounter is actually a device to get them to the Slayer's take? Oh no, I don't know it. I don't recognize it. Hold criticism till a little later in this case. Your opinion is valid though, of course. Oh, interesting. To be fair, this is cashing in on the Hydra thing Keyleth saw flying over the temple last episode. Yes, so it was at least sort of foreshadowed. So it's not like it's definitely not the worst. There's a large meta reason you'll see at the end of session. They didn't have to chase it. So I'll say two things. Large meta reason, okay. That's, totally possible, totally makes sense. And that was like very similar to like when the Pike thing happened. I was like, what? That was like kind of weird and rushed, but there was the meta reason of Ashley Johnson not leaving and not going to be able to be in the next episode. And what I will say to they didn't have to chase it is, if I am of the opinion that if I present my characters with something, it should feel good. So okay, and Hans, I know this isn't what you're saying. I'm just going to present a very extreme case to present my point, but I know that this isn't what you're saying. But it's sort of like if I presented my characters with two quests, and one of the quests I had really meticulously crafted, and one of the quests I was just going to use like random tables for. And then my players go to the one that I was using the random tables for, and they're like, man, that like felt a little lackluster, like whatever. And I was like, well, you didn't have to do that one. You could have done the other one. Like, if you present your players with something and they choose to engage with it, you have to own up to that quality. And I think that the quality of this is a little bit degraded, but as people are saying, maybe there's another reason that I haven't quite gotten to for why that is. Little do you know that Matt is playing 5D chess right now. I will say, something interesting that he did present was the like weapon marks. Like, I don't know what's happening there, and that is interesting. Like, I actually think that the way in which he delivered the quest of like the interruption, the horn, people not being aware, the mystery of these weapon marks, like that is interesting, and that is like an interesting quest. This combat is not. This combat is not supporting the interest that I had before we actually got into the quest, if that makes sense. Hashtag blind spot. I kind of feel like it's good form to follow the hook the DM has put directly in front of you for the most part. I'd have chased it too. There's debate around that restate. I think what I will say very confidently is that it is very good form for an actual player to follow the hook that's being put in front of them. That is one of the like things that I think Dimension 20 is so good and smooth at, is Brennan presenting but also hiding hooks, as well as the players on Dimension 20 really not bending over backwards is the wrong word, but really slickly justifying following the hook like instantly. Matt in the future operates how you are thinking. That makes sense. And I mean, a lot of this also has to do with like if you didn't have enough time to prep that week, if you maybe were focused on other aspects of the story and kind of maybe forgot how long 5e combat takes and like what a like central part of the quest that will end up being. It's just a little bit of just like a slam on the brakes in terms of pacing. I would maybe have tried. I don't know what the clue of the weapon strikes is supposed to mean, but if he could have somehow delivered that clue or delivered maybe a different clue towards the same point, like midway through the combat, which he could still do. I don't know how much health Hydra have. Maybe I could get a little bit more into it, but it feels very random right now. I can agree that narratively it's a bit of a non sequitur given what they were discussing or intending, though. Yeah. So it's and that's like the reason I want to point out is normally I think that Matt is a really good example of like what to emulate when you are looking at dramatic timing and like when to say things, when to introduce things. But I think that this is like kind of a weak moment from him. But the session overall is going very well. But back to SSH questions. I definitely feel like I've seen the least from Taliesin. Like no question. Which I think I brought it up in like one of the first like 3 or 4 episodes, and I believe that there's a sort of medication reason for that is maybe affecting his mental state or his like ability to like, I don't know, perform. But I know that there may be a reason for that, but I definitely know that that's like the person I've seen the least from. I will say that I am interested in seeing more of Vex's character outside of money. Like, I think that Laura Bailey like really perks up and like Vex really perks up. And she has good banter with people, but it is it's always like as a support to what they are doing, which is fine and good. But I feel like I haven't seen a lot of Vex on her own when it is not bargaining. So I'd be really interested in seeing like Vex as a character shine a little bit more than money. Yeah, Tal is much more subdued in the early episodes, multi-factor, I'm sure. Yeah. That's definitely the what I've been told. I would probably would have gone to the people the guards told me would pay me first before chasing it. Certainly not saying to ignore hooks. And I mean, this comes down to tone, DM style. What are your expectations for how much foreshadowing before something is prepared? Because like, there can be a very established tone that, like when they went up and they tried to look for it and like wasn't there, like that at some tables would mean, you can go and chase it, you can go and track it down. At many other tables I know, that would mean like, it's gone until later. It's gone until like you guys like put some like extra effort in the city to like research it or like get some like example of its scent. Like, I know a lot of tables that where like it just disappearing would just mean, it's gone. This entire thing was just foreshadowing. Which I would have maybe said was what I think Matt was going for if they didn't have the pre-planned map. I don't know. It's all sort of a weird hodgepodge. Vasselheim, Dawn, Crack of Civilization, and Hydra's. Dawn, Cradle of Civilization. God, there's a little emoji button that hides half of the chat messages. Dawn, Crack of Civilization. Dawn, Cradle of Civilization, and Hydra's. You always have to find the quest giver first. To be fair to them, they did kind of ask about the quest givers, and the guard was like, fucking anyone would pay you for that shit. Like, you won't have any trouble finding a buyer. You'll be knocking down the buyers trying to get to this. So I can forgive them for not doing that. But yeah, Vasselheim, the dawn, crack of dawn.
Yeah, like fly over the pond back here. Okay. And while I'm making my little round, I'm gonna take 2 shots with the pepper box before.
The dawn crack is a great name for a paladin like monk multiclass, or like a paladin or like a paladin rogue. Or maybe even a paladin warlock. You can't multiclass that and still be fun. But I'm just thinking of someone who has these holy powers, but also is like cracked out of their mind and like their flaws that they're constantly doing rails in the bathroom and everyone's like, where did they go? And they're like, I'm ready to slay some demons. That was another one. That was like the auctioneer where halfway through I just fell off of that one. But I tried to end it with confidence. The Dawn Crackers. I had this is a little story time. And it's my stream, so fuck you, story time. I had in my very first campaign, the party had been doing things they weren't supposed to be doing. And they were engaged with the local Thieves Guild. And the local Thieves Guild is like, yo, you want to go and steal some shit for us? And they're like, oh, we would love to steal shit for you guys. And so they scope out the house and they discover like a second floor entrance, and 2 of the players, who will remain nameless, are like, hey, we'll distract them. And the rest of the party, like whoever's in the house, like we'll distract them at the front door, and then you guys like sneak in the top floor. And the rest of the party was like, great. 2 characters that have never been faces before. What could go wrong? And they invented 2 alternate personas called the Myth Crackers. Not to be confused with Mythbusters. They're the Myth Crackers, who are just the Mythbusters on crack. And so they go up and they're like, we're here to crack a myth. We're here. We heard you have myths that need cracking. Right, buddy? We know that you have myths that need cracking. And the other one was like, oh yeah, I know. I heard all about your myths, sir. And I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna crack them. And the Myth Crackers will always live in infamy. Oh, man. Did you ever look at that garlic bread domain cleric that I linked to you a few episodes back? Don't have to look at it now. I did. Look. I love that clerics have so many options, but when I actually look at their subclass, I'm like, wow, there's not actually a lot here. Not like my classy warlock. Classy warlock have notoriously little. I didn't look. I will say I only gave it a brief once over. I should read it more detailed though. SSH, that was great. Oh, now I do, because I read over it and I was like, oh no, this isn't a document of invocations, and then I closed it out. I don't know. My mind was all over the place. I will read it. Add your own soundtrack so you get that live audience feel for your bits. Laugh track. Me. Thieves Guild are notoriously bad at stealing their own stuff. Well, they weren't stealing from the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild contracted them to steal. Oh, but you're saying that the actual Guild of Thieves is always hiring contractors. That's true. Anyways.
Gliding past, you're basically scraping it.
No,
go ahead, fire.
You have a bear.
Yeah, she has a bear?
She has a bear.
We got a bear!
Oh my god, there's gonna be a giant creature. That's so stupid.
Full on misfire.
That's so heavy.
Whoa, we got the bear.
Oh.
So,
That's gonna look great next to our neon sign.
yeah, I misfire. I don't care. We got a bear.
Alright, fire. As you straight past, you blow your box, you go to fire. Suddenly there's a adult.
I mean, Hans, that wouldn't hurt. I would be down with that.
Sound, as you look at your gun, it explodes for a second in your face. You barely manage to get your visage out of the way as the barrel itself sees up and you have to shake it off. Yeah, your pepper box is looking at it rough.
That's fine. Putting it away.
Okay. That will soak this in everyone's got Rog.
Me? Can I run all the way up and try and pull an axe like he did?
Oh, yeah.
I want to try that and I rage it.
Right, so you rush up the corner, axe in your hand, you rush up the side of the stone wall ramp, she's created, and it's right in sunny distance. Go ahead.
That's right, swing away. See, swing away.
Let's go.
24.
24.
Yes, and second round.
I believe in you, brother. You can do the thing.
16 misses, and then...
Oh, that's it, just the 2. Right, not friends.
Oh, run.
Ah, yes. 17.
17 points of damage. Just hack once again, slamming into the side of the neck, causing a gout of kind of purplish blood to spray over the right side of your body. That ends the combat round. For surprise round, the creature's now aware that you're definitely there.
Oh, sure.
Everyone roll initiative.
Gosh.
Let's go. Let's use. Let's
Bro, they still haven't rolled initiative. Is that my fault or their fault?
Alright, so 25 to 20. 22.
Use this one. Painted guy. Oh.
20 to 15.
First good roll I've ever had.
For initiative, yes. 10.
13.
Means I'll
Both you guys 13.
See you later, Thief San Diego. Thank you for joining. Look forward to seeing you in the VOD.
Alright.
I'll probably die. That'll be fine.
4.
12.
That's what you usually get.
Got a 4?
Yeah.
Alright, top of round, Tiberius. Cool. Well, as you start to see the head get blown off, 2 heads sprout out of the...
Oh, no.
Out of the one.
Out of the wound, out of the wound.
That's why you
Of the
said
director. It now
that.
has 6 heads.
I had 5 when we started.
Yep, and then off the head, 2
They
more
grow.
in place.
Yeah, Hydra.
How do we not
Wait,
have
how
that?
Hercules defeated him is he just cut off so many that they started attacking themselves and they got tangled up.
Regardless of your
Regardless.
Do they stop
It's still in the same position it was, though, right, when we started. Right?
It did seem to heal a bit of its wound as the heads pull out of it. It has a sense of regeneration to its system.
Oh, good.
Yeah, apparently, John. Also surprise round counter.
Awesome, sweet.
And I go, oh, no, you
Body
don't.
into the body?
And I stick my ring and chain lightning him again.
Chain lightning and 6 level spell.
And this is why we roll with 2x speed. Oh god, they're using Disney movie tactics.
Okay, no, I know. And I haven't stored my ring sword.
Your ring can only sword with 3rd level spell.
Mother.
Okay, no, it's
No, that was the iron sword. We all learned on the day, kids. That's okay. I don't do that. Instead, fine. I'm going to.
Get into the hole?
No, I'm going to.
So, I mean, okay, this is definitely going to count as 1, but for the reason of, like, and you are saying, like, these magic items, like these rings of spell storing, these ion stones, you have to cast things into them. So you have to do that? And so if you haven't done that, you should know that you haven't. You know what I'm saying? So, like, he's just randomly picking a 6th level spell. And it's like, yeah, at some point in the past, my character would have done that. And it's just like, dude, that's not how these... You need to add a ding sound every time the counter gets dinged. Oh, baby. I'll have to find a plugin for that, probably. I don't know if I can do that with just the with just this. Maybe I can, though. I'll have to look into it.
Cast telekinesis.
Also, I'm also reading the garlic bread domain, and I think I was wrong. I don't think I looked at it at all. Because I was saying that I glanced over it, and I'm reading this now, and I'm like, I don't recognize any of this shit, and it's really funny. So, sorry for lying, but also very funny. Come on, he's a DM. He can make a ding sound with his voice. Oh, you're so right. Can I? Oh, no. Ding! I don't know about that one. We'll see. But then he can't be OP. Yeah. That's... Yeah. Doing things off screen is a bad habit of his. Marisha doesn't know her spells. Orion doesn't know his items. Look, dude, it's so you have less items, although it is this campaign, so maybe they do have as many items as they have spells. Are you going to allow that at your table anytime soon? Yeah, it's not good, but but I mean, I would love to have it at my table. I do. Well, okay. It's not good until level 17. But honestly, even level 17, Garlic Bread Domain came to my attention because of an XP to level 3. He has like 3 vids where he looks at bad homebrew. They have so many items. It seems like that's honestly, I've talked about like, it's kind of hard to track a lot of D&D stuff for me. And that is one of the things that makes it so enormously difficult is the just sheer amount of magic items that they have, where they will just like throw shit out all the time that they have never used before and they never used since. Like it was either last episode or the episode before, Tiberius used a Cloak of Displacement He's never used that before, and he's not using it now. I don't know why. I'm sure it comes back at dawn or on long rest or whatever. But it seems like they just have like sheets and sheets of just magic items hidden in their packs. Yeah, they got rid of the troll tick. Honestly, at least, I'll say this, at least Travis, the manager of the bag of holding, seems to actually be very aware of everything that is in his bag of holding. I don't know.
Once
I'm closing out of garlic bread domain cleric now, but very good, very pog. If someone wants to run it at my table, they are more than welcome.
I'm going to use, and I'm instantly going to do a quick spell and do 5 sorcerer points to cast it immediately again, to cast on one head, another head, and
Awesome.
to try to wrap them all and choke them.
Call the shoelace.
All right. Go ahead and roll an arcane.
Okay, you can't have 2 concentration spells, right? Because of that. I mean, still not how Quicken spell works, but at least we're in a more legitimate area. Luckily, they don't get a bunch of new magic items. Luckily, they never get a new magic item ever again.
Check the first one.
Oh, that's terrible. What's that? 14. Was that?
Okay, that's the second one.
Natural 20.
Nice, buddy.
So it rolled a 17 on its second save. The first one did not resist. It rolled a 3. So what you do is, as you cast telekinesis once, use twice, cast it again. You manage to grab. You can't get all the heads. You can grab 2 of them. 1 focus for each.
For 2 turns.
Take both heads and whack them 3 times on each other, and then twist the necks around to the point where both of them are biting onto their own necks after they point into a second. For that, they're both going to take 2d8 impact damage. It's 9 plus 5, 14 points of impact damage to each head, and then grapple.
I will say, with the established rules, if we ignore the fact that he's using Quicken spell wrong, a fun use of telekinesis. I've been going back and forth on his telekinesis use. Sometimes I think it's good, sometimes I think it's a little much. Very fun to do to a Hydra.
Both those heads are currently grappling each other, so they will not be able to attack each other.
And then I go back against Trey.
Yeah, I'm certain that they are never going to go back to Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Or any of its affiliate stores. I'm sure that the expansion that they described was not an excuse to just put Gilmore in every city that they visit that he could conceivably have been in. I'm sure it's nothing like that at all.
Alright, is now the Hydra turn. Roll the high initiative. The 2 heads are going to entangle themselves, so that's their attack. Now only has 4 strikes this turn. 2 of which are going to be against you, and 2 of which are going to be against you. Alright, so 2 heads, rear back, lunging out backs over here. It's going to be a 19 plus. Yes, it's a 29. Second one is going to be a 19. Yes. Alright, so you take. Okay, 17, 15. 17 and 15, so 32 points of.
Oh, I mean, I get that, Robin. There is a certain level of how you describe, and that's also like a tone at the table thing of like, how does everyone else describe their stuff? How do you describe your stuff? And does it feel like you, the player, are not matching tone, or is that a feature of your character that like your character is? This ultimately all comes back to, is it you or your character? Because Tiberius being showboaty makes total sense, right? Like that makes perfect sense as an established flaw for Tiberius. But it never feels that way. The West Run store opens without a hitch.
Piercing damage.
Oh,
Both heads, one snaps into the one of the heads snaps on your torso and lifts you up for a second. The other head grabs inside your body, and it feels like it's tear you apart for a second until you manage to elbow it in the nose and manage to get one head shake off the other. Grog. Other head comes at you. First one comes at a 24. Hits. And natural 20 for the second.
Yeah, I guess so.
No.
All right.
Philip's a fucking douche today.
Oh.
14 points from the first one. Your raging is halved to 7.
That's right.
The other one is a critical. That does come to 24. 12 points piercing damage.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. That ends its turn. That's you up.
Can I see its body at all, or is it?
Yeah, you can see its body. It's pretty large. The heads are visible from the ram's blocking kind of the lower half of it. So you can't see its legs and its main parts torso, but you can see the necks and the heads.
I can't see its body.
Currently, no, it's blocked by her stone wall.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot towards where. Is this bad? Oh no.
Do it.
I'm gonna shoot towards where all of the heads are joined together. I want to shoot my.
It managed to unravel itself during its turn, but it used its attacks to do so.
You just mean down here?
Yeah, down where all these heads are connected.
Okay, you can
Right here.
sort of see that area best you can. Yeah.
All about that base.
Right.
I want to shoot my fancy exploding arrow.
Ooh. Okay.
The untested one?
The untested
Exploding
arrow.
Really, the one that you rolled.
The one that has a little mark behind
The
the
one
side?
that has a
This is so
fancy mark.
exciting.
You pull your quiver, the exploding arrow, which you can see it's heavily weighted in the front, so you know you have to kind of fire a slight arc against most of your arrows that you shoot. So go ahead and roll an attack on this one.
Oh god.
You roll.
Not great. Are you serious? Not great.
A 20.
So, as you pull back on your bow, you go to release it, and the string ignites for a second. The arcane fire behind you absent-mindedly trigger. As you do, you realize last minute the arrow doesn't fire. You actually can freak out for a second and release the bow. The arrow falls, the flame hitting the edge of it, and explodes and detonates right in front of you. Make a reflex saving throw. Or sorry, a dexterity saving throw. Oh, I can squeak every now and then.
Not don't.
Okay, good.
Now?
Now the warning?
Fuck you guys, guys.
So what would have been an explosively painful 38 points of damage is halved.
Oh, we know it works.
So you take 19 points of fire damage.
Well,
Nice engineering
Not
person.
prone.
Now, if only I could have attached that to a donkey at some point.
19?
19, yeah.
Jesus.
You're not flat on your ass.
That was all of Dungeons and Dragons contained in 30 seconds.
For a year, he tried to get me to design an exploding donkey.
I did.
For like a year. You did.
That was a little unfortunate.
That was really unfortunate.
Trinket can still move and finish off the round if you like.
Yeah.
Definitely one of your attacks.
All right, can Trinket run up and fight alongside Grom? All right, he's gonna do that.
Runs up the ramp, claws out.
He gets 2 attacks, does a Feast of
Okay.
Fury.
Yep.
Jeez.
So
Okay, I'm gonna...
I have a bit of a statement on that. Because that, to me, this very rarely happens. It was probably I've only felt it a few times, and I think the airship was one of them. She's letting Trinket fight. No. Look at how sad she is. I was gonna try to make some joke about how it's an illusion, because her letting Trinket fight is unheard of. But this is sort of like the airship where like the rules change in the moment. But like that was so quick. He essentially gave her a like critical fumble. He made it not only waste the ammo, which was fair. I mean, that's what should have happened by like raw 5e rules, is the attack misses, it goes off somewhere else and explodes. But he also made it a critical fumble where it fell to her feet and did damage to her, which is totally not raw. Like that is pure homebrew. That's a critical fumble. But then he has her roll the dex saving throw, and she rolls a nat 20, and now he follows the raw rules of like, oh yeah, like you succeeded on the dex saving throw, half damage. And she's like, what? Only half damage, but it was a 20. And he's like, yeah. And that feels like playing it a bit both ways. Like, if you're going to lean into the critical fumble nature of it, also lean into the heroic nature of, like, rolling the 20. And, like, have her, like, dance out of the blast. She's still losing the ammo. I don't know. It's a little bit iffy on me for Matt.
Roll my trinket dice.
I mean, it's fucking one. it's one fucking decision. Probably only a crit fumble due to the special arrow. Yeah, but if you're gonna crit fumble at all, I feel like, especially when it's that close together, I feel like it's just it's not like really fair to the player to immediately not crit succeed, like do like the nice like bonus success. I mean, even if we want to think about this arrow was the result of a 20 on a roll. So it feels a bit like he gave a punishment and then she rolled like the good thing that would have normally avoided the punishment, and he kind of just took it away from her. It's a risk you take if you want to use a special item. I mean, hey, SSH. I have no arguments. I don't use crit fumbles or crit successes. Like, if that was running at my table, she just would have missed, and the thing would have gone off, and that would have been it. But, like, because rolling a 1, all it does is cause you to miss. So I think this is more of a criticism of a lack of consistency within Matt's tone, for me at least. He gets better at that kind of thing, but even today, with skill checks, he makes 1s auto fails, but 20 he asks for modifier totals. Yeah, I mean, it's just, getting your style and your tone down is really difficult, especially when you're moving to a new system. I'm still struggling with it in Blades in the Dark. Well, I say still. I've run in like a few sessions, and I've only DM'd one. So I think it's really fair to say that I'm still trying to get it down. But yeah, it's hard to get down. And Matt was never inconsistent again.
Oh, no, don't kill me now. Okay. I don't even know what that is. 16?
16 is not hit.
Cool. 19?
19 does hit.
All right. All right.
Oh boy.
Okay. 13?
13.
Does he get Hunter's Mark?
I would say yes, because it is your bear. I'll let that happen.
Yes, he does. That's another 5.
Nice. So 18 points of damage from Trinket. Trinket runs up. One claw swings through the air, and as the head veers back, seeing this new bear that's joined the fray, reaches out and clamps onto its throat with its jaws, tearing a chunk of its flesh out.
Yeah,
Trinket!
Good job, Trinket.
Alrighty.
Shit on that
That
one.
brings
Really,
us
really good.
Scanlan.
I'm just gonna.
Sorry,
I'm just gonna punch it. I'm just gonna punch it with Bigby's hands. I'm just gonna do Bigby's hands. And punch it. That's it. Good. Punch.
All right.
That's my move. Punch.
All right. Good. Make a spell first.
Go sleep. That's cool. Take it away. It's Bigby's hand. Bigby's hand. You know.
Oh, she realizes it. Which is crazy that she's just like throwing him into combat, because I feel like she's been hiding him from every combat for the entire campaign.
Shambona.
It's just a shiny
So
rock.
this
whole world is
right,
real.
so
Bigby's
go
hand.
ahead and roll d20 and add your spell attack.
As a spell attack.
Yes, we talked about spell.
21.
21 hits. Go ahead and roll 48 points of force damage as the fist slams, clocking one of the hydras in the face.
Those are good.
Yeah, honestly, as
That's
a
like
sage.
nice.
And with that, you actually punch one of the heads off the hydra, spinning off into the...
Oh no. Oh, we don't want to punch heads off.
Hey guys, I got rid of another head. Hey guys, I'm on a roll.
Oh no.
Who's still hasn't gone? Keelan, you
I haven't gone, and Grog hasn't gone.
I'm gonna inspire Grog with my bonus action.
I have inspired.
I got inspire. Come on, Grog. Yeah, you know what I mean. It is time to rage on this Hydra.
A half-hearted D10 to your inspiration. Alright, so, as it gets to finishes your turn, at this point,
What?
you see a series of blurs. Oh, shit.
Blurs from the bushes.
Blurs from the bush.
A voice rings out saying, "Hey! What are you doing?" And you now see an armored individual come rushing out from behind this tree here. Another armored individual rushing from there. A female with a large sword rushing from this side. Another character with leather armor. And a robed female from behind here. It's a time mark! You're not supposed to take that from us!
Well, maybe you should have fought it before we got here.
No! This is against the rules, you skag! At which point,
law?
Oh no.
rules.
Wait, what rules? We don't know the rules.
We tagged him first. Warcraft rules.
I don't know what that means. No,
So, this guy runs forward.
Jesus.
There. Can't quite get all the way there, so he's going to sit there. Mage moves out this way, and is going to look over at you as you're kind of getting the gun. Looks over and reaches out her hand. Go make a will or wisdom saving throw.
I'm still.
Is that my wisdom? Oh my god, for the love of... Yeah!
Say it. Say it.
Why so many ones tonight?
No, hold on. Wait, no, hold on. I peek over and counterspell.
You do not have visual on her at all.
I don't do-
Trees are in between, unfortunately. You, as you're on the flying carpet, don't you see over the shoulder? You go to get your gun, you're trying to plug the badge, and your muscle seize, and you find yourself held in place.
Hold person. Who are these? Hold Percy.
Ass clowns. This cleric character, you see him forward holding aloft a holy symbol, and reaches up, and suddenly you see the canopy above the Hydra begin to glow with a bright orange light before a call of fire. Slams down to the ground from the heavens.
On the Hydra?
On the Hydra.
Wait,
What's
what
that?
about the people that are near the Hydra?
It appears to only be affecting the Hydra.
Oh.
I think they're the
Come on, Eileen. I swear I will be at this moment.
4's 8. 4 8.
While you were gone, everything happened, by the way.
Everything happened. We're apparently taking someone's bounty.
Someone's kill.
This character runs up,
Percy's
dressed
gloves.
in leather armor, hood, cloak, runs back, pulling 2 long swords from underneath the cloak, swings up to strike multiple times. You can see a hawk gliding overhead in the canopy, kind of spying on top.
He's a ranger. He's a master ranger. Fucker.
Alright, does
This is, huh?
12 points of damage with the first strike, the second one he goes to swing and hits
And
behind
it
the
explodes in
flesh.
his face, and he's knocked prone.
Sorry. This woman, as she rushes forward, you can see the skin has a pink reddish tint. These kind of blackened, pointed horns curled in the back of the head. And she carries a giant greatsword in her hand as she runs in a blur, yelling out this angry war cry. It's ours! Runs up and swings towards one of the Hydra's heads. First one misses. Second one misses. Yeah, just whoosh, whoosh in her fury and anger and the frustration of currently having apparently a targeted bounty of theirs taken. She swings wildly into the air, missing both strikes. And that's going to...
Oh, that failed.
That's going to end their round. All right, that brings us to Grog and Percy. Percy, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
It's just wisdom modifier plus a d20.
It's whatever your wisdom saving throw. Yeah, should be.
Natural 20.
There we go, buddy.
Is that happening again?
What? One's in
Is that
20.
happening again?
What have I done?
So you managed to strike the effect, but that's your turn. He's like, ugh. There you go.
I would like to look to the woman that swung and missed and go, oh, I think you meant to do this, and I'll swing for the body of the Hydra.
Okay.
24.
24 hits.
And 20.
20 hits.
So, why don't I use the stupid dice? That's okay. 19.
19 damage.
And 11.
All right. whack, you hit once again, second, almost like you're cutting on a tree. You're hitting the same mark you hit last turn, carving a large chunk of the throat out. You can now see the exposed bones underneath, and it's starting to like gurgle through its hissing. You bring the axe around with the inertia of the backswing and slam it into the base of another one of the necks. As it slams into it, it gets wedged in there. You have to pull it out with a giant spray of blood that actually spatters across the female tiefling that you now see. And it sprays across her. She lifts it on the tip of her pointed teeth, and you can see she brings her sword up ready to go ahead and attack it. Again, she's like glaring at you now with like a "this is mine" type expression.
Super hot. It's not that amazing.
Facts.
All right, so am I still up on the elevated part of the stone?
You are, yes.
Yeah, so the one that's occupied with grog, I'm going to jump on it and cling my legs to the side and try to slice down as I go. Over the side wall. Okay. First is a 28.
Alright.
Let's just do that. And it's a sneak attack because it's occupied with grog, obviously. So that is a 2 plus, this is my keen dagger, that's a 9. Plus 9, 13, 16, 19, 24. 9 plus 24 is
33.
30. Yeah. And then the second dagger, flame tongue, 9 to 19.
Alright, that does it.
Okay, that's a regular roll. 4 plus 6 is 10, and then swing out comes the venom dagger, which has already spit its poison, and that is a 26, which also hits, and that is a 4 plus 6 is 10. So, shink, say something cool while you're down its neck.
Am I missing something? Does he have... Do his boots give him haste for like 10 turns? How long does he... Is that what they do? They give him haste? Why does he... How long? I guess maybe I don't have a good concept of how long this combat has been. How long do the Boots of Haste give that for? Pretty much forever and no lethargy effect. 1 minute. Wow, 10 rounds? Is very good.
No. All right.
He whipped out 3 attacks, and I was like, oh.
As you spin over the mark down on the opposite side there. Nice, well done. I forgot to roll this.
Fire pulled that motherfucker.
It does resist the poison end of its turn, by the way. But even with the disadvantage, still hit people last turn. Alright, cool. So you flip over, arc yourself down after this series of dagger blades, carving these 2 long, ragged wounds down the side of its body. As you hit the opposite side of the stonework, it's starting to crack a little bit from the impact and the swishing about of its physical body.
Can I ask, do I have a bonus action at this point? I'm hasted, I've done 3 attacks. Is there time for bonus action? I don't know.
You have attack?
It's attack.
Bonus action.
Got it. Good. I'm good. Thank you.
Alright, Keyleth.
Okay. Should I try and get these fuckers off, or should I just kill the guy?
Attack the Hydra.
We'll deal with them after.
Okay, when I think of dagger, I think of one hand, like Chucky style. Like, dagger. But I do understand what you guys are saying, that it is dagger. Like, I see it. This is also why his belt is so necessary. You know what? Points to Matt. Those 2 synergize really well. Like, if you're gonna give him a fucking legendary fucking magic item for a belt, giving him the Boots of Haste as well, so that he can fully take advantage of it, not bad. Throwing is how I imagine it. And also that. Usually thrown, I think. Dagger. Fair enough.
I cast Call Lightning.
All
and I
right.
bring a lightning bolt right down on his head.
In the same space, you can see there's a burnt hole in the top of the canopy where that fire column came through. There's a slight sizzle of ozone before a giant hammering blow of lightning streaks from the heavens down into the the body. You feel a jolt of energy in your daggers, and you pull them out instinctively before it manages to make its way to your body.
Sorry.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Woohoo! That's a 9, 8, bringing us to 17, 21 damage.
Nice. Alrighty. And that ends the round. Top.
Okay, he said a sizzle of ozone. He used it as a hearing thing. Doesn't count. In fact, might even be considered attempting to cheat the system. That does not count, SSH. It was a sizzle of ozone. That doesn't count.
The secondary head you blew off was 2 more heads sprout out. It now has 7 heads.
Hey guys,
the
chat is very
Hey, this is the best thing ever.
We don't get the heads to keep doing it.
You are winning.
I bet if we keep doing it, though, I mean, eventually the heads will outweigh the body and I'll just have to fall over.
Okay, Richard, it would be. That's why you don't say it normally. Like, it's like, you don't say how Vex goes and picks up her arrows. Like, it is implied unless there is something else, some other mitigating factor, like an airship battle, for example. You can smell a sizzle. Come on. You can smell a sizzle, but he said with a sizzle of ozone. Sizzle is a verb in that sentence, implying that it is a noise. I'm not taking this one. You can smell a sizzle, but not in this case. Let's go English. Letting me talk my way out of it. Agreed, sizzles are smellable. They are, but not this one. Well, actually, it's a noun in that sentence? What? You smell a sizzle of ozone. I can see how you don't smell it. He didn't say you smell. What did he say? He said with a sizzle of ozone. A sizzle of ozone. I think that's a verb. I don't know. I wasn't an English boy either.
Walk on my head.
Okay, well, that whole base is he's 20 feet in radius himself, isn't he? Sweet. I'm gonna. Oh, there's a lot of people going. Who are they? I put my ring out and I'm gonna do instantly quick and spell. Do 5 more SB. We'll bring down to 1 sorcerer point, and I'm gonna huck 2 fireballs right in the center.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I thought you
You're up to the side. Not
right. So you're drifting over here.
Let's find out.
I will never diagram the sentence.
Okay.
Never. You can't make me.
Last social points to fire 2 fireballs. Explode. One after another. Go ahead and roll damage on both of them.
A lot of dice.
There's a lot of dice.
Awesome. 20. What was that? 29 to 31, 35, 36. That's 41.
Put on the first one.
Reese, we are not talking about that during lunch club. That is not on the table. I'm sure you did.
Oh boy. That's almost like straight 6s and 5s.
34.
Yes.
Yeah, 34. So that's 39.
39.
It's insane.
Are you adding 5 to each of those?
Yes.
I don't think you're supposed to do that for fireball. It's just
Any fire attack.
Oh, that's right. Because you have that. Mine.
I think that's fine.
Yes, that's right. All right. So I need a reflex save from Grog from.
I'm going to do
Max.
Rogue's Evasion.
All right.
Instead. I'm going to use Matt Colville's die made of iron from a meteorite.
From a meteorite?
Hopefully not die.
Wait, from a meteorite?
Yes. To be fair, the die didn't dodge the earth, so.
What kind of roll is this?
Unless somebody's on.
Saving throw 8 plus the.
Because
I
it's
rolled a
only
17.
This
If
is
the hybrid
Yes.
So like everything in that area?
Everything in the area.
Okay, well
It's done. It's done. It's done.
Here we go, 17.
I rolled a 17.
So fireballs.
Is that a success or failure?
Was it?
I asked
17.
before, is that yourself to temporary?
What is the what's your difficulty in your spell?
Twice.
I will say I do love writing. I love writing. I like writing scripts. I like writing shit for D&D. But I just write how I talk. And most people do not talk in complete sentences. You know what I'm saying? Even that last sentence, I started with the word and. So it's like I just write how I talk unless I'm writing like a professional email or something. And so I have do not pay attention to the rules. Wait, did Tibbs not realize his attack would hit his friends again? I don't know. I don't know. Because they all like looked at him and were like, what? You sure about the fireball? But I guess not.
Everything in that area?
Everything in the area.
Okay, well,
It's done. It's done. It's done.
Here we go, 17.
I rolled a 17.
So fireballs.
Is that a success or failure?
Was it?
I asked
17.
before, is that yourself to temporary?
What is the what's your difficulty in your spell?
Twice. The spell save?
Yeah.
DC. I mean, 17.
17. That just makes it.
Oh.
Just
Makes
for
it.
the first one, yes.
So it hits him?
For the first fireball.
He explicitly and multiple times specified the enemy is 20 feet in radius, and Matt interpreted that as diameter. Oh, interesting. I actually didn't really hear that.
Quick spell. Do 5 more.
Wait, the body will just have to fall over.
Oh, you gotta be like top heavy.
Okay.
Walk on my head.
Okay, well, that whole base is he's 20 feet in radius himself, isn't he? Sweet. I'm gonna. Oh, there's a lot of people going. Who are they? I put my ring out and I'm gonna do instantly
I do see how that would have been.
quick and spell. Do 5 more SB. We'll bring down to 1 sorcerer point, and I'm gonna huck 2 fireballs right in the center.
Okay. Okay. All right. So.
But okay, wait, you guys can't see it. I mean, I understand where the confusion stems from because he was confirming, but if they're 5 feet, right, they're on a 5x5, 20, it would be hard. Like, this is definitely 20 feet in diameter. If that, it looks more like 15. So, like, it is definitely not 50 or 20 feet in radius. So it would make sense why Matt either, like, thought he misspoke or, like, didn't hear him. But you are right. There was, like, miscommunication and, like, a clarification issue. Fireball, action, surge, fireball. I mean, that's essentially what he's trying to do, yeah. Yeah, because that's weird. It's like Orion is misinterpreting the literal information in front of him, and Matt is misinterpreting Orion's misinterpretation. because he did say it very clearly. Yeah, that's a weird one.
So,
I thought you're up to the side.
right, so you're drifting over here. Drifting over here, you say?
I'm not drifting
There we go. You're just aiming at it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, back to back, use last your social points to fire 2 fireballs. Explode. One after another. Go ahead and roll damage on both of them.
A lot of dice.
There's a lot of dice.
Awesome.
So,
20. What was that? It was 9 to 31, 35.
Yeah, I mean, John, this is a general thing that I've dealt with at my tables. I find that a lot of players at a lot of different tones and with a lot of different priorities don't like sharing too much about their plans. Like, they really want the surprise factor of like what they're doing. So they don't like to like ask too many questions, or they'll ask them like kind of vaguely. I've dealt with this at basically every table I've ever run or run at. Where like one to multiple characters do not convey all of what they're trying to do, and that lack of conveying leads to misinterpretations and the result not being what they want at all. My solution and like how I've grown up and like grown into my style has been to try and make sure that they are as aware of what is going on in the world as possible, so that even if they do not tell people the plans, if they're experienced players, most of the time we don't run into issues. But it's a hard problem to tackle. That would have been better quality math education, radius versus diameter. Yeah.
That's 41.
We're on the first one?
Oh God.
First one?
Yeah. All right.
Oh boy.
Dude, Liam is like taking deep breaths. I don't know like what sort of communication there's been about Orion afterwards. Like, I don't know how the vibes are. I don't know if the communications were very like PR oriented, but Liam looks like mad.
First one? Yeah.
All right.
Oh boy.
That's almost like straight 6s and 5s.
34.
Yes.
Yeah, 34. So that's 39.
39.
It's insane.
Are you adding 5 to each of them?
Yes.
I don't think you're supposed to do that fireball. It's just
Any fire attack.
Oh, that's right. You have that.
I think that's fine.
Yes, that's right. All right. So I need a reflex save from Grog from.
I'm going to do
Max.
Rogue's Evasion.
All right.
Instead, I'm going to use Matt Colville's die made of iron from a meteorite.
From a meteorite?
Hopefully not die.
Wait, from a meteorite?
Yes, to be fair, the die didn't dodge the Earth, so.
Oh, Sam is really trying to do this, like trying to make it.
What kind of roll is this?
Unless somebody's on.
Saving throw 8 plus the.
Because
I rolled a 17.
This
If the hybrid touches.
Yes.
So like everything in that area?
Everything in the area.
Okay, well,
It's
that's
done. It's done. It's done.
Here we go, 17.
I rolled a 17.
So fireballs.
Yeah, and Liam does not look happy. He's like, it's done. We're moving on. We're on stream. Shut the fuck up.
Success or failure?
Was it?
I asked
17.
before, is that yourself the company?
What is the what's your difficulty? Your spell?
My spell save?
Yeah.
DC, that means 17.
17. That just makes it.
Oh.
Makes the first one. Yes.
So it hits him?
For the first fireball.
First fireball. Yes. You avoid that.
I'm gonna wait to fully comment on the rest of this until we see how this like falls out. There is something satisfying about hitting a big spell that no one expected and getting a big reaction. Yeah, which I understand, Richard. And I think that's why, I just said, like, I've experienced this with players at basically every table I've run, with like almost every type of player, and every table I've run at. There's this is always a problem, and so it's, how do you allow players to have this like surprising impact? It's kind of like our discussion with the Whispers. It's like, how do you allow players to like keep secrets and to make it to where they have the information that they need to do the things that they intend to do? Because clearly here, Orion did not have the information he needed to do what he wanted to do, even though he tried. So it's a struggle. It's something that you really have to feel out yourself as a DM, and that it is a struggle to feel out. Like I said, with my own style, my part of my solution is just make sure that the players are as aware of what is going on as possible, so that there is less of that. So like, honestly, at my table, if he asks me what the radius is, I'm like, I don't know. I would have to check the squares. And I would like either measure it in front of them or make them measure it so that we are on the exact same page about what is going on. And then if they fuck it up after that, then it's kind of on them. I asked first, he mumbles, "Sure, Orion, but you said it so fast and with very little realization from Matt about what you were intending to do." Yeah. Yeah. We're going to see how this continues. But even in C3, everyone is always surprised by the radius of Fireball when it's visualized. Fireball's fucking big, dude. It's really
Do I need to roll again? Roll again in a moment?
Yep.
Okay.
So every...
The second one now.
Oh,
Two
now.
explode in a row.
That
hold on a
is
second.
less.
Hold on a second. Hold on. This has to wait. I'm gonna put a pause on it real quick.
You already did it.
I asked the question before I cast a spell. Is the hydrant itself 20 foot radius? And I got a nod. So I figured my spell.
The Hydra itself is a the creature. Its whole it's a 15-foot diameter.
Diameter.
Yes.
So
a radius is from the outside of it, from the middle.
Radius is different from diameter. Okay.
Geometry kids.
Well then, it's fine. I'll shift it closer.
No, we already did
done.
It's done.
It's been done.
It's done.
Lesson learned.
This is why this is interesting.
It's okay.
So I succeeded the first time. I failed the second time, which means I have whatever the damage is.
Whoa, that was not a happy sentence from Liam. That's why this is interesting. That was a little bit of secondhand embarrassment or secondhand discomfort. You know, I'm really debating whether or not to take the annoyance counter. I think I am, because I still don't like how he handled it. But I think that this is one of the few where he at least has some amount of justification for being frustrated, but he is still not portraying and displaying his frustration well. I completely forgot about... Yeah, that was an uncomfy moment. Liam story first, O'Brien. Yeah, that was... Woo!
Which is high.
Right, so you take...
Of one fireball.
Take 18 points of fire damage.
Okay. Okay, that's
Rock.
okay.
Oh, look at how mad. Oh, these are bad vibes.
What am I rolling? Sorry.
Bad vibes.
Trying to beat 17.
Oh, I rolled a 14 plus anything?
Yeah, you got inspiration, friend.
Yeah, I do!
What's your...
Plus
his what? His dex or...
Proficiency.
Proficiency or what?
Liam just eyeballing the camera there. Oh my god.
Friend.
Yeah, I do!
What's your...
plus
his what? His dex or...
Proficiency.
Okay, but Orion has taken up so much of Matt's patience that Matt is now done making small exceptions for Orion. And everyone at the table, like that was kind of a wild moment of like Orion was like, "Oh well, I'll just change it," and everyone's like, "No, you did it." Like that wasn't just Matt. That was like everyone at the table was like. And it seemed like to me, I mean, this is something that we've only touched a little bit on, but like his lack of paying attention, that was the origin of the annoyance counter, was him like really not paying attention. Or it was one of the origins, one of the first couple things. And I think that they're really frustrated with him not like paying attention to shit for this. Whoa. The face of exasperation. Yeah, that is tough.
Proficiency or what?
No, it's
Dex?
whatever your dex saving throw is.
Oh, 2. So 16 plus...
So 18.
Also, you have advantage, Travis. Oh. Don't forget. You have danger sense.
18.
All right,
18
so
for the
first
first
one. Okay, so you take 22 points of fire damage.
Where did all that math go from the last game?
I wouldn't have shot you
one.
guys.
9.
9?
9.
Oh. Oh, dagger, indeed. Wow, that is bad vibes, dude.
Where did all that math go from the last game?
I just want to see anyone else's reactions. Does anyone else even have a reaction? Oh, Laura's just like not.
Shot you guys.
9.
I think no one else. Everyone else is just like, dude, move on. This is now like Liam is not handling this well either. I actually think between the two of them, I'd say that Liam's being more of the bad sport, but very clearly I have a fucking counter for it. I understand why, like, this has been building up over many episodes. Wow, that was a tense moment. That thing I always want to say about Orion but can't. Ooh.
9?
9. You can take it.
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
I'm good.
Here's the other side of it, though. We'll get this in just a second. So,
it's all right.
Rob?
It's still
9. 9. No, because you take 39 points of fire damage.
Okay, cool.
I don't want to hurt my friends.
I don't want to say it, but
Trinket's dead.
Trinket's right there.
Oh yeah. Roll a saving throw for Trinket.
No. Remember I said leave Trinket behind?
Yeah, I know you said that, but he also attacked him already.
Okay.
Saving throw for Trinket.
Come on, Trinket, die.
Oh no!
Oh my god. Okay.
Don't say it.
No, it's good. It's good.
17 for the first one.
Okay, that just makes it so Trinket takes
Split second. It was
22
a 1.
points
It
of
was
fire
like
damage.
1.
Alright, and then second one.
Jesus Christ.
Sam's trying to save Trinket.
You're okay.
I'm eating so much sugar, like compulsively out of nerves.
Oh my god, you have eaten a
It
lot of this.
stuck
Yeah,
in there.
Yeah, just roll again.
Oh wow, it's
Damn it.
not either. It was really on an
It was
angle.
really on an angle. That's
Okay,
unfortunate
guys.
because one of them was good. One of them sucked.
So what'd you roll?
7.
7. All right. So with the explosion, both explode out of the way. You both manage to avoid the break of the damage. Trinket falls unconscious in the ground.
That was like a little weird. I didn't love that, but whatever. It's probably fine.
The smell of burnt hair. The
Green burnt hair.
Hydra looks rough. However,
Green eggs and bears.
the individuals also nearby that came in are also blasted back by the fireball.
Please send
Oh
replacement.
no, and it's the arcane magic. Oh. Oh no.
Bear.
Everyone but the cleric and the mage over there are hit with these double explosions. Everyone taking full damage except for him who takes half on the first one. They all of a sudden look around dazed and frustrated.
Yeah, we just set off a nuke in the middle of the thing.
The Hydra, due to the fire impact.
Yet I'm sure that these people are not in any way affiliated with Vasselheim.
Impact collapses inside the stone structure.
Dead?
Dead?
Dead.
Yes.
Ooh. So how do you want to do this?
Our kill! Our kill!
Oh my god.
With
double
casualties. With casualties.
With I don't have.
We'll take care of him. He's okay. What do you want to do?
Fine. Before the last one reaches it, I actually cast really hard Control Flame. It totally doesn't work this way, but I do it anyway.
Sure.
And I'm like, you bastard! I didn't mean to do this. And I'm gonna hammer it like I did with Flaming Sphere when we were playing in private.
I'll say through this. You send off the first fireball as it explodes and damages everyone in the radius. It blows one of the throats of the Hydra up, and part of the heads are now caught on fire.
This is much better.
As you take the second fireball, you send it off, shouting that outward. You use Control Flame at the same time the telekinesis you're still maintaining to envelop the explosion of the fireball and contain it in the center. You slam it and let it detonate as part of the impact into the torso where the heads are currently attached. You end up blowing half the heads off the Hydra in the process, the rest of its body trying to keep itself standing up. However, the explosion itself sent the stone wall around you guys broken into pieces and shards now sticking upward. The Hydra backs up and falls onto its side, impaling itself on the shattered stone wall that you had kept up. As it slowly slides down on the wound, it gurgles out its last life breath, the rest of its body on fire, slowly sinking to the base of the stone wall.
That was really cool.
Who can heal really a lot really fast?
Me.
Drink it!
You know, everything that just happened does jive with, the current analysis of Orion. That was really interesting of like, this is one of the first times where he has ever actually looked contrite for his actions. And it is because it was his mistake, I think. Where it's not like, they were facing down some weird danger or challenge. He made a mistake, and he made mistakes in the other two, but he didn't consider them mistakes. And that's very interesting that this was the first time that he actually like kind of like tried to like drag the vibes out of the dirt and like kind of brush them off. That whole thing was just uncomfortable. Mega, do you think Trinket will ever die? No, and if he does, they will probably allow him to be revivified. They will probably immediately fucking helivac his body to the nearest temple to get him true resurrection. Some clerics get fireball, they don't get two.
Ike?
I get up and run over to Trinket.
And the thing is, like, ultimately it won't matter, right? They'll be able to go back and like do a long rest. I mean, it'll matter that that he hit all of the other people, but it ultimately doesn't even matter that he hit his friends, but it's still that was yucky. That might have been one of the yuckiest scenes to watch.
And like hold his little
Who's bad?
hands.
Who's bad?
I know I've been saying that the other players need to confront him on these things, but it doesn't make it more comfortable to watch happen.
Bad.
Trinket's unconscious.
What about these
I run up to
strangers?
Trinket and I cast Cure Wounds on Trinket.
I run to Trinket as well.
In a 3rd level spell slot.
All right.
I keep my eyes
help
on the...
him.
D8 plus
Help him.
1, 2, yeah.
Come here, he's gonna be fine.
All right. As you guys rush up, the
Oh, actually, it's
Yeah, Vax is rolling down the corpse of the Hydra to stand in front of these strangers.
I've rushed to Trinket's side too from where I'm at.
all right. You're right at Trinket's
I
side.
fly into
Okay,
the
cool.
group.
Okay, you fly into the group over here. Everyone else kind of gathers.
I get closer and just kind of do the Super Bowl shuffle in front of our new visitors. Like, yeah, that's what we did. We just killed.
Trinket heals for 21 damage.
Okay.
Trinket is up, but okay.
Who else is bad?
Trinket plays over Tiberius and kind of gives you a glare.
I do it
Tiberius.
again for
Be
Vax.
careful.
I always forget
Ooh,
about
that's
that thing.
I rolled 2 hit
He's behind
dice.
the Hydra. I couldn't see.
Well, you're on a short rest yet, because right now, as you guys are standing there, the rest of the other party is now stepping up to you. The main human you now see in armor
Centered on Trinket.
steps up. He has a kind of dirty blonde, short hair, a little bit of stubble on the chin. Very, very well armored, and the armor itself looks like it's taken a beating. Steps up and says, "All right, I'm going to ask you a question. What the fuck are you doing?"
You're killing a Hydra?
I think we're killing a Hydra. What are you doing today?
Fulfilling my contract.
Oh, by not killing the Hydra? Because that's what you just did.
Listen, we don't know what the fuck you're doing. Take the Hydra. We're not here for a bounty. We're
no,
trying to help
give
the
us some
city.
money. No,
One head,
Oh
one
yeah,
head,
we
one
want
head.
some. Yeah, we need proof.
Back to the rest of the group, and they
Holding her bleeding bear in her arms. Holding the only thing that she has shown to love other than coin. And he says, "We don't care about the Hydra. We don't care about the bounty." And she goes, "Wait, shut the fuck up, Trinket, for a second. Stop death rattling. No, we definitely do care about the contract. Shut the fuck up, Trinket. I care about that gold." Hey, I think Trinket would also be in agreement with her, probably.
Better kind of sits forward and touches his shoulder
Gets him that sick armor.
for a second. Better kind of shrugs it off and says, "No. Skags that wander these lands, taking creatures from underneath those who are lawfully permitted to hunt these beasts and take that bounty in. That makes you breakers of the law of Vasselheim."
I'm still invisible behind
What's your name, sir?
And turns over and looks
Wait, did he say he's still invisible behind them? Did he cast invisibility at some point that I missed?
creatures from underneath those who are lawfully permitted to hunt these beasts and take that bounty in. That makes you breakers of the law of Vasselheim.
I'm still invisible behind
Did he cast that at some point?
What's your name, sir?
Because he must have cast it after the 2 telekineses. And I didn't hear it.
And turns over and looks towards you and takes a couple steps forward, leaping off of the broken stonework on this side. Aldor, and I work for the Slayer's Take. Those of us that are empowered to hunt.
Oh! Someone mentioned the Slayer's Take earlier. That's a spoiler! Who was it? I'm going to hunt you down and give you a demerit. To be fair, I had no fucking clue what you were talking about. So it does meet the definition of the acceptable spoilers, which is so vague I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm still gonna give you a shame.
Contracted, bounty-given beasts and creatures in this land. You have gone out and laid claim to a beast that you had no lawful right to.
Well, the bastion up on the wall said we could, so that's why we did it.
While all of this is going down, I'm just gonna kind of casually walk over.
I can't find it. Doesn't matter. It was Richard. Me. What? They were mentioned by the guard. Oh, they were? Whatever. It doesn't matter, ultimately. It was just a random name. I didn't know what it meant. They talked about it earlier in the game as well. Oh! We're fine. It was okay either way, but...
And open my little harvesting book and start harvesting some Hydra blood.
Where's the one who's talking?
As you attempt to do that, the mage walks up and goes, I wouldn't recommend that. You can see her elven face. There is a glare of frustration and standoffishness, but is very sincere in the do not step closer.
Aldor had intercourse and they were mentioned by the barkeep. It was probably mentioned at some point.
I'd put your hand down. You see, I had a horrible day yesterday, and unless you want to end up like Puppy Dog here, we'll all end up in a big pile of blood unless you find a way to split your take with us and maybe let us go on our way. You see, we're new in these parts, and we have a habit for killing.
Who would pay you?
What do you mean?
Where were you going to take this creature for the bounty you keep speaking of?
Which one is talking?
Someone?
It's Aldor, the same human fighter.
Aldor, they told us we could just kill it and then like get the heads and then bring it in and then they would give us money.
He didn't think this through.
They did say that. They directly said that.
Listen, let's level with you. This whole escapade was not very well thought out. We're new in town. We don't want to step on any toes. We did you a solid. We killed your thing. Let's calm it down a notch and let's just talk, shall
Why don't you just tell people you killed it, we helped, you get the money, you give us half of it, we call it even.
Otherwise, we're gonna go right now.
He laughs to himself and looks back at the rest of them. You have to understand, the Slayer's takes contracts are binding. Magically.
Oh.
If we don't take this creature in, after dealing the killing blow, we're at an impasse with the Slayer's take.
Can you just like stab it right now and then maybe it's like kind of still breathing a little bit?
Can anybody heal it? And you can kill it
Just
again.
get a little-
The cleric steps forward. This human cleric is older, whitish
work.
hair.
That'd work.
Steps forward, his mace at his side, armor currently kind of spattered with Hydra blood. Looking a little charred, but for the most part, okay.
Okay, before this gets out of hand, perhaps if you come with us to the Slayer's Take, there'll be a possibility of us still enacting this contract if we find a way to magically bind you to it. Now, mind you, I don't know how the funds would be legally distributed. However, if you talk to the leader of our order, perhaps there could be some sort of a resolution to this.
What kind of funds are we talking about here? What was the contract that you had been binded by?
They kind of look at each other and take a step back defensively and say,
We don't discuss money matters out in the open where it's so easy for bodies to be hidden.
Who is this leader of yours?
The one that you're looking for. It's on the other page.
So Aldor is no longer talking, right?
No, Sean Connery's talking now. I'm sorry.
The Huntmaster.
That's your leader? That's your leader?
I suddenly remember Mike Charlemagne.
Are you taunting me?
Oh,
No,
sorry.
no.
No,
It's okay.
Not at all.
He's just
Listen,
an
we
idiot.
were about to come to blows. You and I are going to work this out. Words are mightier than the sword, right? Hey.
Don't ever do that again.
What if we return? What if we return saying that you had acquired our services in the killing of this beast?
We
Would
were
that fulfill your
subcontracted
contract?
to you. Yes.
The only way that would work is if you were contracted with the Slayer's Take beforehand. Which, if you were to agree to be inducted, perhaps that would alleviate the concern. We could then write you into the contract magically, share the funds even, and you would be free to accept contracts and kill creatures at your leisure.
I'm sorry. One little clarification.
I see. Okay. This is the meta reason. This is the This is like Matt forcing them into an adventurers guild, which is like not the worst, but weird. And I now see why earlier Hans was like, oh, they didn't have to chase it. I would have found the person that pays first. Aha. The meta reason is clear yet mega. It's a good excuse to kill monsters. I mean, it is, yeah. It's a good excuse to get to kill monsters or to kill monsters and to get gold in this region. Oh, it's not clear yet. Oh no.
We get paid to kill.
We're not out here for fun.
Yeah, I'm in.
Because I was about to say, even if this is the meta reason, I don't know how I feel about it. We'll have to see.
At which point, the tiefling female behind you says, "Say that yourself. I'm out here for both."
Ooh.
She kind of flicks her sword and the blood across the ground.
I like her.
Well, are you in the company or know of Siren?
I kind of look at each other and... She's been on to do work with the Slayer's Take, yes?
Yeah, I'm definitely in.
Introduce yourselves if you don't mind.
Let's do that as we walk. At which point the cleric says,
Take the hedge. Lead them off. We'll take them back as trophies to prove the contract is sealed.
the leader, Aldor, says,
Interesting. I mean, this is giving me like West Marches vibes almost. With like this like weird like contractor that's like magically binding.
"Very well. Clean your weapons. No funny business. A single moment of your eyes wandering to your blade. I don't want to have to come to blows.
Oh,
Can't up this creature."
What will you do to us? What you did to the Hydra? Oh no, not kill us.
I really don't like
Few people do. Few people do.
You don't have to worry about that. We were out here helping the city for the sake of good, not earning a paycheck, so...
Sweet.
I mean, I was going to ask
Very
for a
sweet.
paycheck immediately after.
Dude, I was Laura was faster than my hand. The moment he said that, I started to get up to pause and say Laura definitely is. She was faster than me. Oh no, wait. I accidentally hit mute.
Paycheck, so...
Sweet.
I mean, I was going to ask
Very
for a
sweet.
paycheck immediately after we got back to the city, but you know.
That's how you roll.
It's a very, very lucrative trade, monster hunting in these woods. But you have to make sure that you're certified. Otherwise, you're taking money and food out of the mouths of us and our families.
Certification is key.
Come on. Gather up the creature's bits. Now I'm going to start carving into the body of the Hydra.
Ooh, can we help?
Cut through.
Now I
Can I take some
start
Hydra
doing my
teeth?
thing.
I've got the naughty bits.
Do I need to roll for this?
You don't have to actually. The group are very, very
Couple
well
of
trained.
4 more
to take the
scars.
place. And as you go to try to, the tiefling kind of puts you down.
Yes, thank you. Beat me to it.
Starts tearing pieces out.
Can we have? Can
There's
I
a
have a,
dominant kind of a standoff
can
here.
I have a scale? Just one more scale.
I want some stuff.
It's all right. We'll get it. We'll figure it
There
out when we
seems
get
to be a
there.
general feel here that you've already broken the law enough. If you really want to fight for it, you can. But
Let's quit while we're at it.
Yeah, let's deal with the naughty bits later.
takes about half an hour or so to read the bits and pieces. Then again, making your way back after you could push the remainder of the body into the pool itself, kind of letting it slowly sink to the bottom. You all make your way back the path you came, in kind of an awkward, quiet march.
Oh, you guys set that bait out. You guys killed that ape, didn't you? Did you set a trap?
Alder kind of gives you a
Oh.
No, we aren't the only trackers.
Look at you.
Clever.
So clever.
Eventually make your way back to town, skirt around the outer wall to one of the 3 main gates, this one right on the outskirts of the braving grounds. The gates open, you're all let in. First question at the sight of you guys, but Alder raises his hand and says, "No, they're with us, it's fine." You all walk in, leads you to the outskirts of the braving grounds into a new area of the town you have yet to travel to.
Ugh.
At which point he introduces, "Welcome to the Quadroads. This is where the Slayer's Take takes its place. This is also where the Arathis' crown lies. You best be paying homage to the deity of civilization while here." He pulls out a small gem around his neck with a small holy symbol on it, kisses it, puts it back in his shirt. And you guys continue walking into what is now, you see now, these large roads that streak across. And you've seen them join with the other sections. This is the most central of all the various districts of the city of Vasselheim. There's a very large trade bazaar, structured not that far out of the main gate that leads to the center of this district. You can see barkers shouting out left and right to you, various phrases dealing with food and various crops and creature.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Richard, when he was like pushing it into the pool. I was like, is that how it works? I think that's... I think that would not be good for the pool.
Fresh meat out of the abundance. Take us with you.
Dude, if I cannot put a nose in this chat after he finishes describing, I'm gonna be disappointed. Bazaars are the slam dunk level 1. Fucking, oh, it smells like spices, sizzling meat, street food. Come on.
The abundance. And people yelling out for general goods, packs, leathers, large carts being wheeled past you, until eventually you make your way to what looks like a very old darkwood lodge, about 3 stories high, decorated with dozens of tusks, claws, and other trophies that look as old as the building itself.
Cinnamon spice cloves,
Carved
totally.
wooden sign stands
Easy.
bolted to the top of the porch. It says Slayers Take Guild Hall in the common tongue. Approaching the door, still that awkward quiet keeping up with the group.
No.
There's an engraving into the door, pushed into the wood that reads, "Here is where the hunters gather, keen eyes and blades at ready. We cease the unknown's cackling laughter. Our will is strong, our numbers plenty. We stand against the tide of darkness. We do the deeds few men can handle. Reap forth the trophy from the carcass. We are your strength. We are your candle. Aldo does a knock on the door. The door opens. I looks through, and the door swiftly opens as another individual is dressed in kind of a makeshift leather and hide armor steps aside. You're all in carrying the large hydra heads through. There's still been gathering looks from the individuals watching you trudge through the street. To the center of the room, you see what looks to be amongst the kind of loose cast iron candelabras that are affixed to the rafters with small candles can flicker for the interior light. You see a long desk where a halfling male of muscular build sits eagerly rubbing his hands together. His harsh features and light scars dotting his face and hands, his red hair showing tinges of gray, his shifting smile belies a youthful vigor as you approach with the trophies. Aldor! Welcome back. How goes that bleeding mess-headed beast? I see you seem to have dropped it before you. Aldor takes the first head that he's carrying and chucks it to the ground as it rolls across with two large thuds, the rest of the congealed liquid kind of seeping into the wood. Well, that's true, but we bring a bit of an obstruction in the way. Next to the rest of you. Obstruction, you say? Okay. Well, this is a curious phrase. Please explain to me what has occurred in your outing on this contract. Aldor kind of scratches the side of his face. Well, it seems that we have a couple of, by a couple I mean a group of skags.
Not intentional. Skags.
Not intentional skags out in the forest, intending to hunt, and...
I do not like that word. It sounds like a slur. I know it's probably not, but every time I hear it, I'm like, ugh, oh, that's not good. Which I guess is effective if he made it up, but...
Managed to deal the killing blow to our mark.
Actually, I did that.
Sounds...
This
yeah,
one
it sounds bad.
He wipes some of the soot off his face, amongst other...
Yeah, in fiction it probably is, but it sounds out of fiction like one. Which I guess is like the mark of a good made-up word, but...
Choose.
Sorry, my aim was off.
We've come from Oman. We're not exactly familiar with the customs and traditions of your city. We were merely trying to help. My friend may have slaughtered the Hydra, unintentionally, of course. We're hoping to somehow fit in to your society. Not sure how that works. Maybe you can help.
The halfling kind of walks from behind his desk with his hands behind his back. You come from Iman, you're not familiar with Vasselheim, yet the first thing you do upon arriving is leap out into the Vesper Timberland, fighting a freaking Hydra.
It was attacking the wall. We were protecting
A
you.
Hydra attacking your city. We were merely following our conscience.
No, this is okay. I like the balls you all have. This is ridiculous what you've done.
I have enormous balls.
Yeah, we both do.
See? They're massive.
I cast fireball.
Kind of steps away from the comment. Lady, I appreciate your brassness, but I would hope that you also act like a lady.
Oh.
No.
That's a high standard.
No.
Careful where you're walking, little man.
All I say is, I appreciate. Yes, your bear is quite fearsome.
He's got giant balls as well.
And he kind of reaches past him, looks at the wall, and you can see there are two bear heads affixed to the wall of various Asian degrees.
Don't look shrinking. Don't look.
Well, I can say that you may have breached the contract here. There may be ways of perhaps rectifying this, should you take the pledge. The pledge itself is a process, one that I myself cannot specifically judge upon. This would have to go to my boss, the headmaster, my wife.
I feel you.
That was an interesting order that he displayed that in. Boss, headmaster, wife.
Respect.
I will see if she is available. One moment. The halfling kind of patters off down the hallway.
That is fucking awesome.
That would be amazing.
Came back a few moments later. She would like to see the skags now.
What is skags? Can you just call us people, please?
Sounds so terrible.
We have a name. Vox Machina.
Machina.
Yeah.
Perhaps you've heard of us.
Remember it.
Heard of it not before.
We need to make patches. We should make
I will call you this upon you making the pledge. Until then, you are a group of forest-walking skags.
All
Come
right.
with me. You follow him into the back hallway, down past a series of doors, some kind of half open and ajar. You can see that there appear to be bunks or rooms for rest. There are some shields and various old weapons set up as decor against the wooden hallways, down to a large, heavy door that looks like it's actually like red leather is stretched across it, nailed across all parts of the doorway with a branded symbol in the center. The same symbol that you saw adorning the almost like a relief behind the Slayer's Take Lodge entranceway sign. As the door opens, the halfling pushing it aside, please enter. She would like to talk to you. As you guys all step inside, the interior, a soft glowing magical torch lights the room from the ceiling. The entire room is like a large office or study. There are books and meticulously kept scrolls. At a glance, you can see break down various creature types that talk about indigenous bestial creatures. Some talk about the anatomy of mythical and mystical beasts. This is a research facility for the hunting of any such creature that would find its way near or in the vicinity of Vasselheim. There, waiting for you, not at her desk, but leaning against it, with her hands also at her back, similar to her husband. You see before you, in very finely crafted, dark brown and black studded leather armor, a small shoulder cloak fixed and tossed over one shoulder, a tousled short brown hair, deep purple skin, the second tiefling you've seen today. This woman stands with bright white eyes, no pupil. Her tongue kind of flickers out of her mouth like a snake for a moment as you enter, and she looks about the rest of the party. Please, it would be my pleasure to talk to you for a moment about what you have done this day. Thank you, husband. Door slams shut behind.
You two make an adorable couple.
Yeah, he's a peach.
He's indeed a...
Yeah, good find.
Welcome, Skags. You seem to not be liking this title. Skags is an affectionate term used for those who break our rules and would go to prison, perhaps beneath the amaranthine oubliette.
Well, as long as it's affectionate.
We understand we've broken the letter of your law, but perhaps not the spirit of your law, which is maybe more important.
Which is why you are here and not currently being taken for the Hall of Judgment.
We're very grateful.
Lovely.
No. My husband said you have interfered with a contract that has already been enacted.
We didn't know we were interfering with it at the time. We thought we were just doing good, and we're here to make right by that.
We're tourists,
whatever we need to
basically.
do.
Which is also why you are not the Hall of Justice. You also seem to show interest in joining our ranks to avoid this prosecution, which I think is a very smart move. And she walks by her desk and sits down. Should you be cut out for our work, that is. You have proven to have slain this Hydra with the accompaniment of one of our roving bands of monster hunters.
They didn't do much, but yes.
We're quite capable fighters. Grog here almost won in his fight the other night. Sorry, Grog.
Good job, Philip.
You're the one that nearly felled the hammer, eh?
I am.
So you have heard of us?
Oh, show her the lip.
I've heard of this one.
Show her the lip.
I kept a keepsake.
A fine trophy. Do not show him you still have that. I do not think it would go over to her.
Then should make a necklace out of it.
No. Most applicants for our humble family make it maybe a month or two before the desperate Timberlands take them. Those that remain, well, they prove worthy of our business contracts. You are all on trial by deed, under my claim and authority. Should you agree and fulfill my requested deed, you will be absolved of your infractions against the Slayer's Take and be given membership to our age-old tradition. With membership comes with access to our lodge, food, room and board, and training facilities. Simple arms can also be provided. Those that bear our insignia may also get discounted supplies with most of Vasselheim's merchandise.
Well.
Most importantly, though, you will then...
So I know that we're getting close to the end of the session, but I want to note really quick, it would make significantly, from what I understand, significantly more sense if Gilmore's Glorious Goods was in this city, rather than what I know of Amon. Because I am practically unaware of threats outside of Amon. She had well, yes, she did. I know, you can see her leaning in. But it's like selling, like the number one, like thinking about the need for a bunch of like powerful magical weapons, items, artifacts, etc., etc. Like that sort of thing being like maybe a subset of the Slayer's Take that is like tolerated by the rest of the city makes so much more sense when they have these terrible beasties assaulting their wall every day. And assumingly, these powerful beasties have powerful beastie parts that can be used to craft said items. So we have both the supply and the demand side of the equation. I don't think I would have had nearly as much of like a like thematic, maybe like take on Gilmore's Glorious Goods if it had been in Vasselheim instead of Amon. Would they allow Gilmore's arcane magic in the crafting of items? That is the ultimate question. That is the ultimate question, but more that type of store, whether you want to say that it's scientific and it's not divine, it's not arcane magic, it's all science and biology and whatever from these monsters all around. I mean, very Monster Hunter-esque. Different continent. Amon is one of the largest cities on their continent. Also what John said. True. My point, like, when we were looking at Gilmore's Glorious Goods in Amon, is I was like, where is the supply and demand side of this equation? Maybe you can say that the supply part of it is that Amon is just an immensely wealthy city, and they have a ton of like import money where they can like essentially source this stuff. They also have the university, which I know, which would help. So you have the supply side, but my real like kind of sticking point was the demand side. And Vasselheim has demand in spades for this sort of magic item. So this is just, these are one of the things that I think about when I am determining the goods and services within a city, is like, what is the actual demand for this sort of thing? It works out geographically. Amon has armies too. Yeah, but Amon's armies are like peacekeepers, right? Like I mean, when we talk about Amon having armies, they are like guards and cops. Like they are like around in case someone steps out of line in like a neighboring nation. Vasselheim is actively defending themselves from shit that can tear down their wall. That is significantly higher demand for this sort of shit. I mean, it's like comparing. I'm trying to think of a real world reference that isn't a little distasteful, and I can't think of one, so I'm just not gonna do one. Gilmore's backstory, yes, he has one, makes better sense for Amon. That's fair. I mean, I'm more saying the concept of a high volume magic item dispensary makes more sense from a demand perspective in Vasselheim than it does in Amon, from what I have seen of Amon and Vasselheim. That's it. I mean, it would be like Vassal, or it would be like Amon having a monster hunting guild. Like, where's the demand? That's sort of what I'm getting at. And you could say like, oh, well, there's probably the occasional monster. And it's like, yeah, there's probably the occasional monster that threatens Amon once every year or so. But Vasselheim has them, seems like weekly, maybe monthly. I don't know.
Have access to our bounty contracts. To specify, we don't just hunt beasts and creatures. A large part of what we do is harvest from our marks requested components. Blood, eyes, teeth, organs. We receive orders from all across Exandria, from as far as even the city Iman, which you apparently hail from.
We have a keep there.
How nice for you.
So apparently they're okay with the parts being used in arcane magic as long as they're making money off it.
Vox Machina.
You know what I'm saying?
I will make a note of it. And she reaches over, grabs a quill, and not with paper to scribble.
We're friends with the Emperor, thank you.
But perhaps this Emperor and any of these scholars or seers, mages you encountered, have ordered from us specifically required components. Well, you see, the most powerful of magics and divinations require a focus or sacrifice of some kind. Many of these require pieces for these creatures. So many contracts are from very high-paid clients that have better things to do with their time than one.
Yeah, Slayer's take seems more than fine with the arcane shit.
They're skulking about the forest seeking such things as I have. There's a lot of money.
At least they seem okay enough with it to set aside their morality for money.
Again, should you be up for it? I would ask you to take a contract, complete it, and return. That is all. You would have 3 days to do so. Do you accept?
What's involved in signing or binding this contract?
There is a small ritual that binds you to the contract. Within this time, it must be completed. Should you fail, the contract is absolved and your membership is revoked.
Oh, it's a trial just to sign the contract, just to bind the contract.
Your trial is to take a contract and you have 3 days to complete it.
Oh, easy.
Is there a payout on this contract?
Oh yes, you will still receive the money for it, and with membership, what I've been told by my husband, possibly even share in the bounty from this hider you helped slay earlier this day.
That's good, because otherwise, they don't get any credit, right? Because it was like magically.
Precisely.
Yeah.
There's also part of the 3-day excursion for
We've
the
taken
contract
out
3 days before it is not involved.
We've taken out a beholder and a handful of Illithid. We're not really worried about your contract. Give us your contract, we'll sign it.
She kind of chuckles in her breath. It is good to know. She says disbelievingly.
There's an insignia that we get. Is it given to us on some sort of jacket for members only?
She
Could it be?
She's her shoulder pauldron lifts up, and you can see there's a brand on the side of her arm.
Ooh. Oh. That. My body's a temple. I don't like that.
Then perhaps you would like the judgment.
The judgment? No. Do I have to get branded?
There's not very much.
Oh, I'm really wimpy.
Gnomes.
Oh shit.
3 days. Do you accept?
Yeah, let's do it.
We
Yeah.
accept.
We're totally tough.
Could you do mine in henna?
I will take that as an acceptance on your part as well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm with my group.
Good. Now, I trust you work well as a team, but I'm curious how well you work with others. As this is a test, I will be dividing your band between two contracts.
Okay, it is a West Marches thing. It's a West, so they're gonna have some guest players. Yeah.
Excuse me?
2 teams.
Do we get to pick the teams?
You, no. Giant,
Goliath,
Ranger, Tinkerer. Oh. You will form the first team.
What?
That is bullshit.
That's what I would have chosen anyway.
You will be taking your contract with a couple of other hopeful possible members as well. 3 days to fulfill.
Guest players.
Dragonborn Vine Speaker. You will form the other team.
Oh, Jack's Vine Speaker. I like
Does my bag to come with me?
Your barrack is
I like that.
Get a tattoo.
I shall now look over our standing contracts to decide your test for tomorrow. Go. Return in the morning fed, armed, and ready to set out. And hopefully get affiliated with your journeyman members. Now, be gone. I have business to do.
Wait, no,
Hang on.
we work as a pair. Maybe you don't know that about us. We
Ah, then this should prove a very interesting test.
You don't understand. We haven't been apart in about.
ever.
Yes,
Life is
exactly.
hard here in Vasselheim. Deal with disappointment.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name again?
What's your name?
I am known as the Huntmaster around these parts. But should you wish to name it as full, Huntmaster Vanessa Sindrial.
Thank you, Vanessa Shitmaster.
Don't. I grab him and I start walking out of the room.
Vanessa.
Go fuck yourself.
Sindrial.
Syndrio.
Cyndraian.
I mean,
That's not
spelled
what at all.
like that at all.
In the morning, fed, armed and ready. Knocks the desk twice.
Unhappy.
Husband closes the door behind you. You take a deep breath and realize this will be a very interesting challenge.
Husband? Do you have a name other than husband?
Ah, they call me Martin, yes.
Merton?
Martin Sindrial, yes.
Sindrial.
Well, this should be interesting. We'll set off on our journey right away then.
When do we get our brand?
I suppose
After
in
we
4
complete
days.
the task.
Oh.
Taps his nose and points. You pitch on quick. This bodes very well for you, possibly, Johnny.
Have a good 3 days.
Can we stay in the hall, the guild hall, while we're waiting?
You're not members. So no one's plan is achieved, as much as you like.
All right, Grog, let's go.
Question, husband. Is there a way to change those little pairings that she made and perhaps get my brother down?
Trust me, there's no way to change my wife's mind. I've tried. He walks off. And we'll conclude the session for the evening there.
Eat a bag of dicks.
So,
eat a bag of
so
dicks.
as a fun surprise for you guys, the next couple weeks, the party's going to be divided. We have 2 weeks. The next 2 weeks will be the first team. That will be, you'll be gone for next session, but we'll work that out. But there will be Vex, Grog, Scanlan, and Percy. You'll be playing alongside 2 guest players for the next 2 weeks.
Are we announcing who they are?
I think we should, so we can get excited for it.
Who are they?
Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, an amazing voice actress and voice director, may look for stuff, but she's excited. It's her first time playing D&D too, and she's been watching the show for a while, so excited to have her on board.
Yes, Mary.
Our second guest being our lauded and loved Felicia Day.
Who? I haven't heard of her.
Felicia Day, she's an actress.
She's an actor?
She created
Okay.
Little Geek and
I'll
Sundry
IMDb her. I'll IMDb
I saw her in a showcase. She's really.
She does some web stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I hear she's got a book
So-
that's pretty stellar.
Up-and-comer?
Yeah.
So Mary Elizabeth McGlynn and Felicia Day will be playing with the first team over the next couple weeks.
Oh my god.
That's amazing. Can't wait to watch.
The following 2 weeks, the other team, which will be Keyleth, Tiberius, and Vax, will be journeying alongside 2 other hopefuls, known as Will Wheaton
Nice.
and Will Friedel.
Oh shit!
Awesome.
Who also hasn't
Double
played D&D
Wills.
before. So two Will week. Will Friedel, you may know as Terry McGinnis in the Batman Beyond, as well as the Lion-O to My Tiger in the Thundercats cartoon, and currently Star-Lord in the Guardians of the Galaxy
Nice.
cartoon.
And Bumblebee.
And
Bumblebee
Bumblebee
and
and Transformers.
Transformers.
Kind of everything.
And you probably watched him in Boy Meets World many moons ago.
Where
So,
there's a will, there's a way.
should be a lot of fun, guys. Should be a lot
There's
of
a
fun.
Wills.
There are a lot of wills. All right, so let's try and get this through. We have a lot of stuff to do before
Yeah,
we
there's
finish
a lot of
this.
stuff to do.
Okay. I'm down. I like guest players. It's not something I got to do. I've gotten to do very often in my own games. So I'm down, dude. Sick. All right. The meta reason they're busy schedules. I mean, that's fair. I guess they just gotten off like a 2-week break. And so it's like, fuck, guys, we can't do more breaks. So we gotta split the party up, get this figured out. That's fair. I get that. Okay. Sick. I'm excited. Let's see. What was so that is that the majority of like the timestamp that I need to watch, probably. 31:49. Oh, I paused it right at the end there. Fuck yeah. All right. Cool. Well, I can feel my voice actively disintegrating, which is so sick. We did only go, I mean, actually, I'm pretty sure that the Apollo event, oh no, the Apollo event is to 11. You're right. We're getting close. We are getting close. Yeah. I mean, it was dope having everyone. I will probably see some of you at Lunch Club the next few weeks, or not the next few weeks, the next few days. And I'm trying to think of anything else that's like end of day housekeeping. Yeah, episode 18 will be on Monday. Check it out. For those of you who are new, don't know the schedule, Critical Role is every Monday, Wednesday. Every Monday, Wednesday, we watch a new episode. So you have until then to get caught up. Highlight reels should be coming out soon. To me, this felt like a G&S producer gimmick. I get that. I understand. But, sometimes gimmicks can be fun. So we'll see. And only 5 ticks on the OAC is actually the lowest tick amount since we introduced the OAC. Which is weird, given that was probably one of the most tense IRL moments the whole series. Crazy. Thanks for the stream. Yup, I'll see you in the VODs for a little while. I'll be back when I'm done with Starfield. Fuck yeah. I'll see you guys in the VODs, in the streams, at Lunch Club, in the Discord. Diameter versus Radius. That's a great stream title. I'll see y'all next time.